Chapter 757. Female Literature. Perhaps in the unseen world, there was really a thread of fate that was guiding them. Su Yan and Rosen were both walking in this world at the same time. Su Yan encountered the mysterious man in black, and Rosen was in a similar situation. However, unlike Su Yan, Rosen did not encounter the man in black with only half a face. The person he met was an extremely refined green-robed man. The green-robed man stood there quietly. His gaze landed on Luo Sen's body. It was like a gentle ripple of water flowing through his body. In the beginning, Rosen did not feel anything. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. One had to know that he was wearing the demon god armor. However, that feeling still appeared in the bottom of his heart. In other words, this power could ignore his defense. The demon god armor was very powerful. However, he was very clear that it was not omnipotent. At least, the demon god armor had not reached that level yet. Even so, his demon god armor was powerful enough. Generally speaking, since this power could penetrate the demon god armor, he would not underestimate it. After fighting his way out of the demon path, he clearly understood that any carelessness would cost him his life. However, it was fortunate that the power did not seem to cause any real harm to him. Perhaps it was because this power could only reach this level, or perhaps it was because this power did not have that intention. At this moment, Rosen was worried about Feng Yueshan. He had already used his power to envelop Feng Yueshan. However, this power that suddenly appeared could even penetrate the demon god armor. Therefore, it was not impossible for it to attack Feng Yueshan. He lowered his head. At this moment, he immediately discovered a strange scene. That power had indeed penetrated his defense. However, that power did not cause any harm to Feng Yueshan. At this moment, Feng Yueshan's body was surrounded by a faint white light. His injuries were actually gradually recovering. This made Rosen's eyes light up. No wonder this power did not seem to have any malicious intent towards me. So that's why. He finally understood that the reason why he was not harmed by this powerful power was because of Feng Yueshan. That light must have felt Feng Yueshan's aura. Therefore, it did not directly harm him. It seemed that bringing Feng Yueshan in this time was indeed a very wise decision. Feng Yueshan, it's all thanks to you. Ha! He laughed and directly walked forward. However, at this moment, the man in white's eyes suddenly burst out a ray of light. This ray of light looked straight at him. Rosen suddenly felt like he could not move an inch. There was no killing intent. However, Rosen felt very uncomfortable. He didn't like this feeling, but he couldn't get rid of it at this time. At this moment, the man in white suddenly waved his hand. The milky white power directly wrapped around Rosen. No, to be more precise, it directly wrapped around Feng Yueshan in Rosen's hand. Almost at the next moment, that power continued to grow stronger. At this moment, Rosen could no longer grab Feng Yueshan. Damn it! Rosen shouted angrily. He wanted to grab Feng Yueshan in his hand. However, under this power, he could do nothing. He could only watch as Feng Yueshan was directly captured. At this moment, Feng Yueshan suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Rosen. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with boundless resentment. During this period of time, he had suffered many losses in Luo Sen's hands. However, he had suffered a lot. All of this would be returned. He would definitely take revenge. He would definitely make Rosen pay the price for his ambition. Rosen's eyes were so cold. After all, Feng Yueshan was his prey. However, at this time, this prey flew away. Naturally, he could not tolerate it. The power of the demon god armament was fully unleashed. At this moment, the man in white attacked again. His white light directly formed a milky white vortex of spiritual power. The powerful spiritual power directly suppressed Rosen, causing him to continuously retreat. Damn it! Compared to before, this power was much stronger. In front of this power, not only was he unable to move forward, but even retreating became very difficult. He could feel that his demon god armament was enduring a terrifying amount of power. Get out of my way! However, he was not willing to admit defeat. At this time, with his furious roar, the demon god armament directly burst out with an unprecedentedly powerful power. The devil god armament was a very powerful treasure. It was something that the first elder had refined. Although the mysterious old man was very hateful, Rosen had to admit that the demon god armament was indeed very powerful. At this time, with the increase of Rosen's anger, the connection between him and the demon god armament directly strengthened. At this time, the anger in his eyes was even more vigorous. Rosen was the person who would be in charge of the devil's doctrine in the future. How could he be forced to retreat by such a white light? Demon god armament, I know you're not willing to give up, right? Since that's the case, let's work together and break this annoying power apart. At this moment, the demon god armament suddenly burst out with a roar. It seemed that it had understood his words. This power directly rushed out of the body, and then fiercely challenged the milky white light. The two powers, one black and one white, were fighting at this time. However, as time passed, the power gradually dissipated. Then, the demon god armament directly released a shadow. When such a shadow appeared, the final decision was made. The white light was completely defeated. Rosen directly moved forward. Since this place would protect Feng Yueshan, it was obvious that this place was the land of inheritance prepared for Feng Yueshan. If he wanted to obtain the things here to increase his strength, the easiest way was to directly control Feng Yueshan. Feng Yueshan, you can't escape. I will let you know how terrifying I, Rosen, am. At this time, the light on Feng Yueshan's body became more and more intense. On the surface of his skin, lines began to appear. The appearance of these lines made Feng Yueshan even more mysterious. Those were formation lines. In just a short period of time, Feng Yueshan's body was actually covered with formation lines. Previously, everything clearly did not exist on his body. However, at this time, it actually appeared directly. The appearance of this power immediately made Rosen feel that something was wrong. At this time, he suddenly realized that Feng Yueshan's power was actually increasing crazily. Previously, Feng Yueshan was just an ant that he could crush at any time. However, it was completely different now. Feng Yueshan's aura had become so powerful. 1 dragon, 2 dragons, 3 dragons. In just a short 15 minutes, Feng Yueshan's aura had directly increased to the 7 dragons realm. Such a cultivation speed was simply incomparably shocking. No genius cultivation speed could be compared to Feng Yueshan's. At this time, Feng Yueshan's body became even more mysterious. The light in his eyes seemed to no longer belong to him. Rosen, I will be back. When that time comes, it will be the time of your death, Feng Yueshan said very calmly. He was naturally full of hatred and anger towards Rosen, but at this time he actually said this so calmly. Of course, calmness did not mean forgiveness. In fact, most of the time, calmness was only due to extreme hatred. In the end, Feng Yueshan disappeared from Rosen's sight. A trace of hatred flowed out from Rosen's eyes. He originally wanted to track Feng Yueshan and directly find the thing left behind by Feng Wuhui. Damn it, I actually let him escape. Although he was not sure, he already had an idea. What Feng Wuhui left behind was definitely a good thing. Once he obtained it, he would be able to greatly improve. At that time, his boundary would soar, and he might even be able to directly become a venerable one. This was a huge attraction, and he would definitely not give up just like that. So be it. Even if you disappear, so what? Do you think you can escape from my grasp? You're dreaming. Hee, what a stupid thing. At this time, an extremely strange insect suddenly appeared in his palm. This insect was somewhat similar to a beetle. The light little insect gently fluttered. Suddenly, a halo flashed directly above its antennae. After this halo appeared, he suddenly became excited, and then directly rushed in the direction in front of him. Corpse-eating insect. As long as it's here, let's see where you can escape to. Rosen smiled sinisterly. The corpse-chasing bug was an extremely detestable thing. Once it entered a person's body, it could slowly erode the person's body. In the end, the person who was invaded could only slowly and tragically die. Of course, this corpse-eating insect also had a characteristic that many people liked, and that was its ability to track targets. Generally speaking, as long as a female corpse-eating insect was placed in the target's body, a male corpse-eating insect could be used to track the target. Once the insect sensed the aura of a female, it would desperately track the target. The insect's sensing range was extremely wide. What was even rarer was that it could even sense a small space turbulence. Fang Yueshan, this trash, probably still doesn't know that I have already placed a corpse-eating insect in his body. However, I still have to act quickly. After all, Fang Wuhui was once a peak Emperor Realm Master. His means are not trivial. He might be able to erase this corpse-eating insect. Having said that, Rosen directly sped up and chased after Fang Wuhui. Chapter 758. Female Literature. Fang Yueshan finally arrived at a place under the guidance of Bai Guang. It was a small tower. There was a ray of light shining above the tower. He was brought to the front of the tower just like that. Am I finally here? Fang Yueshan had a complicated expression on his face. As a descendant of Fang Wuhui, he naturally knew some things. How could he not know about the inheritance of the Dark Abyss? However, his ancestor had left behind a message that if possible, he should never go near the Dark Abyss. Fang Wuhui was indeed a powerful venerable sovereign. He was a powerful figure who stood at the peak of the Jiuzhou continent. However, he was definitely not a hero to the Fang family. Only the members of the Fang clan knew about this matter. Therefore, for so many years, the people of the Fang family had always been very ordinary. There were even a few generations where the people of the Fang family were just ordinary people without any cultivation. Fang Yueshan was very smart. His talent was also very strong. That was why he was able to cultivate to this realm. However, even so, after reaching this realm, his cultivation could no longer advance. It was as if there was a barrier that blocked his cultivation and did not allow him to advance at all. It was like a curse. When Fang Yueshan was young, he naturally wanted to enter the Dark Abyss. He needed to know what Fang Wuhui had left behind. Back then, for this moment of his heart, his father directly paid the price with his life. From then on, he knew that the thing that Fang Wuhui had left behind was very unknown. It was not something that people of his level could come into contact with. However, after so many years, he still returned to this place. Fate was so mysterious. It was as if everything was predestined. Gradually, as he looked at the tower, his eyes began to blur. The depths of his eyes began to emit a different kind of light. It seemed to be the light of extreme worship. At this time, he gradually walked forward. Fang Yueshan seemed to be unable to control himself at all. The mysterious force was calling him forward. In a trance, a figure appeared in front of him. This figure was not tall, but there was an extremely dignified aura emanating from his body. This aura was so grand that Fang Yueshan was filled with awe. Although Fang Yueshan's consciousness was gradually fading, he clearly knew that this was the most powerful ancestor of the Fang family in all these years, Fang Wuhui. When he was young, Fang Yueshan worshipped his ancestors like a madman. At that time, he even thought of a way to join the limitless demon sect because of this worship. If it wasn't for his father's death that changed his mentality and made him choose to muddle along and wait for death, he definitely wouldn't be so unknown right now. However, back then, his father had died because of his ancestor. Back then, he had sworn that for his father's sake, he would absolutely not set foot in this place. But in the end, he still came. He had betrayed his father. His consciousness gradually blurred. He knew that he was becoming more and more powerful, but he also knew that this was definitely not a good thing. At this time, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. This pain was so terrible that it actually broke his trance. At this moment, his consciousness was so clear. The sudden pain made Fang Yueshan sweat profusely. He immediately guessed the reason. After all, he was also a member of the Limitless Demon sect. Rosen, what a good Rosen. He actually planted a corpse-eating bug in my body. This damned guy. The intense pain made Fang Yueshan unable to speak completely. However, at that moment, he started to laugh. He didn't go crazy because this sudden pain was exactly what he needed. Rosen, but now, I should thank you. If it wasn't for your corpse-eating bug, I'm afraid that I would have stepped into this tower unknowingly. Like this, I would have become food for my ancestor. That's good, that's good. At this time, Fang Yueshan felt that his strength had become even stronger. It seemed that in the next moment he would directly break through the limit of the dragon realm and directly become a venerable one. Of course, he understood that the reason why he had such strength was not because of how amazing he was. All of this was a gift from his ancestor. It was all because of his ancestor. However, this was definitely not a good thing. This was because he had seen this scene before. His father had walked into this tower in his place. At that time, his father's cultivation hadn't even reached Fang Yuan's level. But after he stepped into this tower, he actually directly became a venerable one. Then, his father was directly eaten. As the saying goes, fatten up before killing. Fang Wuhui summoned his descendant and made him stronger. In the end, he directly swallowed his descendant. Fang Wuhui wanted to be resurrected. This was the method that his ancestor, Fang Wuhui, had set up. Therefore, to the Fang family, this was definitely not a good thing. Instead, it was a curse. Back then, he had witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Father, am I going to follow in your footsteps again? Ah, this damned curse, this damned curse. His heart was filled with misery. At this time, he suddenly paused. That's right, it's his aura. With the influx of power, his strength directly increased. His divine thoughts also became extremely terrifying. At this time, he was no longer the weak Fang Yueshan of the past. Now, he had become a venerable one. Moreover, due to the infusion of Fang Wuhui's power, he was also a very powerful venerable one. His divine thoughts became extremely terrifying. At this moment, he suddenly felt a person's aura. It was not Rosen, but Su Yan. He suddenly remembered a sentence, "As long as Su doesn't die, he'll definitely protect you." Back then, Fang Yueshan actually didn't take this sentence to heart. This was because he understood that the most unreliable thing in this world was a promise. But now, Su Yan had actually appeared here. At this time, he would rather believe that Su Yan had come to fulfill his promise. He's here, he's really here. Good, good, no matter what, he's my last hope. Huff, huff. Fortunately, Rosen and his corpse-eating insects woke me up. At this time, Fang Yueshan directly channeled his power. The corpse-eating insects were indeed very terrifying, but one should not forget that Fang Yueshan had now become a venerable one. The power of a venerable one was so powerful that it was not something that an ordinary dragon could imagine. Although the corpse-eating insects had entered his body, it was not impossible for Fang Yueshan, who had become a venerable one. As long as he channeled his power, he could directly refine the corpse-eating insects, but he needed some time. He did not move forward, but sat down cross-legged. Fang Yueshan's expression was solemn. At this time, a white light suddenly appeared on his body. This white light finally formed an illusory figure. If one looked carefully, one would find that this illusory figure was so similar to him. That was his divine thought clone. After becoming a venerable one, he had the ability to do so. Of course, this would consume a lot of his divine thought. Ordinary venerable ones would not do such a thing. However, he had no scruples at the moment, or rather, he had to do so. Under such circumstances, if there was one person who could save him, it would be Su Yan. Fang Yueshan decided to bet his life on Su Yan. However, this world was too big and too dangerous. Without guidance, it would be very difficult for Su Yan to come here. No, in other words, there was a high chance that he would die here. This was because through the power passed down by his ancestors and the records in his family, this place was connected to the mysterious shadow world. Back then, the powerful Netherworld clan disappeared overnight, which was also related to shadow creatures. This dark abyss was a place where space was chaotic. If Su Yan directly entered the shadow world, he was very likely to not be able to return. He knew that Su Yan was very strong and was stronger than most of the geniuses he had seen. Even Rosen might not be as strong as Su Yan. Since Su Yan had entered this place today, he had hope. Taking a step back, even if Su Yan came for the treasure, compared to Rosen, he hoped that Su Yan would succeed. At this moment, his divine thought clone immediately went to find Su Yan. He wanted to guide Su Yan here. Now, with the help of the pain caused by the corpse-eating insects, He could stay awake and stand at the entrance of this cave. However, as time passed, the corpse-eating insects would definitely be refined by the Venerable One's enormous power. At that time, he was afraid that he would no longer be able to control himself. Fang Yueshan's worry was not wrong because Su Yan was indeed moving in the direction of the shadow world at this time. The half-faced man's words kept calling out to him. For some reason, although he knew that the path ahead was extremely dangerous, he had a strong obsession to go forward at this time. At this moment, with every step he took, the ground under his feet changed directly. Space crisscrossed. This was the space promenade. In such a place, no matter who it was, they would lose themselves. Fortunately, Su Yan had a preliminary grasp of the power of space and established a coordinate for himself at the beginning. Even now, he could still sense the existence of this coordinate. As long as he could sense this coordinate, he would not let himself be completely lost. After the half-faced man in black left, it was very quiet along the way. Not a single shadow creature appeared. Who is this black-clothed man? Why did I feel a power calling out to me after he left? Chapter 759. Female Literature. It was a very strange feeling. He knew that there was endless danger ahead, and it might even lead to death. However, he was so determined to go forward. Su Yan walked all the way, and even he did not know how far he had walked. Finally, Su Yan's footsteps finally stopped. Because at this moment, he saw a broken door. It was a huge door that was hundreds of meters tall. The structure of the door was actually very simple, which was that it was piled up by 3 huge stone pillars. There were many mysterious carvings on the stone pillars. When Su Yan's gaze fell on the carvings, he found that they were actually very attractive. It seemed that the carvings recorded something extremely mysterious. After seeing this, Su Yan's mind unconsciously fell into it. At this moment, the green lotus in Su Yan's sea of consciousness swayed gently. At this moment, he woke up. How terrifying! He was truly shaken at this point. The mysterious attraction from before was so terrifying that he did not even have the strength to waver. If it was not for the movement of the green lotus that woke him up in time, he did not know if his soul would have been attracted. However, at this moment, he was also very clear that this door was so extraordinary. Then, there must be something extremely extraordinary hidden behind this door. Moreover, there was something hidden within that made him extremely fearful. At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable shock. At this moment, there was a strong desire in his heart. He wanted to see what kind of existence was behind the door after he stepped through it. Why was his desire so intense? Perhaps it was not just that. He felt that the blood in his body was also boiling. It was the will of the blood itself. At this moment, Su Yan was somewhat at a loss and did not know what to do. What was more frightening was that his body had already reacted at this moment. At this moment, an extremely terrifying head suddenly appeared in the door. The door that was hundreds of meters tall could only accommodate a head underground. How huge was its real body? The skin of the head was drier than the bark of an ancient tree. Su Yan couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was actually such a terrifying existence in this world. At this moment, the huge head was trying its best to break free from the door. But the door suddenly released a purple light. The purple light was like countless chains that locked him in place. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. At that moment, the head opened its terrifying mouth, and an aura surged out. The rolling aura directly formed a terrifying whirlwind. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his left hand. The finger bones of his left hand suddenly lit up, and then a powerful force directly shot out. It was the great heavenly devil lord's finger bone. Compared to the great demonic dragon, the great heavenly devil lord's finger bone was much quieter. Most of the time, he did not move at all. But at this time, he actually began to release his own power. The great heavenly demon master was also an extremely terrifying and powerful existence from ancient times. He, who should have been alive, should have been the most powerful Saint Venerate in this world. He might have even surpassed this limit. At this moment, even if it was only a finger bone, it would probably have extremely powerful power. At this moment, a black light appeared and directly pierced through everything. the terrifying gale stopped in an instant. At this moment, the power released by the great heavenly devil lord had yet to disappear. Su Yan slowly raised his left hand, and the terrifying destructive light slowly moved with his left hand. In the end, the terrifying head was actually directly cut off by the black light. Finally, the black light flew out of the head, and the terrifying head directly turned into a shadow and finally disappeared. Su Yan's eyes were filled with disappointment. Finally, a few words came out of his mouth. Shadow creature. This is actually a shadow creature. Such a terrifying creature was actually a shadow creature. Then, would the shadow world be behind this door? But what was hidden at the end of this world? Why did he desire it so much? Su Yan clearly sensed that whether it was the Buddha's heart or the great demonic dragon's heart, they both desired to go forward. At this moment he was very hesitant to enter. In fact, Su Yan's heart was filled with an incomparable desire. It was as if everything was urging him, but he knew very well that his power was still too weak in the end. Although he seemed to be all-powerful among the younger generation, it did not matter. However, this didn't matter at all. In a real battle, whether one belonged to the younger generation couldn't determine anything at all. If one was not powerful enough, only death would await one. It was at this moment that his expression suddenly changed. He discovered that behind him, something was rapidly flying towards him. He immediately spread out his divine telekinesis. Su Yan's divine telekinesis power was constantly increasing. As he broke through to the six dragons boundary, his divine telekinesis became even more massive, and it was even comparable to that of a venerable one. When he circulated his divine telekinesis power, he immediately realized that the thing that was rapidly approaching him was actually a divine telekinesis. It was the divine telekinesis of a venerable one. More importantly, he felt a sense of déjà vu toward this divine telekinesis. If it was not for this feeling, he would have already attacked. After all, no matter what, it was very dangerous for an unfamiliar venerable one to suddenly approach. As the distance closed, he finally recognized it clearly. Fang Yueshan. This was actually Fang Yueshan's divine telekinesis. Su Yan would not have sensed wrongly. This powerful venerable one's divine telekinesis was emitting Fang Yueshan's aura. How is this possible? How can he release such a powerful divine telekinesis? Su Yan could not believe it no matter what. He knew Fang Yueshan very well. To him, Yangming's cultivation was not strong. In fact, he was weak. However, at this moment, Yangming's divine telekinesis was transmitted to him. Save me! The content transmitted by Yangming's divine telekinesis was very simple. There were only these two words. Su Yan's eyes immediately shone. This was Fang Yueshan's call for help. At this moment, he directly dispelled the thought of stepping through the door in his heart. That thought was too terrifying. He originally came to save Fang Yueshan, but at this moment he actually forgot about this matter. This was not because he was irresponsible, but because the temptation of that thought was too strong. For the current Su Yan, he had to stay away from this door. He had to stay away from this place even though he had countless questions in his heart. Let's go! At this moment, he made a prompt decision. At this moment, Yangming's divine telekinesis turned back, and Su Yan immediately followed closely behind. That divine telekinesis could only transmit a simple thought and lead the way because Fang Yueshan was currently enduring great pain. He had slowly refined the carnivorous insects, so the pain from his body had slowly decreased. However, the source of this pain was definitely not just that. More importantly, it was the pain from the high tower. He was resisting his ancestor. However, his ancestor's power was so strong that no matter how strong his willpower was, he could not stop himself from moving forward. His soul began to tremble. The pain he was enduring was countless times more intense than what he had imagined. He knew that if he continued like this, he would die. However, he still wanted to wait a little longer. He always felt that Su Yan was a trustworthy person. Therefore, he was willing to continue enduring this pain and wait. He was really in so much pain that the connection between him and his divine telekinesis became vague. At this moment, he felt that someone was approaching. Is he here? At this moment, Fang Yueshan opened his eyes. At this moment, Su Yan was already in front of him. However, he was disappointed because the person who appeared in front of him was not Su Yan at all. It was the person he did not want to see the most at this moment, Rosen. Rosen looked at Fang Yueshan and said, "Fang Yueshan, I said before that you can't escape from my grasp. Now I'm here." There was an incomparable smugness hidden in these words. Yes, now he was here. Since he's already here, you, Fang Yueshan, have nowhere else to go. That's amazing. You've actually become a venerable master at this time. Rosen was immediately shocked when he saw that Fang Yueshan had actually become a venerable master. This was because this was not a change that he could imagine. He had never seen a person who could achieve such a huge improvement in such a short period of time. Countless people would never be able to reach this realm in their lifetime, but he had actually completed such an improvement in a day. He had directly jumped from the early stage of the dragon realm to the venerable master, an entire realm. At this moment, his heart was burning with passion. This was the power that Fang Wuhui had left behind. If not, how could he have done this? Fang Yueshan was just a piece of trash in his eyes, but now, this piece of trash could achieve such a huge improvement. Although you've become a venerable master, I can see that you're just flashy. However, this is good too. You don't deserve to have this power. Just give it to me. Rosen was extremely decisive. At this moment, he directly reached out to grab Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. Can't wait for Su Yan to arrive? Then even if I die, I won't let Rosen succeed. At this moment, he stood up and stopped resisting that strand of will. He flew directly towards the tower. Right at this moment, a strand of sword energy whistled over. Luo Xin, get the hell out of my way. Chapter 760. Female Literature. Rosen, get out of my way. The sword chi fell from the sky and slashed directly at Rosen. At this moment, Rosen's eyes surged with an extremely strong murderous intent. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. This guy actually appeared here. This damn guy, he was born to go against him. At this moment, he was furious to the extreme. Su Yan, you damn thing, how dare you appear here? Rosen directly blasted out a punch. This powerful punch suddenly rushed towards the sword chi that Su Yan had slashed out. Immediately, a boundless commotion erupted between the two. A terrifying power surged. At this moment, Fang Yueshan saw that Su Yan had finally arrived, and he inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. However, he knew in his heart that Su Yan was still a step too late. At this moment, he had no choice but to be attracted by the power from the tower. Fang Yueshan, I'm here to save you. At this moment, Su Yan noticed Fang Yueshan's abnormal state. He did not dare to delay and directly threw out a power, and then suddenly entangled him. At this moment, his spiritual power actually turned into silk threads. From this, it could be seen that Su Yan's control of spiritual power had improved to an extremely high level. However, at this moment, a power directly fell from the tower. This power turned into a crescent, and without any explanation, it was extremely overbearing and directly cut off Su Yan's spiritual power. After Su Yan's fierce power was cut off, he felt as if he was caught off guard. This power was too strong, and he could not compete with it at all. No, not to mention compete, he could not even stand on the edge of it. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's voice sounded, Su Yan, I still have to thank you. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's mood was actually calmer. After all, Fang Yueshan had one more friend who was willing to take risks for him. Fang Yueshan. Su Yan cried out in alarm. Judging from Fang Yueshan's last words, this was clearly a dangerous place. Since he had entered this place, it was likely that he would not be able to survive. In the end, he was unable to save Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze suddenly fell on Rosen, and it just so happened that Rosen's eyes were filled with anger also looking at Su Yan. It's all your fault. These words came out of their mouths almost at the same time. If it was not for Rosen, then Su Yan might have been able to save him in time, and Fang Yueshan would not have to enter this place. In Rosen's view, if it was not for Su Yan's last sword chi, he could have directly captured Fang Yueshan and made him his own. Now, Fang Yueshan had already entered this tower, so for the two of them, everything was too late. Because whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, they were actually unable to enter this tower. Su Yan, you really are a meddlesome guy. You repeatedly came to ruin my plans. Last time, I was not lucky enough to spare your life on the ship. Today, I will directly kill you. I want to see if you still have the ability to interfere in my business. Su Yan's eyes were also filled with anger. He had promised Fang Yueshan that he would protect his life, but in the end he was unable to do so. This was all because of Rosen. This guy who came from the limitless demon sex ghost-killing hall was truly unforgivable. Rosen, people like you should not live in this world. As long as you live, more people will die because of you. At this moment, Su Yan was truly furious. If it was not for Rosen, then Fang Yueshan might not have met with such a mishap. This Rosen had his own ambitions. If he continued to act recklessly, then there would definitely be a flaw in everything. Last time, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were harassed by a perverted dwarf, and the perverted dwarf was under Rosen's command. No matter which world it was, there was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. In order to prevent future troubles, the only way was to kill the source directly. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, both of them had the intention to kill the other party. Su Yan, you and I have fought a few times, and you have always won. I admit this. I, Rosen, am not someone who can't afford to lose. However, you have to know that there is no one in this world who can win forever. From today onwards, you will definitely be the loser. His gaze was burning as he stared straight at Su Yan. In fact, there was nothing much to say. The two of them were mortal enemies, and at this moment, there was a new reason to fight. The battle was a matter of course. At this moment, there was no need for the two of them to test each other's strength. Regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, both of them used their full strength. Su Yan's sword light directly rushed out. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was surging all over. Previously, Su Yan had suffered a strong impact from the door that seemed to penetrate the world. That terrifying aura had forced Su Yan to almost lose control of himself. At this moment, he had a strong desire. At this time, all of this directly turned into a desire to kill. His killing intent was soaring. At this time, Rosen's demon god armament had evolved again. His power was already very strong, and after the evolution, the power he could exert was even more terrifying. The first collision between the two of them directly ignited an extremely terrifying energy vortex. Such a powerful force directly spread out in this world. This obscure and dark world was surging with extremely terrifying energy ripples at this moment. The powerful force continued to push forward, as if it was going to destroy everything. However, this tower was, after all, a very terrifying existence. Needless to say, the power of the two of them was very strong. However, such violent energy was unable to penetrate the energy defense of this tower. Rosen knew that the key to Fang Wuhui's inheritance lay in this tower, but he could not enter it now. Of course, he had his own unique skill to forcibly break through the defense of this tower, but now there was a person who was blocking him, and that was Su Yan. Su Yan's existence made him unable to break through with peace of mind. Therefore, this matter ultimately came back to the original point, which was to kill Su Yan. At this moment, his eyes flickered. As his eyes flickered, the devil god armament actually glowed with a brilliant radiance. This was a new change in the demon god armament. Before this, the demon god armament was already very powerful, but it had not produced such a change. However, at this time, such a change appeared, and Su Yan immediately felt a wave of pressure. Humph, Su Yan, compared to before, I have become much stronger. This time, I will definitely kill you here. His voice was so cold, and his aura was so strong that it was terrifying. However, at this time, the sword light in Su Yan's hand changed, and a powerful sword skill burst out again. This time, he used the deity vanquishing sword. This terrifying sword possessed the most terrifying destructive power. If Su Yan's realm was high enough and his power was strong enough, he could destroy anything. Back when the great heavenly demon lord was still alive, His deity vanquishing sword was so terrifying that it was almost unstoppable. In this world, no one could block its edge. Su Yan naturally could not use the deity vanquishing sword to such an extent now, but his power was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Yang Kai's strength was reversed, and the dense sword Qi directly suppressed Luo Sen's demon god armament, directly blocking the attack from Luo Sen's demon god armament. There was a tie. They were evenly matched in this exchange. Su Yan was still fine, but at this time, Rosen's expression changed. In fact, Luo Sen had already fallen into a disadvantageous position from the start of the battle between the two of them. This was because in the previous exchanges, Su Yan had always had the upper hand. No, it should be said that Su Yan had always won every battle. As for Luo Sen's previous failure, it would become a shadow that would follow him in his heart. Rosen was able to cultivate to such a level, so naturally he was a determined person. However, being determined in his heart did not mean that he could abandon everything. In this world, who could really abandon everything in the past? Perhaps even a saint could not. However, a saint's realm was very strong, and their thoughts were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Rosen was not a saint, so he naturally could not do it. Therefore, the pressure in his heart would accumulate in his heart every time. He was still brave and fearless, but as long as this thought existed, it would be his disadvantage. Just like now, this disadvantage was directly displayed. If he had gained the upper hand in the first exchange, it would have been fine. However, the result of this exchange was a tie. After the previous failure, in order to obtain greater strength, he had put in a lot of effort to improve himself. He endured the excruciating pain so that his body could better adapt to the devil god armament. He had put himself in countless dangerous situations so that he could achieve a breakthrough between life and death. However, the result of this battle was a tie. This was something that he could not accept. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. After all, he was a powerful warrior and deeply understood that if he had any distracting thoughts during a battle, he would have already lost half the battle. He roared angrily, and then his strength began to surge crazily. Although the previous battle was not a test, it was only the beginning. Next, it was time to force out his own potential. Putting aside the grudges between the two of them, such an intense battle would allow the two of them to walk down the path of becoming a powerhouse even more smoothly. Mad God's heart, endless burning. At this moment, Rosen roared angrily. He roared angrily because he wanted to use this anger to dispel the distracting thoughts in his heart. At this moment, the demon god armament on his body suddenly began to shine. It was an extremely intense flame. It was different from the bright red of ordinary flames. This flame was actually golden. Chapter 761. Female Literature. That was the purest gold. According to legend, the power of gold only belonged to the gods. The origin of this demon god armament was extraordinary. When the first elder of the ghost-killing hall bestowed this demon god armament to Rosen, he had spent all his energy to forge this divine weapon. However, as Rosen became more and more compatible with this demon god armament, he began to doubt the first elder's words. Such a powerful divine weapon was probably not forged by the first elder, because if he was really powerful to such an extent, he would have already become a supreme god. This demon god armament possessed an extremely mysterious and powerful power. Now, Rosen firmly believed that as long as he could master this power, he would become a god. At this time, he had already merged his cultivation will into it. At this moment, he was pursuing an all-round fusion between himself and this sword. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to make this demon god armament a part of his body. This demon god armament not only had an extremely powerful defensive power, but it could also help its owner directly increase his strength. It also had other unimaginable abilities. And this mad god's heart was an extremely heaven-defying skill that he had recently discovered. When the heart of the mad god was activated, his blood would be completely activated. It was as if his blood had been ignited. Such a terrifying power was almost unimaginable. At this time, his strength would directly increase. Moreover, with the demon god armament's enhancement, this kind of increase was even more powerful than crossing a realm. At this moment, Su Yan directly discovered that Rosen's body in front of him had begun to expand, and his entire body was emitting an inexplicably powerful aura. At this time, he was simply a battle puppet. Even though there was a distance between them, Su Yan could still feel such a powerful pressure from his body. Although Su Yan had defeated him many times, he had to admit that this guy was indeed an extremely difficult and terrifying opponent. If Su Yan could not kill such a person, he would definitely become a huge problem for him in the future. This time, he was even more determined to kill Rosen. Since Lawson had already started to show his true strength, he naturally couldn't let himself be tied down. At this moment, a brilliant light flashed across his eyes. A powerful aura filled his entire body. At this time, Su Yan suddenly froze because he suddenly realized that his 3 hearts had started beating at the same time. Although it was very faint, he keenly sensed that the 3 hearts were beating at the same frequency. He would never forget this feeling. At that time, when he was fighting against the Venerable One, the pressure he endured had reached its limit, causing these 3 hearts to awaken. When the 3 hearts beat in unison, the terrifying demonic face descended. Compared to the Godslayer sword that slept in his body and used his body as a scabbard, Su Yan was actually more fearful of Grimace. Until now, he still could not fully explain why Ghostface Su Yan was born. He could only guess that it was related to his 3 hearts. The 3 hearts were clearly not related to each other, so he still had no idea why Grimace would be awakened when they beat at the same time. At this moment, although the 3 hearts were only slightly vibrating at the same time, it still caused Su Yan's power to stagnate a little. In the midst of a battle between 2 powerhouses, such a move was no different from courting death. Naturally, a powerhouse like Rosen would not let go of a mistake like Su Yan. At this moment, he directly launched his attack. The violent power was like a whirlwind that directly charged towards Su Yan. The powerful power kept rolling as if it was raining fire from the sky that wanted to destroy the world. At this moment, Rosen was so terrifying, and the demon god armament became even more frenzied under his control. Vaguely, there was even the sound of breathing coming from the demon god armament. At this moment, Su Yan could only passively fight. He already knew that things were not going well the moment he stopped his power. However, there was nothing he could do about it because he was really afraid of Grimace. Su Yan had a hunch that if the frequency of Grimace's appearance increased, it was very likely that Grimace would replace him. This was definitely not something that Su Yan wanted to see happen. Before he could find a good way to truly suppress Grimace or even destroy Grimace, he did not want this monster to appear again. Even if this monster could help him get rid of Rosen as soon as it appeared. Su Yan, it seems like you've really gotten carried away with the previous fight. You actually dared to be distracted while fighting me. You're simply courting death. Rosen was filled with rage towards Su Yan. However, Su Yan was still behaving like this when they were fighting, which made him even more furious. However, he was secretly delighted in his heart because Su Yan's absent-mindedness had given him an opportunity. One had to know that in a battle of this level, even the slightest mistake could affect the entire battle. Now that Su Yan was at a disadvantage in the battle, it meant that he would be in a passive position in the following battle. It would be extremely difficult for him to turn the situation around. Su Yan clearly understood this point, but he could only think of ways to stabilize himself at this moment. As the saying went, since he was already here, he should take things as they came. If he tried to forcefully turn the situation around at this moment, he would definitely pay the price. He was not afraid that Rosen would hurt him, but he was afraid that he would awaken the demon in his heart. Therefore, he would definitely not act rashly at this moment. If he wanted to obtain the final victory, he could only seek stability. Otherwise, even if he killed Rosen, what was the point of summoning Ghostface and making him disappear from this world? Su Yan, you're at your limit now, aren't you? Your power is limited at the end of the day, so what's the point no matter how great your talent is? Everything is illusory in front of my great power. At this moment, he was truly arrogant to the extreme. As the saying went, like a wolf in a mountain, proud and arrogant. At this moment, Su Yan did not care at all. He knew that Rosen kept talking in an attempt to anger him to the extreme. Once he was truly angered by Yangming's words and lost his rationality, it would definitely not be a good thing. If that happened, he would be directly swallowed by the violent power. Therefore, no matter what Rosen said, he only pretended not to hear it. Moreover, in this world, nothing could be solved with words. Only the voice of the true victor was meaningful. Therefore, before he became the victor, any words he said were nonsense. That was Su Yan's understanding. As time passed, the battle between the two slowly entered a new stage. The power of the demon god armament was truly terrifying, and the violent power even caused Su Yan to suffer many injuries. However, that was not enough because the power could not directly get rid of Su Yan. As long as Su Yan did not suffer any fundamental damage, he would have a chance to turn the tables and win. As time passed, Rosen became angrier and angrier. It was clear that victory was right in front of him. However, the more it was so, the more he could not defeat Su Yan. He was only missing one last chance, but no matter how hard he tried, that last chance did not appear. He had begun to become irritable. Most of the time, there were some things that he could not control. Just like now, he knew that his emotions were very wrong. He also knew that if this continued, not only would he not be able to kill Su Yan directly, but he might even be turned around by Su Yan and lose the initiative in the end. However, at this time, his anger had gradually increased. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan suddenly showed a smile because at this time, his aura had gradually stabilized. The reason why he had to endure such a violent attack and even suffered so many injuries was because he had to focus on stabilizing his aura. He was very clear that if he could not stabilize his aura, he would lose. He would not lose to Rosen, but to himself. And now, his tactic finally had an important effect. At this time, his aura gradually calmed down. The faint resonance between the heart of the great demonic dragon, the heart of the demon god, and the Buddha's heart finally began to dissipate. As long as this kind of connection really dissipated, he could use his power as he pleased. As long as it did not exceed that critical point, he did not need to worry about the ghost face reappearing. At that time, it would be his chance to turn the tables. Many times in a battle, one could not rely on blindly advancing. Instead, one needed to rely on continuous detours. This was Su Yan's method at this time. "Why, Rosen, are you angry that you can't kill me?" Su Yan asked directly. Such an ordinary question was actually nothing, but at this time, this simple question was a fuse that directly ignited Rosen's anger. However, at this time, Rosen was so angry that he laughed, and there was even a hint of pride in his smile. He said directly, "Su Yan, do you know that you have done something wrong? You shouldn't have made me angry." At this moment, endless anger directly soared to the sky. Chapter 762. Female Literature. The heart of the mad god was a terrifying skill hidden in the demon god armament. When this skill was activated, the blood of the owner of the demon god armament would be ignited. In such a state as the owner, he had a fatal weakness, which was that it was difficult for him to control his emotions. Therefore, in the battle with Su Yan, Rosen became more and more impatient. However, there were pros and cons to this. There was no need to talk about the cons. What was mentioned earlier was the cons. However, the advantage was the powerful strength it brought. With the support of such a violent aura, his strength would be even more powerful. Because of anger, he would go crazy. The angrier he was, the more powerful his strength would be, and there was no limit to his strength. At this moment, Rosen was like this. Under the state of the heart of the mad god, his aura was like a huge wave that kept sweeping. Such a powerful and terrifying power, even Su Yan felt that it would be tricky to deal with at this moment. Of course, nothing was absolute. Although it was troublesome, it was not hopeless. At this moment, he had already dealt with his own problems. As the saying goes, one must first settle the internal problems before dealing with external problems. Now that he had settled the internal problems, it was time to go all out. What a powerful strength. In that case, let's have a good fight. At this moment, he suddenly turned around, and then a powerful force surged out. Powerful dragon energy overflowed. 6 streams of dragon chi, each of which carried the power of lightning. Under the contrast of lightning, the dragon energy became even more terrifying and violent. At this moment, this world of nothingness seemed to be attracted by his strength. Although this was only an illusion, it was already terrifying enough. At least at this moment, Su Yan's aura was already on par with Rosen's strength. "Kill!" Rosen said straightforwardly. He charged directly at Su Yan. This time, he was so determined to kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan didn't stop either. Instead, he simply charged towards him. The two immediately launched a decisive battle in the tower. The power of the two swept out like a gale. As the power of the two flowed, everything seemed to be hidden. However, at this time, both Rosen and Su Yan were too engrossed in each other's battle. They did not notice that at this time, the tower had changed. The walls of the tower were filled with cracks, but these cracks were so small that it was almost impossible to notice them. Of course, if the two of them weren't immersed in their battle right now, they would definitely notice the change at this moment. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. The battle between the two did not stop. Instead, it became even more intense. Around the two of them, there were terrifying whirlwinds, fierce flames, and violent thunderbolts constantly appearing. In terms of strength alone, Rosen had the advantage. His demon god armament was indeed powerful, and from the very beginning, his thoughts were very simple and firm, which was to revolve around the demon god armament. Because of this, his power at this time was so overbearing and full of extremely strong offensive power. At this time, there were countless lights flickering in his eyes. This was a light of destruction. Under the siege of the demon god armament, his body began to gradually deform. "Su Yan!" After another move, he directly shouted at Su Yan, "Su Yan, I know that you have also reached your limit. In this case, stop playing around. Let's fight to the end. I will let you know that you are actually nothing. In my eyes, you are just a piece of trash." At that moment, his power began to surge wildly. That was because his power was simply too great. Behind him, a strange vortex of power even appeared. The moment this power vortex appeared, it directly attacked Su Yan. Just as he said, the battle would eventually end. At this time, he had reached his limit. No matter how hard he tried, his support for the demon god armament had finally reached its limit. Therefore, he wanted to directly determine the winner with the final blow. Moreover, he also felt that it was not only him. At this time, Su Yan also felt the same. He had also reached his limit. Since this was the case, he would directly determine the winner at the last moment. In the face of Rosen's challenge, Su Yan did not retreat or dodge this time. His expression was so solemn. Rosen had used all his strength in this attack, and so did he. After all, Rosen was not an ordinary enemy. His power was really terrifying. With the help of the demon god armament, his strength was simply unimaginable. Among the younger generation, besides the mysterious Duanmu Longhu, he posed the greatest threat to Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes began to shine with golden light. Golden power, that was the domain of God. The reason why Rosen could use this power was because of the demon god armament. However, Su Yan also used it at this time. Rosen tried hard to calm himself down, but he was still filled with fear and respect for this power. He knew that he had to circulate all of his strength in order to block such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, he would most likely die here. Therefore, he made himself ignore the fact that Su Yan had used the golden power. It was just that he did not know that what Su Yan was circulating was not the legendary divine power at all. It was the regal sword aura. At this moment, the competition of power between him and Rosen had reached an extremely terrifying stage. At this time, he did not dare to use his other powers. This was because it concerned the three hearts in his body. Back then, he had introduced the demon god's heart into his body to maintain the balance. After the demon god's heart entered his body, it had indeed made his heart reach the state of a tripartite balance. However, it was a pity that at this moment, for some reason, when these three powers reached a certain limit, they actually reached a strange balance. In the end, this terrifying thing, the ghost face, was produced. This made the current Su Yan not dare to use this power at all. At this time, he could only rely on the power of the Regal Sword Codex. Back then, Su Yan had cultivated the Great Sun-colored glaze sword scripture. The Great Sun Sword aura and the Scorching Sun Sword complemented each other, and under the coordination of each other, they had an extremely powerful power. However, as time passed, Su Yan's Regal Sword Codex became more and more mature. At this time, the Regal Sword aura actually directly swallowed the Great Sun-colored glaze sword aura and merged into one. Even the Great Sun-colored glaze sword scripture's circulation path had been assimilated by the Regal Sword Codex. However, Su Yan did not feel that it was a pity because although the Great Sun-colored glaze sword scripture was powerful, it was not his foundation. Su Yan's true foundation, his true trump card, was the Regal Sword Codex. To put it bluntly, he could abandon all other powers in this world. Regardless of whether it was the power of the great demonic dragon, the power of the great sky demon lord, or even the power of the Buddha, he could abandon all of them. However, the Regal Sword Codex was the only power he would not abandon. After all, this was his foundation. It was the foundation of his resurrection in this world. The situation with these three hearts made Su Yan no longer use this power. Therefore, he used the Regal Sword Codex at the moment. Regal's sun-shattering cleave. The sword aura kept spiraling and the endless sword aura formed a scorching sun. The appearance of this scorching sun blocked Rosen's terrifying attack. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes released a cold light. Shatter! At that moment, his sword chi surged, and that huge blazing sun shattered right away. The strongest attack of the Regal sun-shattering cleave was this attack. Ah! Rosen let out a howl that was even more terrifying than a wild beast's howl. It was obvious that he was enduring incomparable pain at this moment. However, even so, he did not think of retreating at all. Damn it, Su Yan, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. He kept howling and urging his power with all his might. This was his last attack. Time seemed to stop at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, the power of the two people gradually started to come to an end. Rosen was filled with unwillingness. A draw? A draw? Why is this happening? I used all my power and did not hesitate to burn my own blood, but it is still a draw? A draw? No, it can't be. Daybreak sword. Su Yan's voice was a little weak, but the sword aura in this void had become even more powerful and terrifying. The scorching sun shattered, but it was not over yet. As long as the light did not completely dissipate, there was still dawn. After despair, the daybreak sword was the most terrifying. The appearance of this sword was shocking in this world. The sword aura filled the sky and everything began to wither. This sword was so domineering that it could destroy everything. Rosen's eyes were filled with despair. He lost. This time he still lost. Gradually, a gray shadow began to appear in his heart. That shadow was like a tentacle that directly wrapped around him. Rosen, die. Su Yan urged the last of the Regal Sword Chi and was ready to kill this enemy. However, at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. At this critical moment, the tower directly erupted with an extremely terrifying and even shocking power. The power condensed and formed a peerless storm. Su Yan and Rosen were directly involved in this storm at this moment and could not control their bodies at all. The storm continued to sweep and actually directly pulled the two of them toward the tower. At this moment, the crack on the tower also directly flashed with light. Chapter 763. Female Literature. The appearance of this crack was as if the void had been torn apart. Su Yan and Rosen were both sucked into the crack at the same time. The whirlwind was still going on, but at this moment, a figure slowly appeared. This gale was so terrifying, but he was still as steady as a mountain. Such a violent power could not affect him in the slightest. If Su Yan had not been swept in, he would have realized that this person was Duanmu Longhu, the person he feared the most. Su Yan was able to find this place in the endless darkness because of the guidance of Fang Yueshan's divine sense clone. Rosen was able to come here because he had planted a corpse-eating bug on Fang Yueshan. Both of them had come here in search of Fang Yueshan's tracks. However, this Duanmu Longhu appeared here out of thin air. His appearance showed how powerful he was. He looked at the tall tower and the terrifying whirlwind, then said, "This was really a wonderful battle, but it's a pity." After saying this, he did not speak anymore. No one knew what he was feeling pity about. He flew directly towards the tower and disappeared after a short while. This tall tower was extremely mysterious. It was something left behind a long time ago, and it was related to Fang Wuhui. Back then, Fang Wuhui was a peak Dizun master. Even in the long river of history, such a person could be ranked as one of the top figures. If this was his graveyard, then it was definitely not a simple place. How could the tomb of a Dizun be a simple place? It might even be a dangerous place in the world. Of course, there was one thing that could not be wrong, and that was that the greater the risk, the greater the benefits. That was why Rosen came here by all means. He wanted to seize Fang Wuhui's inheritance. That person back then was known as Great Emperor Wu Hui. At first, he was awe-inspiring and hated evil, but in the end, he became the person he did not want to become the most. Regardless of right or wrong, there was one thing that could not be false, and that was his strength. If he could obtain his inheritance, then Rosen's strength would definitely increase. Moreover, this increase would definitely not be small. Unfortunately, his plan was indeed very good, but in the end, it was still disrupted by Su Yan. What he did not expect was that even if Su Yan did not appear, he would not be so successful, because Duanmu Longhu had come. To Rosen, the name Duanmu Longhu was very unfamiliar. Perhaps he had read this name in ancient records, but it was more likely that he knew nothing about him. After all, when the demon sect's Hydralisk sent to bring Duanmu Longhu back, it was very secretive. This kind of thing was not known to anyone in the limitless demon sect. Moreover, even if Rosen knew about Duanmu Longhu, he would not put him in his eyes. Because his current strength had increased too quickly, his confidence had also increased too quickly. Although he was not arrogant, he would not put ordinary people in his eyes. Duanmu Longhu, on the other hand, was very good at hiding himself and becoming an ordinary person. However, Su Yan was sure that if Rosen and Duanmu Longhu fought, the one who would lose would definitely be Duanmu Longhu. Whether it was Rosen or Duanmu Longhu, they were both Su Yan's greatest enemies. Therefore, when he was free, Su Yan had done some calculations. However, no matter how he calculated, the final result was that Rosen was defeated. Although he had not been in contact with Duanmu Longhu for a long time, and his strength had increased extremely quickly. However, Su Yan still regarded this person who was resurrected from the ancient times as his greatest enemy. A powerful enemy, no matter how much one overestimated it, would not be excessive. Let alone Duanmu Longhu? For example, at this moment, Su Yan never thought that the enemy he cared about the most would actually follow him in the dark. It was as if the enemy had directly appeared behind him. At this time, Su Yan and Rosen were both involved in the tower at the same time. Right now, he was not aware that his enemy had arrived, and was unable to do anything to deal with the appearance of this enemy. The storm around the tower finally calmed down. Everything stopped. The surroundings were so peaceful. However, at this time, a pair of eyes directly appeared behind the tower. It was like a pair of eagle eyes, but this pair of eagle eyes had been magnified countless times. Under the gaze of such radiance, everything seemed so deep and profound. That kind of indescribable feeling was simply incomparably shocking. Inside the tower, everything was so quiet that it was frightening. This place was not filled with darkness. On the contrary, there was an extremely quiet blue light. This light was quietly jumping, and it seemed so peaceful. Su Yan and Rosen were floating in the air at this time. There was no power supporting them. At this time, they were floating in the air. Such a strange scene was truly frightening. Moreover, at this time, there was a pair of eyes staring straight at them. This pair of eyes was naturally not as big as the eyes outside, but if one looked carefully, one would discover that this pair of eyes seemed to be a pair of eagle eyes. Of course, to say that it was an eagle eyes was only because of its pupils. In fact, Su Yan and Rosen knew the owner of this pair of eyes. That was Fang Yueshan. At this time, Fang Yueshan was holding his chin with his palm. His expression was very calm, and he did not move at all. He only quietly looked at the two people in front of him, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, he was not doing anything at this time. The only thing he was doing was waiting for the two people to wake up. At this time, a third person appeared. It was naturally Duanmu Longhu. When he entered this place, he noticed these three strange people. Interesting. He smiled lightly, then his gaze fell on Fang Yueshan. Hee, this is really interesting. How should I address you? Should I call you Fang Yueshan or Emperor Wu Hui? Duanmu Longhu asked directly. As soon as he spoke, he immediately broke the silence of this dark space. His voice was like endless waves that directly spread in this place, and ripples spread out into the distance. At this time, Fang Yueshan finally raised his head, and his gaze fell on the person who suddenly appeared. Son of the Demon. Outside of a few very special people in the limitless demon sect, ordinary people did not know that the Son of the Demon was special. It was not only because of their identity and status, but also because they would obtain the demon origin mark. Of course, this demon origin was not a demon, but a type of demonic nature, a type of demon mark. This type of demon mark was extremely deep, and ordinary people would have a hard time finding it, let alone sensing it out of thin air. However, the person in front of him was able to see through it, so he was naturally not an ordinary person. Thus, he was not Fang Yueshan, but Fang Wuhui. Duanmu Longhu said with a smile, it really is you, Emperor Wu Hui. I must first congratulate you for your rebirth. Duanmu Longhu was already extremely handsome, and at this time, his sunlight could be said to be very bright. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the light in the night. However, Fang Yueshan, no, to be more precise, Fang Wuhui, did not care about his compliments at all. At his level, how could he let his guard down just because of a few words from the other party? At this moment, his eyes were somewhat sluggish. At this moment, his state was very strange. However, at this time, the thick aura emitted from his body could not be concealed. At this moment, he was even more powerful than before. At this moment, he was almost an extremely powerful legendary venerable. Son of the Demon, why are you here? Fang Yueshan asked, but at this time, Fang Yueshan's voice was no longer the same as before. It was even louder. No, there is a problem with your life. You are not from this era. At this time, Fang Yueshan suddenly raised his head. A ray of light directly shot out from his eyes towards Duanmu Longhu. Duanmu Longhu smiled faintly. Then, he pointed his palm and a power suddenly appeared. This power blocked in front of him and blocked the ray of light. That ray of light was very powerful, but he was able to block it so easily. Fang Yueshan, no, he should be called Fang Wuhui, because at this moment, Fang Wuhui was clearly controlling this body. This is not your own power. At least, it is not your current power. You are indeed strange. When Fang Wuhui spoke, his voice was calm. Clearly, after the initial shock, he had already suppressed this emotion. Emperor Wu Hui, actually, we are the same person. My name is Duanmu Longhu, and I should be considered your junior. However, you and I are the same. Neither of us should be living in this world. However, we are now alive again. Duanmu Longhu chuckled and continued, however, I am different from you. The current you should not have been truly resurrected, but I have. When he said this, his entire body was filled with an extremely domineering aura. However, at this time, Fang Wuhui said, truly resurrected? After saying this, he did not speak anymore. Instead, his gaze calmed down. Then, he looked at Su Yan and Rosen. My two friends, since you are awake, there is no need to pretend to be asleep. His voice was calm, but there was a sense of oppression. Following his words, Duanmu Longhu immediately attacked. Two attacks flew towards Su Yan and Rosen. Almost instantly, Rosen and Su Yan opened their eyes and retreated to the side. Su Yan and Rosen dodged the attack. Then, their gazes alternated between Duanmu Longhu and Fang Wuhui. At this time, Su Yan spoke first, long time no see, Duanmu Longhu. Chapter 764. Female Literature, long time no see, Duanmu Longhu. Speaking of which, the two of them had not seen each other for a long time. At this moment he was looking at Su Yan with a smile. Just like a long time ago, he was smiling calmly and calmly. Su Yan would not be numbed by his kind smile. In his heart, he had always been extremely wary of this person in front of him. And at this time, he had actually appeared in the dark abyss. This was definitely not a good thing. At this moment, Rosen suddenly spoke. "Who are you?" The move you just used was the limitless demon sex method, and it was the almost lost 9 hell demon slaying sword. Rosen was very clear about the inheritance of the demon sect. He could clearly see that this guy in front of him was definitely using the 9 hell demon slaying sword. Even he only knew the name of this move. In the entire younger generation of the limitless demon sect, other than the remaining 2 sons of devils, Rosen was already at the absolute peak. Moreover, at this time, even if it was the other 2 sons of devils, Rosen had absolute confidence that he was stronger than them. Perhaps the 2 sons of devils knew how to use the 9 nether devil-slaying sword. As the sons of devils, they were naturally able to look up many ancient books that had almost been lost. However, the problem was that he knew both the son of devils, Shengguan Sheng, and the other one. This person was definitely not one of the 2 of them. Moreover, this person's name was Duanmu Longhu, a name he had never heard of before. "Ha, Rosen from the Ghost Killing Hall, and you even inherited this demon god armament. You are indeed not bad, but unfortunately, you seem to have lost to Su Yan again," he said calmly. However, this sentence directly angered Rosen. Losing to Su Yan was his sore point. And this guy in front of him actually spoke of this matter so directly. To him, this was an absolute taboo. Killing intent continuously flowed in his eyes. However, at this time, he was not stupid enough to directly attack because he felt an extremely strong sense of danger from this person called Duanmu Longhu. It was as if the person standing in front of him was an ancient giant beast. He had an intuition that if he were to make a move now, he would definitely regret it. At this time, he was in a bad mood. In today's world, it was not enough that there was Su Yan, but at this time, there was actually such a person. However, he quickly remembered a sentence from before. "You and I are not people of this era." In addition, although he hadn't fully awakened earlier, he had vaguely heard the words "son of the devil." Now that he had put these words together, he was able to guess some of the information. "Son of devils. You are the former son of devils, Duanmu Longhu. You are called Duanmu Longhu. I remember now. 1,000 years ago, the limitless demon sect had a son of devils with the surname Duanmu. However, later on, this son of devils mysteriously died. Could it be that you are him?" Luo Sen was naturally a smart person, so he was able to sort out these things in a short while. "Ah, you are very smart. As expected of the person who can inherit this demon god armament." At this time, Su Yan directly said, "Is Fang Yueshan dead?" At this time, he looked straight at the person in front of him. This time, his purpose of coming to the dark abyss was to save Fang Yueshan. Therefore, compared to the few of them, his focus was naturally on Fang Yueshan. At this time, Rosen directly said, "Su Yan, why do you still care about Fang Yueshan? I don't believe that you are not here for the Taixin bead." When the 3 words, Taixin bead, came out of his mouth, Duanmu Longhu's smile became even wider. However, Fang Wuhui's expression was gloomy. The Taixin bead was King Tai's treasure in the past. At that time, King Tai dominated the Jiuzhou continent and directly occupied the first position of the top 10 sections. At that time, their power was almost unimaginable. Later, Fang Wuhui fell into depravity and directly rose at an unimaginable speed. Then, he began to fight back against King Tai. Later, Emperor Wu Hui even directly rushed into King Tai's sect. At this time, King Tai's Taixin bead was lost. After that battle, King Tai was unable to recover from the setback. Although in the following years, talents and powerhouses continuously appeared in each generation, allowing King Tai to maintain its position as one of the top 10 sects, it was now in an awkward situation of being at the bottom. According to legend, the Taixin bead was taken away by Emperor Wu Hui. Rosen came here today for the Taixin bead. At this time, Fang Wuhui directly raised his head and glanced at Rosen indifferently, then fixed his gaze on Duanmu Longhu. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Yan. "He's still alive." These 4 words were plain, but Su Yan could clearly hear the endless sorrow in his voice. At this moment, a light flashed from his body. This light was the accumulation of a dense evil aura, and the power within it was even more terrifying. This light carried an extremely evil power. When the light flickered to the extreme, a bead appeared. Taishin bead. At this moment, countless lights flashed in Rosen's eyes. This was the light of greed. In the end, he came here this time to obtain the Taishin bead. However, despite all his efforts, he was still unable to obtain the Taishin bead. But at this time, the Taishin bead appeared directly in front of him. At this moment, he almost lost control of himself and rushed forward to grab the Taishin bead in his hands. But even at this time, he still had some rationality left. He knew very well that he was in a very bad situation at this time. This was not the same as before. Fang Yueshan had no power to resist in front of him. He could only be at his mercy. To put it bluntly, he was a weakling at this time. Not to mention obtaining the Taishin bead, if he was not careful, he might even be in danger of dying. Therefore, at this time, he could only be careful. His eyes wandered back and forth between Su Yan, Duanmu Longhu, and this person who he did not know whether was Fang Yueshan or Fang Wuhui. The Taishin bead. How interesting. Fang Wuhui, you really did bury the Taishin bead here. This time, if it weren't for Su Yan and Rosen leading the way, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find it, he said calmly. But at this time, Fang Wuhui said, the Taishin bead was buried here? No, you're wrong. I never buried the Taishin bead here. In fact, the Taishin bead has never existed here for so many years. Hearing his words, Su Yan and the others felt that it was strange. If the Taishin bead did not exist here, then where could it be? Could it be that he took it from thin air? At this time, he continued to speak. For so many years, the Taishin bead has always existed in the outside world, in the bodies of my descendants. This time, if it weren't for you, Rosen, I wouldn't have awakened and would have slept forever. In a way, I should be thanking you. His voice was so calm, but when he said the last sentence, there was clearly a sinister meaning in it. At this time, Rosen naturally felt it. At this time, all the pores on his body stood up. It was a murderous intent, and it was an extremely strong and terrifying murderous intent. It was a murderous intent that was not held back at all. It seems that there is an interesting story behind this. In fact, Senior Emperor Wu Hui back then, this junior also wanted to find clues about you and admire your elegance. Unfortunately, it didn't happen in the end, Duanmu Longhu said regretfully. Fang Wuhui said, do you want to know the method of immortality? Duanmu Longhu chuckled. I won't hide it from you, it is indeed so. Your legend is world-shaking. Back then, I suspected that you didn't die, but because of some reasons, I had to die once. So, I want to know whether you are dead or not. If you are not dead, or if there is a way to revive, how did you do it? Just as he said back then, Duanmu Longhu knew that he was about to face a great calamity, and it was very likely that he would die directly. At that time, the only thing he could think of was a way to survive. So, he also searched for Fang Wuhui's tomb, hoping to find something from it. Unfortunately, Emperor Wu Hui's tomb was too mysterious. Even he couldn't find it back then. But fortunately, he found a better way in the end, so today, after 1,000 years, he came back to life. But he never thought that the thing he couldn't find back then would reappear in front of him now. He couldn't help but sigh. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. But when it came to treasures, who would complain about having too many? The Taishin bead was King Tai's treasure back then. It was because of this thing that King Tai was able to dominate the world. If it weren't for Emperor Wu Hui, the current King Tai might still be the overlord of the continent. Since Duanmu Longhu came back to life, he naturally had a lot of things to do. But because he came back to life, he had an extremely deep foundation, but his current strength was still not enough. If he could obtain the Taishin bead, it couldn't be better. Su Yan also looked at the original Fang Yueshan and the current Fang Wuhui. He also wanted to know an answer. Fang Wuhui's voice sounded again. But this time, his voice was different from before. At this time, he was actually suppressing his pain. You shouldn't have come to this place. The dark abyss shouldn't have appeared in this world. Especially you, Rosen. You shouldn't have brought my descendant here. Chapter 765. Female Literature. The dark abyss isn't just a dangerous place. I'm sure you've heard that the powerful Netherworld clan in the Jiuzhou continent disappeared here. His voice was still the same, as if he was suppressing incomparable pain. However, at this moment he still sounded very calm. As long as one had access to ancient records, they would more or less know about the disappearance of the Netherworld clan. As for this matter, Duanmu Longhu was especially clear about it. The Netherworld clan refers to the humans who lived here in the past and possessed unique talents. They were born to be able to merge with the shadows. Every clan member was born to be an assassin or a warrior. In terms of the degree of danger, this clan was the most outstanding back then. If it weren't for the jealousy of the heavens, which made it difficult for their clan to reproduce, the Netherworld clan would have already swept through the entire Jiuzhou continent. However, it was a pity that this clan had disappeared in a single night. Senior Wu Hui, could it be that there is some kind of connection between the two? He didn't know about this connection, and it was also an unsolved mystery in history. However, judging from the current situation, the person in front of him obviously knew the secret, and this matter was very likely related to him. He didn't say anything and quietly waited for the rest. The dark abyss is actually just a door. This was Fang Wuhui's first sentence. However, when he said this, Su Yan immediately thought of the terrifying and huge door he had seen before. Even at that moment, he was still fearful of the gate from before. At that time, he only felt that there was another world behind this door. However, there seemed to be an extremely huge attraction in this world that kept calling him to pass through this door. Fortunately, Fang Yueshan's divine sense clone appeared at that time. That divine sense clone actually wanted Su Yan to save him, but inadvertently saved Su Yan. Now, Fang Wuhui was actually talking about this door. Therefore, Su Yan listened even more seriously. No matter what he would do later, this piece of information was very important, and he had to understand it clearly. Did you just say that this clan is envied by the heavens? In fact, strictly speaking, you can say that. They probably never dreamed that the homeland they lived in for generations was actually a seal. Behind this seal is a terrifying shadow world, the homeland of the shadow creatures. The Netherworld clan is indeed proficient in the Tao of Darkness. Their individual battle prowess is very strong, but so what? No matter how strong their battle prowess is, how can they be a match for countless shadow creatures? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Shadow creatures were notorious back in the day. Their appearance often meant the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Countless experts had died at the hands of these shadow creatures. Just as he had said, the Netherworld clan was indeed powerful, but when faced with the sudden appearance of a large number of extremely terrifying shadow creatures from another world, how could they deal with them? In the end, they were exterminated. Of course, it's all thanks to the Netherworld clan. Otherwise, the current Jiuzhou continent might not be dominated by humans. Fang Wuhui quietly finished narrating this piece of history. However, Su Yan noticed that at the end of his words, his voice was clearly different from before. Previously, it was a kind of suppressed pain, but at the end, it was actually a kind of vaguely revealed cruelty. This Fang Wuhui is strange. Su Yan thought to himself. In fact, it was not only Su Yan, but also Duanmu Longhu and Rosen had already discovered the strangeness. After all, both of them were true geniuses. How could they be simple when they had been able to grow to such a level? Whether it was Rosen or Duanmu Longhu, they were actually dragons among men. However, none of them spoke about this situation. They only made preparations in secret. If Fang Wuhui in front of them had any changes, they would be able to take precautions. It must be understood that this guy's strength back then was not to be underestimated. He was a super powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor realm. Even if Duanmu Longhu was at his peak, he could not be compared to him in front of them. It was unknown what cultivation level Duanmu Longhu had reached at this time, but it could be estimated that he should not have reached the level he had at that time. As for Fang Wuhui, even if he was revived and did not reach the strength he had at that time, no. It should be said that even if this Fang Wuhui only had 1/10 of his strength back then, or even less, he could still kill them. At this time, the Taishin bead quietly floated, and its evil and deep aura faintly flickered. Fang Wuhui spoke again, but this time, his words were somewhat incoherent. You shouldn't have come, you shouldn't have come. It would have been better if you had let me die here forever, but why did you have to wake me up? I didn't kill them, I didn't kill them. But why did you treat Sun Er like this? Why? You are really ruthless, really ruthless. As he howled, the light of the Taishin bead became even more intense, and the aura around him became even more powerful. What was worse was that this power had reached a level that Su Yan and the others could not withstand. A one-origin venerable? No, this was an aura that was even more powerful than a one-origin venerable. This kind of rolling thunder-like berserk power was simply frightening. The three of them immediately retreated. Taishin bead, you want the Taishin bead, right? Then come and get it. At this moment, his eyes suddenly became incomparably scarlet. The terrifying aura at this moment was like a curtain descending from the heavens. I've already killed many people. Since that's the case, you can all die too. My children, you died so tragically, but you are innocent, you don't deserve to die. Sun Er is also innocent, she doesn't deserve to die either. But those who deserve to die are not dead, but those who don't deserve to die are all dead. At first, he was still mad, but in the end, the last word was condensed with boundless killing intent. That terrifying murderous gaze was like thunder and fire. Oh no. The three of them were shocked. They all knew that they absolutely could not fight with this guy at this time. If they had to fight, only death would await them. However, the problem now was that just as they were about to escape, an extremely strange power floated, and then, the entrance that was still there before was directly sealed. Now, they were like turtles in a jar. Didn't you want the Taishin bead? Give me your lives in exchange for it. At this point, he directly pounced on Rosen. At this moment, Rosen had already summoned the demon god armament. However, this powerful demonic god armament did not give him any sense of security at all. This guy in front of him was really too terrifying. He was once a peak emperor. At this moment, he mustered all his strength to resist, but he knew that he could not resist at all. He would die. At this moment, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu's voices rang out at the same time. Attack with all your might. Su Yan suddenly slashed down with his sword, and an intense sword ray appeared directly like a swimming dragon. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu also struck out with his palm. His palm directly turned into a ferocious ghost. Ghost Weeping Palm. At this moment, Rosen was already in despair, but he did not expect these two people to help him directly. If he was alone, he would definitely die. However, if Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu attacked together, he would have more hope of survival. After all, strictly speaking, the other party was not the real Fang Wuhui. He was just temporarily borrowing Fang Yueshan's body. Fang Wuhui's soul was definitely strong, there was no doubt about it. However, Fang Yueshan's body was weak, and he could not withstand too much power. If time passed, Fang Yueshan's body would naturally be baptized, but there was not enough time now. Fortunately, there was not much time, so as long as they joined forces, there was still a chance of survival. Otherwise, even if the three of them worked together wholeheartedly, they would still be crushed to death by this person. Brother Su Yan, I told you that you and I are very good allies. Indeed, we have joined forces again. Duan Mulonghu actually had the time to say such words at this moment. Su Yan smiled coldly, but did not speak. This scene fell directly into Rosen's eyes. At this moment, his expression was solemn. He had long discovered that Su Yan seemed to be somewhat acquainted with this Duan Mulonghu. Thinking back to when he fought with Su Yan was able to use the lost technique of his devil sect. At this moment, he was very certain that Su Yan had a deep relationship with this person in front of him. These two fellows definitely have a deep relationship. I have to be careful. At this moment, he had already realized that Su Yan and this Duan Mulonghu were not loyal to each other, but to protect themselves. Even if this Fang Wuhui was not in his right mind, and did not have even a tenth of his strength left, he was still a terrifying existence to them. Now, only if the three of them were alive would they have a chance to survive. If Rosen died, Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu would definitely be under much more pressure, and it was uncertain whether they could survive. Chapter 766. Female Literature. At this moment, the three of them were in the same boat. None of them could escape. However, he couldn't let his guard down just like that. In his opinion, no matter if it was Su Yan or Duanmu Longhu, both of them were extremely cunning. If they had the chance to escape, they would definitely not mind tricking him and escaping with their lives. He had encountered too many of such situations. Therefore, at this moment, he had to be more vigilant. Ha! Come, all of you come and kill me. Master, martial uncle, all of you come and kill me. You killed Sun Er, and now you want to kill me? What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. Since that's the case, all of you can go to hell. All of you go to hell. After his attack was blocked, he became even crazier. His aura became even more powerful, and his attack became even more terrifying. The terrifying strike shook the entire area. There seemed to be a series of ripples in the air. Su Yan and the other two's expressions became even more serious. They were like turtles in a jar now. Under such circumstances, they had no way to retreat. The powerful force continued to oppress them, which made it difficult for them to even breathe. No, we can't defend. If we let this old thing continue to accumulate power, he will become even more terrifying. When that time comes, we won't have any hope at all. Duanmu Longhu said directly. Among the three of them, Duanmu Longhu was the most special existence. Although Su Yan and Rosen were both top talents among the younger generation, he still stood in front of the two of them. It was because he was a monster that had been alive for more than 1,000 years. Because of his terrifying strength, even in his current state, he was still ahead of Su Yan and Rosen. Moreover, his point of view was extremely correct. This guy was really too powerful, and he would continue to become stronger. Time had never been on their side. If they allowed this guy to continue to grow stronger, he would definitely reach a point where he could do whatever he wanted. At that time, the three of them would really have no chance at all. Therefore, no matter what, he could not be allowed to continue. If they wanted to survive, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to attack with all their strength and then launch a counterattack to defeat this person. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The three of them once again unleashed their moves, and the violent power directly rushed out. The three of them had already reached this point, so they were naturally decisive people. They clearly knew how powerful the person in front of them was, so since they had already made a move, they couldn't give him any chance. His powerful strength was on full display at this moment. After the three rays of light converged, they formed an extremely terrifying ray of light. At this time, Fang Wuhui didn't seem to realize the impending crisis. At this moment, he was in utter agony. This seemed to be an excellent opportunity. This ray of death directly hit Fang Wuhui, and an extremely terrifying light was released in front of Fang Wuhui. In an instant, everything disappeared. This space was constantly shaking. Taishan bead. Such a terrifying power was so terrifying that even an extremely powerful venerable one would not be able to withstand it. If Fang Wuhui really died from this attack, no, even if he was injured, then the Taishan bead seemed to have become an object without an owner. At this time, their chance had come. If they wanted to seize the Taishan bead, Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu would be a huge obstacle. Not to mention Duanmu Longhu, Su Yan had just been defeated by him. Naturally, he would feel extremely indignant. However, he had to admit that until now, he was still no match for Su Yan. Even when he had just been defeated, he had almost despaired, and it had already cast a shadow over his heart. Having a flaw in one's heart was definitely not a small matter. For a powerhouse like him, this would even affect his future path. Therefore, if he wanted to eliminate this effect, he had to directly defeat Su Yan this time. Moreover, he had to defeat him in a straightforward manner. The best way was to directly seize the Taishan bead in front of Su Yan. He didn't believe that Su Yan would come here and take the risk for a Fang Yueshan. People were used to judging others by their own standards and guessing the worst of others. Of course, Duanmu Longhu seemed to be even more terrifying. He was too strong. Until now, he still hadn't figured out where his limits were. Therefore, in the next attack, he had to finish it off in one fell swoop. He had to finish it off in one strike. Of course, this would depend on the armor he was wearing. If the armor could explode with all its power, then he could do it. At this moment, the powerful energy fluctuation gradually dissipated. His heart began to burn with passion. This thing was right in front of him. However, at this moment, his smile suddenly froze. This was because at this moment, Fang Wuhui's body appeared in front of them, unharmed. Of course, there were still some changes to his body. At this moment, his eyes had become even more profound. Furthermore, black veins had already appeared on his face. This seemed to be a kind of tattoo, but it also seemed to be an extremely strange mass. The moment this thing appeared, his evil aura became even more intense. Moreover, he didn't seem to be as crazy as before. "Hee, do you want this? Then come, let me see how strong you are. You actually dared to touch the Taishin bead." This voice seemed to resound directly in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the three of them felt that something was wrong. If he continued to be crazy, then they still had a chance. If the three of them worked together, they could catch him off guard and kill him directly. However, this was no longer the case. The other party's heart had completely calmed down. His gaze was so calm. This gaze was completely different from before. Although there was still a flicker of light, Su Yan knew that this guy had finally begun to settle down. "You're the real Emperor Wu Hui. The one before was Fang Yulu?" Su Yan suddenly asked. Fang Wuhui chuckled and said, "Not bad, you're really a smart child." His tone was calm and full of confidence, as if he already had everything in his hands. This kind of person was definitely not a simple existence. At this moment he spoke again. "Fang Yulua is nothing but trash. He can't even protect his own woman. This is truly tragic. Therefore he shouldn't exist in this world. That's why I exist." Split personality. It seems that Senior Fang Yulua's split personality allowed you to appear in this world, Su Yan said directly. In a sense, this Emperor Wu Hui's existence was similar to Ghost Face's. Although he didn't know the exact reason behind Ghost Face's appearance, since he was a second version of himself, he could be understood as a second personality. Split personality? That's a new term, but you're not wrong. That's probably the case. Emperor Wu Hui didn't immediately attack, but continued speaking. Back then, Fang Yulua was King Tai's elite disciple. Back then he had outstanding talent and was very popular among the younger generation in the sect. Although he didn't necessarily inherit the position of sect master, as long as his cultivation was high enough, he could become a powerful elder. This was practically set in stone. It's just a pity that this idiot fell in love with Li Sun, the limitless demon sex Li Sun. These two idiots clearly stood on different sides, but in the end, they still came together and tried in vain to live in seclusion. They clearly had powerful cultivation, but their thinking was so naive. They didn't know that in this world, there are many things that can be done as one pleases. In the end, they still paid the price for their naivety. Later, when Fang Yulua was out, King Tai's people finally found Li Sun heir and killed her right outside the sect. The great King Tai, who claims to be from a righteous sect, is actually so ruthless and unscrupulous. This world is truly heartless. A coward like you Luo shouldn't live in this world. Since that's the case, let me do it. These few short sentences immediately gave Su Yan and the others a rough idea of what had happened. To think that such a situation had happened back then. No wonder Emperor Wu Hui had been so merciless when he'd killed King Tai's experts. As long as he saw King Tai's people, he'd immediately kill them, even if it was just a new disciple. Fang Yulua's heart had been traumatized to the point that her second personality had split and taken over. The second personality was incomparably extreme. If it had been Fang Yulua, perhaps she still had feelings for King Tai and would have only killed the main culprit. However, Emperor Wu Hui wouldn't. He had appeared in this world because of his extreme thoughts, so how could such a person have the slightest thought of mercy? Therefore, when he attacked, he'd definitely be ruthless. Fang Yulua was a genius to begin with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so highly regarded by the higher-ups of King Tai. Therefore, after he'd fallen and become a demon, he'd become especially terrifying. Cultivating both King Tai and the limitless demon sect's secret techniques, his cultivation had rapidly increased in a short period of time. In the end, even King Tai's sect master couldn't do anything to him. Instead, he'd killed his way into King Tai. In the end, the Taishin bead had fallen into his hands. Chapter 767. Female Literature. Seriously, I can't believe I'm talking about these things with you. It seems that I'm really old, which is why I've become so long-winded. But it doesn't matter. It's actually quite interesting to talk to the dead. As he spoke, his strength was still increasing. You're just biding your time. This body isn't yours, but your descendants. That's why it's too weak. Are you using your own strength to refine it so that it's more suitable for accommodating your soul? Su Yan directly interrupted him, then continued to ask, "This is your descendant. How could you be so cruel to him? You're simply incurable." He directly questioned him. At this moment, the other party laughed and said, "Descendant? So what? I'm not Fang Yulua, that damnable idiot. In my eyes, only my own pursuit of the heavens and earth is real. If that idiot Fang Yulua hadn't dug his own grave back then, how could I have fallen to this point?" His voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Obviously, he was really angry at this time. How interesting, Duanmu Longhu said, laughing and clapping his hands. "I really feel sorry for Senior. I think if it wasn't for Fang Yulua, Senior would probably have become a saint venerable by now. Once you become a saint, you'll transcend the world." Duanmu Longhu's words were actually not too exaggerated. Moreover, Su Yan and Rosen knew that it was probably true. Legend had it that great Emperor Wu Hui's cultivation did not improve after reaching the peak of the Emperor realm. In order to find a breakthrough, he used many methods, but in the end, he mysteriously disappeared. In his era, the peak of the Emperor realm was almost the peak of the world. Even King Tai could not do anything to him, and was even beaten to such a miserable state by him. How could he have met with misfortune? Now that he thought about it, the root of all this was his true soul, Fang Yulua. Although Fang Wuhui and Fang Yulua had different personalities, they were ultimately the same soul. Fang Wuhui could naturally think clearly and do whatever he wanted, but unfortunately, Fang Yulua could not. In other words, his soul was flawed. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to become a holy venerate. "You're right, kid. That damned bastard. After I killed so many of King Tai's people, he started to feel guilty and obsessed. He even thinks that I've killed too many people and doesn't want me to exist in this world anymore. That idiot." His words were filled with anger and disdain. Fang Yulua was ultimately a righteous disciple. Even though he had suffered such a mishap, the kindness in his heart had not been extinguished. His deep-rooted feelings for King Tai had not completely disappeared either. As Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui killed more and more people, the guilt in his heart grew stronger and stronger. In fact, the tragedy was destined to happen the moment he fell in love with Li Sun Er. He was in despair and pain. In the end, he didn't want to live in this world anymore. "So you're saying that Senior came here to eliminate this trouble?" Rosen asked. Fang Wuhui sighed, then said, "That's right. Back then, I thought of countless methods, but in the end, he's still a part of my soul. How could I completely eliminate this damned bastard? I could kill everyone else, but he was the only one I couldn't kill. This is truly a huge regret." He continued, "But later on, I finally thought of a method, and that was a shadow creature." A shadow creature, that's something between illusion and reality. If I could transform myself into that state, then I would be able to directly face my own soul and directly devour him. From then on, Fang Yulua would no longer exist in this world, only Fang Wuhui would remain. What a wonderful thing, but it's a pity. In fact, there was no need to say too much to imagine what would happen next. If he had really succeeded, then Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui would definitely not have disappeared for so many years and then sought to revive here. Clearly he had failed. "All right, you've heard the story, so I'll send you on your way. It's been a long time since I've tasted blazing blood. Speaking of which, it's quite nostalgic. Now, are you ready to die?" He sneered. Suddenly, an evil light flickered in his hand. The evil light gently hovered, then turned into a long snake. Die. With these 2 words, the long snake directly pounced on Su Yan and the others. It was clearly created with his power, but it seemed to have its own soul. In a whistling sound, it had already pounced on Su Yan and the others. Su Yan, Duanmulonghu, and Rosen all paled. Of course, they could see that Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui was even more terrifying than before. Although he didn't use his full strength before, it was close enough. The 3 of them joined forces, but they didn't cause any harm to him. From this, it could be seen how powerful he was. And now, this person was even stronger than before. Their chances had become even slimmer. To put it bluntly, their lives were already in danger. However, even if they knew they would die in the next moment, they still had to struggle before death. This was human nature. Even ordinary people were like this, let alone these 3 young experts. Fang Wuhui was indeed powerful, but it was impossible for them to stretch out their necks and wait for death. At this moment, the demon god armament had become even more profound. At this moment, Duanmulonghu suddenly said, "The 2 of you want to continue living, right? If that's the case, then I have a method that we can try." His voice was very calm, as if he wasn't threatened by death at all. "What method? Let's hear it." Su Yan wasn't lacking either. At their level, they naturally knew that the more they panicked in this situation, the faster they would die. "Actually, it's very simple. We need to attack him based on his demon god armament." Duanmulonghu glanced at Rosen and continued, "The demon god armament is one of the absolute treasures of the boundless demon sect. It has unimaginable power. If you can fully unleash the power of this demon god armament, then you will be almost as powerful as a holy venerable." Hearing this, Rosen's eyelids twitched. He knew that his demon god armament was very powerful and terrifying, but he didn't expect it to reach such a level. When its power was unleashed to the extreme, it could be mentioned in the same breath as a holy venerable. This meant that as long as he put all his effort into this demon god armament, as long as he could fully unleash the power of this demon god armament one day, then he would be as powerful as a holy venerable. What a pleasant surprise this was. Of course, he also knew that such a good thing wouldn't happen in this world. It would be very difficult to make the demon god armament reach such a level. However, this didn't matter. As long as there was a slight possibility, he would persevere and work hard. From the moment he made up his mind, his belief would never waver. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. He said directly, "The current demon god armament can't possibly be so powerful." He was right. No matter how powerful the demon god armament could become in the future, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the current demon god armament couldn't possibly reach such a level. Even if I fully unleash the power of the demon god armament, I won't be able to shake Emperor Wu Hui at all. This was a fact, a helpless fact. Emperor Wu Hui was too powerful. Even if Duanmulonghu used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to shake Emperor Wu Hui at all. Even if Duanmulonghu was a newly resurrected Emperor Wu Hui who had taken over the body of his descendant. However, since Duanmulonghu had said those words, he wouldn't be speaking without thinking. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Thus, he said, "You naturally can't do it alone, but what if the 3 of us work together? If that's the case, it won't be impossible." As soon as he said this, Rosen was the first to object. He didn't doubt that the 3 of them could activate the demon god armament. After all, he already knew about Duanmulonghu's identity. 1,000 years ago, he was the son of demon. The son of demon had another title, the crown prince of the demon sect. With such a status, it wouldn't be strange for him to know more than him, even if it was about the demon god armament in his hands. However, from a psychological point of view, he wasn't willing to do so. Because if he did so, he would be exposing his secret. Whether it was Su Yan or Duanmulonghu, they were both people he feared. When the 3 of them attacked together, he didn't know what they would do. "I know you don't trust us, but you have to understand one thing. If we don't work together now, we will definitely die. Remember, this we includes yourself. Haha, you can see that you don't have much time left. Every breath of time, he will become a little stronger." Duanmulonghu looked at Rosen with a smile. Obviously, he was sure that Rosen would agree. At this time, Rosen's expression was extremely ugly. However, as expected by Duanmu Longhu, he had no choice but to agree. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I agree." Duanmu Longhu said, "Don't worry, Duanmu Longhu won't let you suffer. If we really escape this time, then I will owe you a favor." I think Brother Su Yan also thinks so. He looked directly at Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan sneered, "No, I don't think I owe him. After all, he wants to live. If he doesn't want to do this, then I won't force him." Chapter 768. Female Literature. Su Yan's answer was so straightforward. He didn't agree with Duanmu Longhu's point of view because, just as Su Yan said, Rosen agreed to this matter because he had no choice but to do so. He wasn't warm-hearted and wanted to save Su Yan. Now, everyone was fighting for their lives, nothing more. Rosen coldly snorted. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Su Yan's answer. However, he couldn't say anything bad about it, so he could only express his dissatisfaction in this way. Duanmu Longhu said with a smile, "Brother Su Yan is indeed a straightforward person. However, I, Duanmu Longhu, will keep my word. Rosen, if we can get out of here alive, then I will do you a favor." Rosen said, "Cut the crap. Tell me, what should I do?" The Demon God armament has a skill called the Demon God Void Rupture. In other words, it uses the Demon God armament to directly break through space. I think the two of you are very clear now that it is impossible for us to kill this person. Therefore, what we need to do now is not to fight to the death, but to escape. Su Yan and Rosen expressed their agreement. After all, it was just as he said. At this time, Feng Wuhui had gradually become Emperor Wu Hui. His aura was too strong and his strength was very terrifying. With the strength of the three of them, they were simply no match for him. Wanting to kill him had become a pipe dream. Therefore, what they should do now was not to join forces to kill, but to escape with all their might. This concept couldn't be wrong. Demon God Void Rupture, I didn't even know about it. At this time, Rosen's expression changed. He was extremely shocked. It turned out that the Demon God armament had such an ability, but as the owner of the Demon God armament, he didn't know about it. Brother Rosen, you don't have to worry about it. After all, as your strength increases and your compatibility with the Demon God armament is further improved, many things will gradually emerge. At that time, you will naturally understand. Back then, I was just lucky to know the secret of this sword armor. That's all. Duanmu Longhu continued, "Wait for a while. Brother Su Yan and I will directly inject fierceness into your armor. With the combined strength of the three of us, it should be enough to activate the Demon God armament and cause its power to erupt. At that time, we can directly achieve the goal of Void Rupture." Although Feng Wuhui has reappeared, his current situation doesn't seem to be ideal. Therefore, as long as we can leave this place alive, there won't be too big of a problem. As long as we reach the outside world, we will be free to fly. If the two of you have a righteous heart and are determined to slay demons, then you can naturally inform your elders. I think they will be very happy to come. Su Yan understood what he meant. After all, there was a treasure here, the Taishin bead. That was King Tai's top treasure. If this news leaked out, even if this place was a dangerous place, there would still be a large number of experts coming here to fight for it. And once they reached this place, they had no choice but to face Feng Wuhui. Alright, cut the crap. Hurry up and activate it. Otherwise, it will be too late. Rosen said directly. At this moment, Rosen's Demon God armament changed immediately. Two palm prints appeared on his armor. Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu placed their palms into the palm prints almost at the same time. Then, a powerful force erupted. The injection of these two powerful forces caused the Demon God armament to erupt with an extremely beautiful light. At the beginning of the light, Rosen's body swayed directly. Obviously, at this moment, he was still unable to adapt to such a powerful force. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu's voice sounded directly in his mind. Discard all distracting thoughts and focus on sensing. Find a way to activate the Demon God armament to break through the celestial demon space. Remember, this is related to your life. He emphasized the last sentence. Rosen snorted coldly and said, "I don't need you to say more. I understand." He forcefully suppressed his body's discomfort and began to sense the demon god armament. Just as Duanmu Longhu said, the reason why he was unable to learn more powerful skills was because he was still not strong enough. The demon god armament was an armor that could be directly upgraded to the level of a holy venerable. It had endless uses and its power was definitely not inferior to the divine sword. If he could really completely master it, he would definitely become an earth-shattering expert. At this moment, as his mind continued to integrate with the demon god armament, a seal gradually appeared in his mind. He had never seen this seal before. The moment he saw this seal, he knew that this was the demon god Void Piercer's technique. Now that he wanted to get out of this predicament, this was the best way. He disregarded everything and directly rushed forward to pinch the seal in his hand. Then he directly activated his power. Demon god Void Piercer, activate. After all, this was his first time activating it. Moreover, this power did not come from himself, but from the help of Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to activate this power. However, just as Duanmu Longhu said, he did not have a second chance. This time, he had to succeed. If he did not succeed, Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu would definitely die here, and he would have to stay here and be buried with them. No matter what, this was something that he was unwilling to do. He did not want to die, and he would not die. Break open the space for me. He let out an angry roar, and a terrifying power kept circling around him. Then he charged into the sky with a powerful force. The extremely powerful power continued to spiral between heaven and earth, and everything turned into an endless will. As if the heavens had heard his voice, the door directly cracked open at this moment. Powerful cracks appeared one after another. The space sealed by Fang Wuhui was finally broken and torn apart. Fang Wuhui was indeed powerful, but at this moment he was constantly transforming. He wanted to baptize his body, and at the same time, he had to fight against Fang Yuluo. Even if it was Fang Wuhui, he could no longer care about Su Yan and the others. Moreover, at this moment, he really did not care about Su Yan and the others. After all, the two of them were not on the same level. As long as he could be resurrected, where could these people escape to? Crack, 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 crack. Waves of tearing sounds were constantly heard, and the cracks in the space became more and more obvious. In the end, everything was completely annihilated. Rosen and the other two were directly surrounded by light. The demon god Void Piercer was directly activated. However, at this moment, Rosen's lips curled into a cold smile. For him, this was a good opportunity to kill Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu. Now, he also knew that it was impossible for him to obtain the Taishin bead. After all, the owner of the Taishin bead, Emperor Wu Hui, had been resurrected. He did not know what kind of storms this terrifying powerhouse would stir up after his resurrection, but he knew that there was no hope for him to obtain the Taishin bead. However, he was absolutely unwilling to accept this. This time, if it were not for Su Yan causing trouble, the Taishin bead might have been in his hands. There was also this Duanmu Longhu. His threat was simply too great. If he could directly kill these two people when he was qualified, it would be endless benefits for him in the future. Of course, it would not be easy to kill the two of them head-on. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was a fact that he had repeatedly lost to Su Yan. However, Duanmu Longhu's strength seemed to be even stronger. Although he had the demon god armament and his growth was very fast, he knew very well that Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu were also constantly growing. Moreover, their growth was even faster. Rosen did not know whether he could kill them in the future. Furthermore, he did not have much confidence. He might even be killed by Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu. However, he now had an excellent opportunity. The demon god destroyer had indeed been activated, but he had not promised to take the two of them away. Destroyer, activate. At this moment, his figure flickered. It was at this moment that he suddenly turned around and pushed towards Duanmu Longhu and Su Yan. As long as the two of them were left here, they would have to bear the wrath of Emperor Wu Hui. According to their personalities and strength, they would definitely not be willing to wait for death. Therefore, they would definitely take out their trump cards to fight against Emperor Wu Hui. Against Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui, so what if these two were even more powerful? They would most likely die in the end. Moreover, in this way, the two of them would be able to buy enough time for him. Wasn't this a wonderful thing? However, the moment he turned around, he saw Duanmu Longhu's face. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu was looking at him with a mocking expression, as if he was mocking his ignorance. On the other side, although Su Yan did not reveal such an expression, his face was calm as if he did not reveal any surprise at all. At this moment, his heart thumped and he immediately came to a realization. Damn it, these two guys were already prepared. He understood that he had his own plans. In that case, Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu were not easy to deal with. They definitely had their own plans and contingencies. At this moment, the most important thing was to escape with his life. If Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu were really naive, he would not mind sending them on their way. However, they clearly had their own plans. It was meaningless for him to act smart. His figure flickered suddenly. At this moment, he discovered that Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu had disappeared at almost the same time. This is spatial teleportation. It turns out that the two of them were already prepared. Duanmu Longhu did not expect me to bring them out. He wanted me to break the spatial barrier. Chapter 769. Female Literature. Naturally, he was not a fool. Almost at this moment, he had already thought of some things. The power of space was indeed an extremely powerful thing, but this did not mean that everyone could not grasp it. Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu were not insignificant figures. Since that was the case, it was not impossible for them to grasp some space power. These two people must have a plan long ago. They did not need him to take them out, but they just needed him to open a space. In fact, he also understood that if they needed him to get them out of here, it was equivalent to them pinning their hopes on him. However, this was an extremely unrealistic thing. If it were him, he would not do this either. After all, they were enemies. Even if they had no choice but to work together under special circumstances, when the conditions changed, there would immediately be a variable. It was just like how he had wanted to kill them earlier. These two people had obviously expected this. So from the very beginning, they had already planned this. After Rosen thought this through, he did not hesitate and directly chose to leave. Firstly, he knew that it was impossible for him to kill them, so it was useless to continue to stay here. Instead, it would bring unnecessary trouble to himself. Secondly, he was also afraid. Since the two of them no longer needed him, would they be like him? Would they be filled with killing intent and want to kill him at this moment? Although he had the protection of the demon god armament, in the face of these two people's fierce attacks, he had no confidence that he could survive unscathed. Moreover, the other party did not need to kill him directly. They only needed to make him unable to leave this space at this moment, then he would end up dead. At this moment, he had no time to think too much and finally directly activated his power. At this moment, Fang Wuhui directly raised his head and looked at this place. There was an indescribable coldness in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Did you escape? Forget it. If you want to escape, then so be it. Do you really think that you can escape death by leaving this place? It's too late. It's already too late. His smile was extremely strange, and no one knew what he was laughing about. After that, he no longer paid any attention to them. Instead, his gaze fell on the Taishin bead in front of him. Inside the supreme profound bead, the shadow solidified at this time, showing a human figure at this time. This figure was none other than himself. Or rather, his other soul, Fang Yulu. You coward, it's so troublesome to kill you. God knows how many years have passed. If it wasn't for you, I would have become a saint sovereign by now. No, maybe I would have become a deity already. His tone was calm, without any awe-inspiring or other emotions. It was as if he was just chatting with his most ordinary friend. Fang Wuhui, you are me and I am you. I can't watch as I make a mistake and walk further and further away. Back then, the tragedy between me and Sun truly caused me to feel heartache. But now, I already know that the matter of that year was far from being as simple as I thought it was. The main culprit naturally deserved death, but my other fellow apprentices were innocent. My master was also innocent. However, I personally killed them all. Enough, I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. You coward, so be it. If you knew how to use your power to kill people, then you wouldn't have fallen to this point. In the end, all of this is your own fault. If I didn't appear, I'm afraid you would have already died. Fang Yulua said, if I didn't exist, how good would it be if I didn't exist? Yes, how good would it be if you didn't exist? Let me completely dominate your soul. You are a person who seeks death, so why are you still so fearlessly persisting until now? Look, you went through so much trouble to destroy yourself in this dark abyss, and then put the Taishin bead into your bloodline. Generation after generation, you wanted me to die forever. But in the end, I came back, and the Taishin bead returned to me again. So, how could someone like you possibly defeat me? You will forever be a loser, forever and ever a loser. Ha! This was good. He was terrifyingly crazy. What I want is not as simple as becoming a saint, but becoming a god. So, more lives must die in this world. Only then can I directly step into the realm of death and become the god of death. At this time, in the Taishin bead, Fang Yulua's soul said directly, I won't let you succeed. Emperor Wu Hui should have disappeared from this world. This world doesn't need a god. Back then, even the great heavenly demon lord didn't become a god. What makes you think you can? The shadow world shouldn't appear in this world. Fang Wu Hui's face turned cold. Then he said, enough, this is not something you can decide. I will completely open the door to the shadow world. Just watch, this world belongs to me. No one can stop me. At this time, he had fallen into complete madness. Fang Yueshan, hold on. Protect your soul. Don't let it fade away. As long as you hold on, he won't be able to use the power of the Taishin bead, Fang Yulua called directly. There was no voice answering him, but there was a will. Back then, Fang Yulua had experienced countless pains, and finally, Fang Wuhui appeared. At first, Fang Wuhui was just a negative emotion of Fang Yulua, and he appeared to avenge Fang Yulua. However, as the killing increased, his independent personality became more and more perfect. In the end, he had his own obsession, and that was to become a god. Deities were only a legend in this world. Even during the most prosperous era of the 9 continents, there were only 7 Saint Venerables. However, not a single deity had appeared. However, in the legends, gods were immortal and ruled over everything. This was the goal of many strong people. Later, Fang Wuhui killed without any scruples. No matter who it was, no matter where they came from, as long as he wanted something, he would directly behead them. This was because he had embarked on an extremely terrifying path, and that was the path to becoming a god through killing. Fang Wuhui was able to become extremely powerful in a short period of time because of this. Every time he killed an expert, his strength would increase by a bit. In that era, he was simply the synonym of the Grim Reaper. Wherever he went, there would be endless death and slaughter. Under his butcher's knife, who knew how many people had died directly? Later, in order to quickly reach the path to becoming a god, he directly broke into King Tai. He needed King Tai's Taishin bead. Back then, even the powerful King Tai was defeated by him in the beginning. In the end, he was almost on the verge of destruction. In the end, he obtained the Taishin bead. However, this was also the way he was going to die. The Taishin bead was King Tai's most precious treasure. It contained extremely powerful energy. If he could refine this energy, he would naturally be able to break through again. However, he forgot that it was King Tai's treasure after all. Tai, who was in that area, directly displayed his own power. Then, he drew out the power within the Taishin bead and fiercely bombarded his body. Although he left with the Taishin bead, he himself was seriously injured at that time. At that time, Fang Yulua took the opportunity to make trouble and then temporarily obtained the right to control the body. At that time, Fang Yulua naturally thought of slashing him with a palm. However, doing so would provoke Fang Wuhui. He deeply understood what Fang Wuhui needed the Taishin bead for, so he directly put the Taishin bead into the bodies of his descendants and let them pass it down through the bloodline from generation to generation. Of course, this was also because he had given up. His descendants, since they had inherited his strength, there might be some abnormalities in their bodies. Who knows, there might even be a second Fang Wuhui, and the power of the supreme mystic pearl would be able to cleanse the evil from him. Of course, at the same time, it also had the ability to seal. Therefore, almost all of his descendants were unknown, and there were no more super strong masters. After doing all this, he locked himself in this place. Then, he used the unique and terrifying power of this place to completely destroy his body. In the end, only a wisp of his soul floated out. Originally, Fang Yulua thought that all this was over. After all, his fleshly body had been destroyed, and his soul had been sealed away by him. In addition, very few people knew about this bloodline. At this time, Fang Wuhui would not be able to wake up. However, things were unpredictable. He did not expect that Rosen, out of greed for the Taishin bead, would bring his descendant Fang Yueshan directly here, and directly provoke Fang Wuhui to wake him up in advance. Now, Fang Yulua could no longer do anything. When Fang Wuhui came here, he used the means of the shadow world to forcibly separate the two souls. Then, he directly entered the Taishin bead. Now, he had no way to affect his soul. At this time, his only hope was on his descendant Fang Yueshan. After all, Fang Yueshan's real strength was too weak. However, he could feel that Fang Yueshan's soul still existed at this time. He had not been obliterated, but was still holding on to his last hope. Hee Fang Yulua, you piece of trash. You actually placed your hopes on your descendant. Unfortunately, what you can't do, your descendant can't do either. Going against me, the only outcome for you is death. Chapter 770. Female Literature. The only outcome was death. These were the words of Emperor Wu Hui. Although he was in a terrible state, he was actually quite happy to see the situation in front of him. After all, the damned coward Fang Yulua's soul had been separated from his. Although the body in front of him was weak, it still had his bloodline. The Fang family had never produced a Qilin child for generations. Their cultivation wasn't strong, but it wasn't a problem of bloodline. It was because they were suppressed by the Taishin bead. And now, since his soul had invaded this body, everything would be fine. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to devour this descendant's soul and use his supreme strength to increase his strength. As his power gradually increased, Emperor Wu Hui would reappear in this world. Furthermore, he could do what he couldn't do before, become a god. At this moment, his power was gradually circulating. Powerful energy began to baptize this body over and over again. Of course, the most important thing was to destroy Fang Yueshan's soul. With a flash of spatial energy, Su Yan's figure appeared. When he first entered the dark abyss, he left a spatial coordinate in this place as a precaution. He didn't expect that such an unintentional action would allow him to escape a disaster. When Duanmu Longhu suggested that they work together to activate the demon god armor's demon god void rupture, he knew that things wouldn't be so simple. He knew Duanmu Longhu very well. He knew very well that this person would definitely leave behind a backup plan. Everything that he did, he would have his own purpose. Su Yan even thought that even if he didn't use the demon god void rupture, he could still leave this place and avoid being killed by Emperor Wu Hui. Just like himself, even if he didn't have the demon god void rupture, as long as he stimulated the power of the Godslayer sword, he could slash open a spatial crack and leave. Of course, compared to using the Godslayer sword, it was much easier to leave with the help of the demon god armor. Su Yan let out a long sigh. The change in the situation this time was simply beyond his expectations. First, Rosen's transformation. He had become stronger. The demon god armor was simply a cheating tool. Although Rosen was originally a genius, he couldn't compare to Wang Baichuan and the others. However, he had now completely surpassed Wang Baichuan. In terms of realm, even Luo Yunyang couldn't compare to him. Furthermore, there were more hidden dangers in his body than he had originally expected. Facing the ghost was like a fishbone stuck in Su Yan's throat. If he couldn't deal with this problem, then one day he would directly become the second great Emperor Wu Hui. There was also Duanmu Longhu, who had suddenly appeared. He had always paid close attention to Duanmu Longhu. However, it was a pity that Duanmu Longhu seemed to have disappeared after they parted ways in the ruins. There was no news of him at all. After his appearance this time, Duanmu Longhu's strength had become even more terrifying. The bottomless feeling became more obvious. Although Luo Yunyang's strength had increased by a lot, the feeling of danger didn't decrease at all. Su Yan sighed, and then his brows furrowed tightly. The situation was too bad. The revival of Emperor Wu Hui was definitely not a good thing. Luo Yunyang was afraid that the world would change again. After all, although Duanmu Longhu was also someone who had come back from the ancient times, he wasn't very strong. In the beginning, he wasn't even in the dragon realm. He would probably become very terrifying in the future. However, at least at this juncture, he wasn't that threatening. With enough time, Su Yan was confident that he could grow to that level. However, Emperor Wu Hui was completely different. He had just come back to life, but he had already displayed an extremely powerful side. In such a short period of time, he had already become a venerable. Fang Yueshan's original strength wasn't very strong. In fact, he was weak even to Luo Yunyang. At that time, Fang Yueshan didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of Rosen. Such a person actually became a venerable overnight under the power of Emperor Wu Hui. Moreover, the Taixin bead was still in Luo Yunyang's hands. What worried Su Yan even more was that Emperor Wu Hui definitely wouldn't have come to this place for no reason. There was probably some connection between the shadow world and this place. Was there any relationship between the half-faced man who led him to the shadow world and this Emperor Wu Hui? Su Yan didn't know these things. But now, where should he go from here? There was no hope of saving Fang Yueshan. Therefore, he should return to the Taihang sword faction. After all, he still had a lot of things to do. At this time, the double-winged tiger had already sensed Su Yan's aura. He directly went to Su Yan's side. "Are you all right? I feel that something extremely terrifying is about to happen. We must leave now." The double-winged tiger's thoughts were directly transmitted. Su Yan's expression immediately changed. He knew very well how powerful the double-winged tiger was. Furthermore, a demon beast with a powerful bloodline like him had extremely sharp intuition. Sometimes, this intuition could even predict the future. Since he said that something extremely dangerous was going to happen, then it was probably no small matter. The first thing he thought of was the huge door that was hundreds of meters tall. At that time, behind the door, there was an extremely terrifying head that wanted to appear. Of course, in the end, the heavenly demon finger bone on Su Yan's left hand directly awakened and destroyed it with an extremely terrifying death ray tube. This prevented this thing from successfully appearing in the end. However, Su Yan couldn't be sure that there was only one terrifying creature behind the door. If there was a group or even more terrifying creatures behind the door, then what would happen to this world? Would it usher in destruction? Demons were indeed very terrifying creatures. When countless demons flew in the sky, the intense pressure was almost enough to make people despair. However, even if that was the case, it was still not too bad. After all, in history, in the war between humans and demons, it was humans who had won. Demons had huge bodies and were very powerful, but as long as their attack power was strong enough, they could be directly destroyed. However, these shadow creatures were completely different. The existence of shadow creatures could only be described with one word, and that was eerie. Facing these terrifying shadow creatures, ordinary attacks could not do anything to them at all. More importantly, they were almost invisible. Ordinary people did not even know when they would be killed, let alone kill them. In terms of the difficulty level, this was definitely the most terrifying creature in the world. One or two shadow creatures were already a headache. What if these shadow creatures appeared in groups? How would this world deal with them? Under the havoc of the shadow creatures, if humans were not prepared in time, they might not even have a chance to fight. Now, Su Yan could only hope that these were all baseless guesses. Otherwise, if that was the case, then this world would really be in danger. At this moment, the winged tiger had spread its wings and was about to fly high into the sky. But at this moment, Su Yan suddenly saw a figure. Rosen. Rosen left through the demon deity warden, but he didn't expect that this guy's foothold would be so close to his. When he was inside, Su Yan had already made up his mind to kill him directly. After a bitter battle, Su Yan had also won. However, a storm suddenly erupted from the tower, which disrupted Su Yan's plan. But at this time, Since Su Yan could see him again, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with light. Obviously, at this time, he had already made up his mind to kill. Not to mention him, this time, the main culprit behind the revival of Emperor Wuhui was Rosen's greed. A person's ambition would never stop. Especially for a person like Luosen, as long as he doesn't die, then his greed will never die. This time, he had already caused a huge disaster. Who knew what kind of trouble he would cause the next time? Let's go and kill him. Su Yan did not hesitate and directly ordered the two-winged sky tiger. The winged tiger was originally a monster beast, and its killing intent was very heavy. At this time, when it heard Su Yan's words, it immediately became excited. It suddenly spread its wings and flew directly toward Rosen. At this time, Rosen still did not know that he had been targeted by Su Yan. He was furious and cursed, damn it, Su Yan, it's you again. You're the one who ruined my plan again. If it wasn't for you, I would have already gotten the Taishin bead. Damn it, Su Yan, I'll definitely make you suffer. His eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. Su Yan, I can't kill you, so I'll kill your friends first. I won't let you have it easy. Luosen was originally a person of the evil Dao, so he didn't have any rules in his heart. Originally, he did not have any thoughts of touching Su Yan's friends. This was because he wanted to directly defeat Su Yan. However, at this time, after experiencing another failure, his heart was already covered with a shadow. If one were to use a word to describe it, it would be that he was gradually falling. At this time, a strong wind suddenly blew behind him. He subconsciously turned his head to look, only to see an extremely powerful force rushing towards him. Chapter 771. Female Literature. It was a terrifying blood-red ray of death. Such a strong power was simply frightening. That kind of violent power was simply terrifying. Rosen did not expect that such an attack would suddenly appear behind him. In the face of such a power, it was too late for him to dodge even with the demon god armament. And at the end of this attack, he saw a person, and that was Su Yan. Su Yan! He immediately let out an unwilling roar. He did not expect that Su Yan would actually appear behind him at this time and launch a surprise attack. His heart began to beat faster. However, other than roaring in anger, he seemed to be unable to do anything at this time. Damn it, am I, Rosen, going to die like this? No, I don't want to die. At this time, he was extremely unwilling. Perhaps it was because his call and prayer had been heard. A ray of light directly descended from the sky at this time. This ray of light directly turned into a barrier and then blocked in front of him. Almost in the next moment, Su Yan's attack directly arrived. At this time, the violent and powerful power condensed at this time, and the two powerful forces directly began to fight. The terrifying impact was simply unimaginable, and Rosen was directly blown away at the first moment. Although Rosen was flying upside down in the sky, he immediately reacted. At this time, he realized that the person who saved his life was not someone else, but actually Duanmu Longhu. He finally stabilized his body in a sorry state, and then his eyes fell directly on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was riding on the two-winged divine tiger and coldly looking at Rosen, full of murderous intent. The first to break the silence was Duanmu Longhu. He chuckled and said, Su Yan, sneak attacking and killing is not your style, and it is indeed not good, so please don't blame me. Su Yan said, Duanmu Longhu, I know your personality very well, so don't say such nonsense. Today, I want Rosen to die. If you want to protect him, then let's fight. Su Yan's killing intent was so firm that he had no intention of backing down. Although there were two opponents, he had the help of the two-winged divine tiger. Duanmu Longhu was indeed terrifying and somewhat unfathomable, but Su Yan now had the help of the two-winged divine tiger. Although the two-winged divine tiger had not yet reached the level of a divine beast, it was extremely close. At this time, as long as he made a move, Su Yan would be able to restrain this guy. No, he would even force out Duanmu Longhu's trump card. At this time, Su Yan was not only not afraid of the two people joining hands, but was also looking forward to Duanmu Longhu's arrival. Su Yan, You actually have such a divine beast. At this time, Rosen was very angry and jealous. Why did this guy have such a terrifying divine beast? Unfortunately, Rosen was a bit late when he went to the surface of the sea. If he was a bit earlier, he would have discovered that Su Yan did not only have one divine beast. Compared to Rosen, although Duanmu Longhu was also very surprised, he was not so surprised. After a slight surprise, he had already calmed down. Su Yan, everyone has just escaped from death. We can be considered to be comrades. Besides, the reason why we were able to escape with our lives was all because of Rosen. Why do you have to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Duanmu Longhu said again. Duanmu Longhu, enough of your superfluous words. Since you want to stop me, let's fight. At this moment, Su Yan was truly overbearing. Although the time he had spent with Fang Yueshan was not long, Fang Yueshan had already pledged loyalty to him. And he had also promised to protect him after all. But because of Rosen's appearance, Fang Yueshan had fallen to this state. His body was taken over by Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui, so how could he still be alive? Even if it was for Fang Yueshan, Su Yan's killing intent was already very strong, let alone this guy who had tried to kill his friends earlier. Su Yan was definitely not a pedantic person. He did not want to wait until something happened to his friends before taking revenge. Right now, the only thing he wanted to do was to directly kill Rosen. This guy was the source of evil. As long as he died, there would be fewer clues in the future. As for Duanmu Longhu, if he insisted on standing up, then he could come at him together. He also wanted to know the depths of Duanmu Longhu's strength. This person had hidden too deeply. If he did not fight him once, it would be very difficult to know his true strength. Instead of guessing without knowing the truth, it would be better to directly fight him. It would also be good to know the extent of his strength. Duanmu Longhu's eyes turned slightly, and his gaze became somewhat cold. Clearly, he was really angry at this time. No matter what, he was an existence who stood by his words. Although he had restrained a lot of his temperament after his resurrection, the most fundamental tyranny would not change. Su Yan's attitude had already made him a little angry. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to repay Lawson for opening the spatial barrier and allowing them to escape. Instead, it was because Lawson was very useful to him at this moment. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let Rosen die just like that. He was a person who liked to scheme. He was like a natural chess player who wanted to turn everyone into his chess pieces. In the past, he had such an attitude towards Su Yan. However, Su Yan's growth was too fast. The current him seemed to be a little difficult to control, and this made him feel a little helpless. Rosen still had other uses for him, so he would not let Su Yan succeed. Brother Su Yan, we are supposed to be allies, so I shouldn't attack you. However, I did say that I owed him a favor, so I naturally have to stop you. Brother Su Yan has this powerful demonic beast, but I, Duanmu Longhu, will not back down. He gently waved his hand, and at this moment, a black shadow suddenly came directly towards them. When this shadow appeared, the double-winged divine tiger directly let out an extremely heavy roar, and a terrifying power directly rushed forward. The terrifying sound wave was even more frightening. Even Duanmu Longhu and Rosen unconsciously took a step back. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a strong wind blew, and the strong whirlwind directly turned into an extremely strong wind blade. It actually blocked Su Yan's double-winged divine tiger's attack. Phantom butterfly. At this moment, Su Yan said coldly. The phantom butterfly, according to legend, was a powerful demonic beast that didn't belong to the 9 provinces continent. This demonic beast was very beautiful, but its power was also very terrifying. And seeing that it could block the double-winged divine tiger's attack, this phantom butterfly was obviously not ordinary. Brother Su Yan has good eyesight. That's right, this is the phantom butterfly. I just subdued it not long ago. Let it play with Brother Su Yan's double-winged divine tiger. I think it will be able to relieve his loneliness. Duanmu Longhu still had the same indifferent look. Su Yan's brows furrowed slightly. This guy actually had such a powerful demonic beast. This really surprised him. He could already see that Duanmu Longhu was hoping that he could retreat in the face of difficulties, so that he could directly retreat and give up on this kill. Su Yan laughed directly. Hee, Duanmu Longhu, you are indeed a very terrifying person. You have actually obtained such a powerful demonic beast, but do you think that I will be afraid and retreat? I've already said that since you've decided to interfere today, then let's have a fight. I'd like to see how strong you are today. Su Yan's attitude clearly caused him to be extremely surprised. He originally thought that since he had already summoned the phantom butterfly, this guy would have scruples no matter what and directly retreat. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan didn't retreat at all. Instead, he arrogantly continued to provoke him. Just like how Su Yan understood him very well, he also had a certain understanding of Su Yan. In his opinion, Su Yan would definitely not do something that he wasn't confident in. Su Yan would indeed choose to take risks many times, but that was under the premise that there was no other choice. However, at this time, Su Yan was actually being so aggressive, so he was now suspecting whether Su Yan had other backup plans. This thought flashed in his mind, and then his expression calmed down again. Now that the conversation had already reached this point, there was naturally no reason for him to retreat. Brother Su Yan, since that's the case, let me have a battle with you. After we parted last time, I really want to know how powerful you are now. Su Yan sneered, and his aura directly released. Rosen's expression became exceptionally cold. He didn't expect that he would actually need the help of others to survive when facing Su Yan. This was a great humiliation for him. Su Yan, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that you're invincible? He was also an invincible figure. In the previous battle, he had gained some insights. Although it wasn't enough to make him soar, it made him stronger. Su Yan didn't say anything, but the scorching sun sword was full of sword chi. Master, don't worry. I will bite that spectral butterfly to death as soon as possible, and then come to help you. At this time, the voice of the double-winged sky tiger came in. Su Yan nodded and then said, okay. Su Yan's killing intent directly locked onto Rosen. At this moment, he took a step forward and then coldly shouted, Dancing Fish Dragon Sword. Roar. Su Yan slashed out with his sword. The sword chi roared like a real fish dragon roaring directly. The aura of his sword had become even more terrifying. Chapter 772. Female Literature, Good. Since you're so arrogant today, I'll send you to heaven. His mind expanded, and the devil god armor covered his body. A powerful aura suddenly erupted like rolling thunder, directly bombarding Su Yan. Su Yan shouted coldly, and then his power directly rushed to the sky. Rosen, I'll definitely kill you today. After the dragonfish sword, it was the Qiankuan sword. 2 consecutive Taishang sword moves suddenly erupted. Duanmu Longhu finally made his move. Brother Su Yan, let me experience your sword move, Indefinite Wind and Fire Wheel. He suddenly attacked, and for a moment, wind and fire suddenly appeared, then condensed into a wheel, directly attacking Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes flickered. He did not expect Duanmu Longhu to be able to use such a method. The indefinite wind and fire wheel was not the inheritance of the devil sect. Since Su Yan's sword momentum had already been slashed out, there was no reason for him to turn back. At this moment, his body directly turned into a light shadow, and his whole body suddenly moved forward. At this moment, his speed was directly at the extreme. His speed was already very fast, but at this moment, his speed was actually even faster. What a fast speed! Indefinite wind and fire, block for me. Even Duanmu Longhu was surprised. This sword of Su Yan's was truly incomparably breathtaking. If Duanmu Longhu did not make a move today, Rosen, who was in such a state, would probably not be able to escape the pursuit of this sword move. Now, Su Yan's fear was directly reflected at this moment. It was as if he would never get tired. Previously, he had clearly used up a lot of energy, but at this time, he had recovered. However, he did not know that there were 3 hearts in Su Yan's body at this time. These 3 hearts were 3 power furnaces, which allowed Su Yan to have an endless supply of energy to fight. Rosen abruptly took 2 steps back. If he was at his peak, it would still be very difficult for him to face this sword, but he would definitely not be in such a sorry state as he was now. At the end of the day, The reason was because of exhaustion. In the battle with Su Yan, he had consumed too much of his strength, not to mention that the three of them had joined forces to activate the Devil God space-shattering Devil God armament. He was already a genius, and with the help of the Demon God armament he recovered quickly. Now, he had recovered more than half of his strength. But Su Yan was even more monstrous than him. After taking 2 steps back, he finally opened up the distance between him and Su Yan. At this moment, with the help of the indefinite windfire wheel, Su Yan's sword momentum was directly slowed down. He angrily shouted, "Demon God sky-breaking fist." A black shadow suddenly whistled and turned into an extremely terrifying punch. The punch rushed out, and then with the power of the indefinite windfire wheel, it directly dispersed Su Yan's sword momentum and even launched a counterattack. This Su Yan is really scary. But this time, since Duanmu Longhu has already made a move, I will take this opportunity to kill him directly to prevent future troubles. Rosen had already made up his mind. At their level, each of them had their own plans. Duanmu Longhu was like this, and so was Rosen. Of course, he knew that Duanmu Longhu definitely did not help him for a favor. He did not believe that Duanmu Longhu's moral integrity was so good. Su Yan faced his opponent's counterattack, but he was very calm. At this moment he raised the sword in his hand again, Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. The boundless blazing sun suddenly bloomed at this moment. The terrifying light spread out directly, and then swallowed everything. Rosen had experienced Su Yan's move before, and he deeply knew how powerful and terrifying this move was. Moreover, he also knew that after this move, Su Yan still had more tricks up his sleeve. Duanmu Longhu, be careful of Su Yan's move and his follow-up attack. At this moment, he directly transmitted a message to Duanmu Longhu. In fact, there was no need for Rosen to transmit the message. Duanmu Longhu already knew that Su Yan's sword was definitely very terrifying. It was just that he did not know that there was an even more terrifying sword after this. His mind turned, and then his body directly flashed. Demon King Flash. He shouted softly, and then his entire body disappeared from the spot. Demon King Flash was a move that had been lost in the Limitless Demon Sect. Once this move was used, his speed would be as fast as lightning. Although it could not be compared to directly traversing through space, it was still extremely fast and terrifying. One had to know that this time, he did not want to fight to the death with Su Yan, but to protect Rosen from death. After all, whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, he still had value in the future. Therefore, his goal this time was very clear, and that was to stop the two of them from fighting to the death. As long as he could achieve this goal, he was not willing to pay a huge price directly. At this moment, he directly dodged Su Yan's attack, because he knew that Su Yan's main target was Rosen, and he was just incidental. Of course, in order to protect Rosen from death, he would interfere from the side. In this way, he would be able to achieve his goal with the least amount of trouble. The scorching light released by the Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash directly crushed forward. Just as Duanmu Longhu had expected, Rosen was indeed Su Yan's main target, and he was under great pressure at this moment. Rosen secretly cursed Duanmu Longhu for not being loyal, but he also knew that if Duanmu Longhu had not made a move at this moment, he would have died. However, he did not feel any gratitude towards Duanmu Longhu. Demon God Void Rupture. When he was fighting with Su Yan previously, he clearly felt the strength of this power, so at this time, he would not choose to court death directly. He was an extremely powerful person, and no one doubted that. Therefore, at this moment, he directly used the Demon God Void Rupture. Previously, he did not even know that the Demon God armament had such a skill. Moreover, from before until now, he had only used it once, and it was with the help of Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu's power. However, at this moment, he actually used this move directly. Such a talent was really frightening, and it was no wonder that the first elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall would make him his target. Of course, the Demon God Void Rupture naturally could not be like before, where it could directly tear open space on a large scale and leave directly. It could only allow him to achieve a small displacement. However, this was enough, and it was enough for him to avoid Su Yan's Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash, and it was enough for him to escape with his life. However, at this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly flashed down. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "Do you think you can escape?" he asked directly, and then a terrifying power came pressing down at this moment, and the power of light was rotating at this moment. Endless light, the aurora of heaven and earth. Everything was rotating at this moment. Rosen did not react at this time, because according to his memory, after the supreme sun-shattering slash was the extremely terrifying Daybreak Sword. The last time he fought with Su Yan, he was directly defeated by the Daybreak Sword and was almost killed. However, at this time, Su Yan did not use the Daybreak Sword. "Cultivate to kill me, Mad God's Heart, activate." Seeing Su Yan's sword attack coming, Rosen was shocked and angry. At this time, he no longer cared that his strength had not recovered and directly activated the Mad God's Heart. The Mad God's Heart exploded, and golden power surrounded him, and his blood boiled. This move, with his blood as the source, directly burst out a powerful force. At this moment his speed suddenly increased. Therefore, almost in the next moment, he moved horizontally and dodged Su Yan's attack. Su Yan looked over. Rosen was able to escape from his attack range in an instant, which was indeed beyond his expectations. However, this did not matter. Since he had escaped, he could chase after him again. Regal Sword Teleportation. At this moment, the sword shield suddenly exploded. The speed of the Regal Sword Teleportation was simply heaven-defying. His body moved horizontally, and an extremely strong light shone directly on Rosen's body. At this moment, Rosen felt his whole body tremble. He did not even have time to turn back, because he had already noticed that Su Yan was charging towards him at an extremely terrifying speed. Although his speed was fast, Su Yan was like a maggot in his bones, which made him extremely shocked and angry. However, he was unable to deal with it at all. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu finally interfered again. "Brother Su Yan, what a strong sword chi, what a fast speed. However, I can't let you kill Rosen." At this moment, Duanmu Longhu's voice became colder. He would not allow Su Yan to ruin his plan. At this moment, his aura increased again. It was still the flaming windstorm wheel, but this time, it was clearly filled with the aura of an evil spirit. "Duanmu Longhu, I have already said that if you interfere, I will kill you." Su Yan slashed out, and the strong sword chi actually split into two. The split sword chi went directly towards Duanmu Longhu. "Duanmu Longhu, I can't kill you, and I don't even know if I can defeat you. However, if you want to protect Rosen, don't even think about it." But Duanmu Longhu's flaming windstorm wheel was blocked by Su Yan's sword. In the next moment, the other half of Su Yan's sword chi slashed towards Rosen's body. At this moment, the demon god armament burst out with intense flames. Although it was not broken, the demon god armament had actually changed shape at this moment. From this, it could be seen how fierce Su Yan's sword was. Duanmu Longhu was furious. At this moment he no longer controlled his strength, and the violent aura suppressed him. Chapter 773. Female Literature, 9 Dragons Aura. Su Yan was shocked. At that moment, Duanmu Longhu's aura had clearly reached the 9 Dragons realm. Duanmu Longhu was truly a terrifying figure. When they first met, Duanmu Longhu had just revived. His strength wasn't that strong. But now, his strength had actually reached such a level. If he was allowed to continue developing, then how strong would his strength be? However, after the initial shock, Su Yan had already calmed down. In fact, it was not surprising that he had reached the 9 Dragons realm. Back then, he was a real venerable one. Even though his strength had decreased after his resurrection, now that he had started cultivating again, it was not a big deal for him to advance by leaps and bounds. What Su Yan wanted to know now was why he was still in the Dragon realm. He believed that with Duanmu Longhu's methods, even if he had reached the Venerable One realm, he would not have to spend too much effort. However, Su Yan now felt his true realm, the 9 Dragons realm. To others, this realm was considered very high, but to him, it was definitely not enough. He must be deliberately stuck in this realm for some reason. Su Yan immediately made this inference in his heart. Of course, this was only a conjecture. Moreover, Su Yan's most important thing now was to kill Rosen. At that moment, He had already made up his mind to kill Rosen directly. Although Duan Mulonghu was obstructing him at that moment, Su Yan knew that this was the best time to kill Rosen. This was because Rosen was not in a good state at that moment. After letting him escape this time, he would definitely have a deeper understanding of himself. When that time came, it would be even more difficult to kill him. This did not mean that Su Yan would not be his opponent in the future, but this guy would probably not give Su Yan a chance to attack in the future. After all, at his level, even if he could not defeat Su Yan, it would not be difficult for him to hide if he wanted to. Therefore, Su Yan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to close in on Rosen and kill him directly. His previous attack had the chance to kill Rosen. Even if he did not kill him, he would have the chance to severely injure him. However, this sword aura was weakened greatly because of Duan Mulonghu's interference. Therefore, Rosen was only lightly injured at that moment. At that moment, Su Yan directly exchanged a blow with Duan Mulonghu. At that moment, Duan Mulonghu's eyes were blazing flames. He was astonished by Su Yan's strength. What a powerful strength! This was truly a powerful strength. He was an expert in the Nine Dragons realm, but he did not gain any advantage in such a battle. At that moment, the will of the double-winged tiger was transmitted. Master, run! Su Yan felt great panic from the will of the double-winged tiger. Su Yan was startled. He immediately recalled the uneasy feeling that the double-winged tiger had mentioned earlier. At that moment, he turned his attention to the double-winged tiger. The double-winged tiger was indeed ferocious. It had already defeated the phantom butterfly, and one of its huge claws was ruthlessly pressed down. As long as he had a little more time, he would be able to break through this line of defense and kill this monster beast. Duan Mulonghu was indeed powerful, but his monster was not comparable to Su Yan's double-winged tiger. The double-winged tiger did not need much time to do all this, but it still gave up without hesitation. One had to know that even though the phantom butterfly was not as powerful as it was still a high-level monster. If it could devour this monster, it would definitely benefit greatly. And if it wanted to do all this, it would not take long at all. But at that moment, the double-winged tiger did not have any reluctance. It gave up the opportunity to kill the phantom butterfly and flew directly towards Su Yan. Seeing the double-winged tiger like that, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. At that moment, he raised his sword again, and a violent power surged out. He did not intend to kill the enemy with this sword, but to escape. At that moment, although Duan Mulonghu wanted to attack again, Su Yan's sword chi could not be underestimated. Moreover, the double-winged tiger had already arrived. He had subdued the phantom butterfly some time ago, and its combat strength was indeed not bad. However, he never expected Su Yan's double-winged tiger to be so powerful that it could directly defeat the phantom butterfly. With his intelligence, how could he not see that a huge change had occurred at this time? Otherwise, Su Yan would not have given up so suddenly when he was still so murderous. At that moment, Su Yan had already jumped onto the double-winged tiger. Let's go! Su Yan did not have the slightest reluctance and flew away. Duan Mulonghu did not delay either. Although the phantom butterfly was defeated, the double-winged tiger did not attack ruthlessly at the end, so he was not in any serious trouble. Therefore, at that moment, he suddenly flew up and headed straight for the top of the sky. At that moment, Rosen still did not understand the situation. The two people who were fighting fiercely just now actually chose to retreat at this time, which confused him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a great sense of fear in his heart. When he raised his head, he realized that there were already many shadows above his head. The moment these shadows appeared, his pupils shrank. Clearly, these shadows gave him an immense amount of pressure. No, it was not just great pressure, but the threat of death. At that moment, four words suddenly appeared in his mind: shadow creatures. They were the legendary shadow creatures, terrifying shadow creatures that could silently reap people's lives. Moreover, there were so many shadow creatures here. At that moment, his mind was completely blank. Before he could react, the shadow creatures had already charged towards him. Even though he had the demon god armament, he knew that he would not be able to survive against so many shadow creatures. His death was certain. At that moment he finally understood why Su Yan left so decisively. It was because he seemed to have a premonition that the shadow creatures would appear. At that moment he no longer thought about how to kill Su Yan. The only thought in his mind was how to escape with his life. At that moment, a gust of wind whistled and the phantom butterfly appeared not far in front of him. It was Duanmu Longhu. He immediately threw out a huge force. The violent force kept whistling and the terrifying aura surged, drowning everything. Any shadow creature that was touched by this aura died instantly. He wanted to save himself. Luo Xin immediately understood Duanmu Longhu's intention. Although he still didn't know why Duanmu Longhu wanted to save him, he didn't have the time to think about it. Being able to escape was already a great blessing. He directly soared into the sky and then jumped onto the phantom butterfly. The phantom butterfly flapped its wings and flew towards the sky. At that moment, an endless number of shadow creatures chased after him. Shadow creatures have appeared, and there are so many of them. In that case, Su Yan already knew about this. Duanmu Longhu's eyes flickered because even he did not know about this. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. In just a short moment he had already thought of some things. Emperor Wu Hui, Fang Wu. It seems like these shadow creatures are related to him. Although this was only a conjecture, he was certain that it was not far from the truth. Otherwise, why would the shadow creatures go berserk and appear in this world after Fang Wuhui's resurrection? Shadow creatures were terrifying. Perhaps even the demon clan could not compare to them. Therefore, this sudden change in the Dark Abyss would definitely become a huge variable in the 9 provinces continent. The Dark Abyss was relatively close to King Tai, so King Tai was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. At that moment, the phantom butterfly fluttered in the air, but some shadow creatures still chased after him. For shadow creatures, human blood was their food. Therefore, when they sensed the aura, they would go crazy and chase after him at all costs. Low-level shadow creatures were very similar to low-level demons. They all acted based on instinct and did not have the ability to think. Therefore, even though he had released his powerful aura, the shadow creatures did not hesitate and madly pounced on him. Courting death. With Duanmu Longhu and Rosen's methods, these shadow creatures were naturally very easy to deal with. They directly unleashed their power and immediately killed a large number of shadow creatures. Su Yan frowned when he saw this scene from the sky. Although he escaped from the shadow creatures safely, he could still feel how powerful and terrifying they were. If these shadow creatures were to spread, it would definitely be an extreme disaster. Even for ordinary cultivators, they were extremely frightening individuals. What more for ordinary people without cultivation? If they couldn't control these shadow creatures well, there would definitely be a huge disaster. I have to think of a way. Although he was not a compassionate person, he still didn't want to see the people in misery and suffering. King Tai, among the 10 great sects, the one closest to here is King Tai. Fortunately, these shadow creatures seem to be restricted and can't leave the Dark Abyss. However, if my guess is correct, these shadow creatures were released by Emperor Wu Hui. He hasn't fully recovered yet, but that won't be too far away. Therefore, what we need to do now is head to King Tai. Chapter 774. Girls' Literature. King Tai, thousands of years ago, was the true colossus of the 9 states. But after the incident with great Emperor Wu Hui, King Tai directly fell into decline. Now, although this sect was still one of the top 10 sects, they had been very low-key. Now, they were almost in a state of semi-isolation. In order to seize the time, Su Yan rushed to King Tai. Taishan Mountain was not far from the Dark Abyss. Of course, this distance was for the double-winged sky tiger. His speed was so fast that in about half a night he had already arrived at the edge of Taishan Mountain. This mysterious Taishan Mountain was completely shrouded in a hazy fog. Compared to the Taihang sword faction, this was more like a paradise on earth. Su Yan's eyes were like torches, and he immediately saw that this fog was actually an extremely powerful matrix. The mysterious and unfathomable Greater One sect was most likely hiding behind this. If it were any other time, Su Yan would naturally use some gentle methods to visit this place that had been passed down for thousands of years, and its history could even be traced back to the same time as the Stupa sect. But now he could not. He did not know when those shadow creatures would rush out of the dark abyss. So, now he could only use some special methods. Tianhu, tell them that we are here, Su Yan said directly. The double-winged sky tiger understood. Its huge head nodded, and then suddenly let out a huge roar. The roar of the explosion spread out, and even the mountain rocks began to shake at this time. The roar of the sky tiger this time was really terrible, and it was simply shocking. How dare you? Who dares to be so presumptuous in Taishan Mountain? At this time, an angry roar came directly. Su Yan immediately knew that these people were King Tai's people. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and then one palace after another appeared directly in front of Su Yan's eyes. Above the palace, a group of people appeared directly, all of them holding weapons and angry. When they saw Su Yan and the two-winged heavenly tiger, they were immediately on guard. After all, the double-winged heavenly tiger was a powerful demonic beast. Judging from the aura it emitted, it was already comparable to a venerable one. Of course, if a true expert was here, they would be able to truly feel the terror of this two-winged sky tiger. At that time, they would know what true terror was. The leader of this group of people was a man of about 40 years old. His aura was deep, and as he breathed, there was an extremely strong dragon aura roaring and surging. Evidently, this person was an expert. Furthermore, it was highly possible that he had already reached the dragon realm full circle. Seeing that Su Yan did not directly attack the numerous disciples, he directly walked up and said, "Who are you, brother? Why are you disturbing my King Tai's cultivation?" Su Yan looked at this person, then jumped down from the double-winged heavenly tiger. He directly said, "I am Su Yan from the Taihang sword faction. Senior brother, if it wasn't for the fact that it was extremely urgent, I wouldn't have come to disturb your sect. However, something big has happened, so I would like to pay a visit to your sect leader." The middle-aged man slightly frowned. Su Yan noticed that after hearing the words Taihang sword faction, there seemed to be a different emotion in his eyes. At this moment he calmly said, "The Taihang sword faction sect leader, Zhang Zhe, is very resourceful. Why would there be something that requires our King Tai's help? If there's nothing else, please go back. This matter is related to the Dark Abyss. It's really urgent." Su Yan was anxious. He continued, "Not only that, this matter is also related to Great Emperor Wu Hui." Impudent. In King Tai, the words Great Emperor Wu Hui were taboo. A mere traitor is worthy of being called an emperor? I don't care who you are, or what your goal is, but listen carefully. Go back to where you came from. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't be polite with the monster." At this moment, the middle-aged man's body actually directly emitted a burst of energy. Clearly, he wasn't joking, but was serious. Su Yan didn't expect this middle-aged man's attitude to change to such an extent. However, he really didn't have time to explain. "Brother, since you don't want to listen, then let me talk to your sect leader. Please believe me, this matter is really important. If it's any later, I'm afraid it'll lead to a big mistake." Su Yan earnestly said again. "A mere Six Dragons realm brat thinks he can cause trouble in my King Tai just because he has a monster bestowed by his elders? Do you think you're Zhang Zhe? Get out of my sight." After the man said this disdainfully, he waved his hand. An extremely powerful force fell and suddenly rushed towards Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. He was truly infuriated. This guy was really stubborn. He had already told him why he had come, but he was still like this. If it had been any other time, Su Yan wouldn't have done anything. After all, his previous behavior was indeed impolite. However, this was not a normal time. The situation was critical. He didn't know when Great Emperor Wu Hui would be able to move again, or when he would release the shadow creatures. At this time, Su Yan simply opened his mouth and shouted, "Junior Su Yan, may I be so bold as to pay my respects to the headmaster of King Tai." His voice continued to spread and resounded throughout Taishan Mountain. This behavior completely angered the middle-aged man. At this time, he directly punched out. "Boy, you're courting death." The middle-aged man punched out, and the powerful force swept up an extremely strong aura. Such a terrifying aura was really frightening. After all, the Nine Dragons realm was not an ordinary person. When Su Yan began to transmit his voice, he had already guessed that this would happen, so at this moment, he directly punched out. When the middle-aged man saw that Su Yan didn't dodge his punch, there was an inexplicable anger in his eyes. A mere 6 Dragons realm cultivator dares to be so ungrateful. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Don't think that you're so great just because you have a demonic beast. At this distance, your demonic beast can't save you. Soon, the two people's fists directly bombarded each other. This time, a strong storm immediately swept up. At this moment, Su Yan and the ground under his feet directly shattered. It was also at this moment that his expression changed again and again because he was shocked to find that at this time, he was actually at a disadvantage. D***it, what terrifying power. Where did this boy come from? At this time, he was extremely shocked. This boy who claimed to be a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. Why was his power so strong? Even if he didn't use all of his power, it shouldn't be something that a 6 Dragons realm cultivator could contend with. What? This person actually blocked Uncle Master's punch? Who on earth is he? At this time, many disciples who saw this scene were surprised. They clearly knew that their Uncle Master's cultivation was 9 dragons, and he was very powerful. But this young disciple of the Taihang sword faction in front of them actually blocked Uncle Master's punch directly. This made them unable to believe it. At this time, the middle-aged man's expression became even more ugly. After all, in front of so many juniors, his attack was blocked. No one would feel good about it. At this moment, anger flashed in his eyes. Young man, you really don't know what's good for you. Take this, my Taishin heavy punch. His right hand directly showed an extremely strange change, and then he threw a heavy punch. At this time, the powerful force continued to rotate at this time, and finally condensed into an extremely violent attack. Su Yan kept retreating. Finally, when he couldn't retreat anymore, he directly threw a punch. The two fists collided again, and this time, the power was even more terrifying than before. After this punch, Su Yan's body was directly sent flying. However, he quickly stabilized his body. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, had already stopped after taking a few steps back. Without a doubt, this time he won. However, his face was still full of anger because at this time, Su Yan was still standing there unscathed. He actually managed to withstand his full-strength punch. Senior, I've already said that this is an extremely urgent matter. I don't have the time to exchange blows with you. Sorry for the offense, Tianhu. Su Yan knew that if he wanted to defeat this middle-aged man, it would definitely take a long time and effort, and what he lacked most now was time. Since this middle-aged man refused to back down, he couldn't blame him for not being polite. The double-winged tiger suddenly roared, and then directly opened its mouth. An extremely blazing light shone out. When the light flashed, the middle-aged man's expression immediately changed. At the very beginning, Su Yan asked the double-winged tiger to hide its aura a little. After all, if he showed all of his aura, it would be easy to cause a misunderstanding. However, now that things had developed to this point, there was no need to continue hiding. This power was too terrifying. The middle-aged man felt despair when he saw this light. He knew very well that if this light landed on him, he would definitely die. At this moment, King Tai's true expert finally made his move. A powerful energy fluctuation emerged, and then a mirror appeared. A person stood in the mirror, and just by standing there was a change outside the Greater One sect. Su Yan knew that this was a senior. He immediately said, Junior Su Yan of the Taihang sword faction greets senior. A great change has occurred in the Dark Abyss, and Emperor Wu Hui has been resurrected. King Tai, please save the common people. This old man's strength was astonishing. Naturally, he didn't want to fight with him. Moreover, he wasn't here to fight, so he directly stated his purpose. If this old man still didn't believe him, then he had no other choice. Chapter 775. Female Literature. This old man looked at Su Yan with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see through Su Yan. After a long time, he said, Young man, Are you sure you're telling the truth? At this time, the middle-aged man directly said, Elder, such an ignorant child, what does he know without any evidence? In my opinion, this is more like unreasonable pestering. He, a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, dares to come to my, King Tai's territory, he should be taught a lesson. Ignorant child? Feng Yiliang, you used all your strength but still couldn't win. You call him an ignorant child, isn't it a bit ridiculous? The elders said directly. Feng Yiliang was the name of this middle-aged man. Although this elder didn't speak directly, the reproach in his words was very obvious. However, the elder didn't care about Feng Yiliang's reaction. He only said to Su Yan, if this is true, it is indeed a big matter. In that case, let this monster wait outside the mountain gate. Follow me into the sect and explain to the sect master. Elderly looked at Su Yan in the mirror. He was waiting for Su Yan's reaction. In fact, this was very unfavorable for Su Yan. In front of the powerful King Tai, Su Yan's only reliance seemed to be the double-winged celestial tiger. If King Tai's people really had malicious intentions, he would be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. He didn't even know if he could survive. However, Su Yan smiled calmly and said, Tianhu, wait for me here. Don't be presumptuous. After that, he said to the elder, please lead the way. At this time, the elder shook his head and said, there's no need to lead the way. Before he finished speaking, he directly stretched out a hand and pulled Su Yan. Then, Su Yan's body directly crashed into the mirror. Su Yan only saw a blur in front of his eyes and immediately felt the space around him constantly shaking. Spatial technique. Although King Tai's ranking wasn't high, his foundation was indeed very rich. This elder could actually use such a spatial technique. At this time, the elder's voice sounded, little friend, don't be surprised. This is just the mystery of the heaven and earth mirror. That's why this old man can use his spatial ability. By the way, my surname is Li. You can call me Elderly. The Taihang sword faction is really full of talents. It's really lucky to have a genius disciple like you. Su Yan was stunned. This elder's attitude was unexpectedly good. At this time, Elderly said, Feng Yiliang's master had a big grudge with your elder Zhang Zhe, but his personal attitude doesn't represent King Tai's attitude. For example, this old man and Zhang Zhe are good friends. Well, when you see the sect master later, you can tell him what you said before. At this time, Su Yan suddenly understood. No wonder the middle-aged man had such a big opinion of him and his attitude was so bad. It turned out that this was the root of the disaster that the ancestors had buried. However, he didn't take it to heart. Su Yan was not a timid person. The shaking of the mirror soon stopped. Su Yan's eyes blurred and he found himself in another world. He felt a sacred aura here. At this time, Elder Li's real body also appeared in front of him. Let's go. Let's go to the Tai Palace. Elder Li led Su Yan into the Tai Palace. Inside the Tai Palace, an old man was playing the zither. This soft sound was very melodious, giving people a feeling of emptiness in their hearts. Elder Li took the lead and said, Sect Master, Su Yan has been brought here. Only then did the sect master stop playing the guqin. Then his gaze landed on Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan felt as if he was shrouded in moonlight. The moonlight was faint and very peaceful. At this time, his heart trembled. Although he couldn't sense the cultivation of this person, this feeling alone made him feel that this person's cultivation was even higher than that of Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction. Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, was already a dragon among men. His cultivation had reached the realm of Dao Master, so this person must be a Dao Master or even higher. Little friend Su Yan, this is an urgent matter, so I won't entertain you. Tell me the situation. He said indifferently. Su Yan didn't dare to delay and directly told him everything he knew. He told him that Rosen kidnapped Fang Yueshan and then came to the Dark Abyss, and he followed him here. In the end, he didn't even miss the matter of Duanmu Longhu, because he knew that in front of such a person, any concealment would be discovered. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, his mind must be very mysterious and free to feel. Moreover, there was no need to lie about this matter. The sect master listened quietly and nodded at the end. Then he said to Su Yan, Fang Wuhui's resurrection and the appearance of the shadow creatures is indeed a big matter. Moreover, this matter is related to our sect. It is indeed very dangerous. This old man thanks little friend Su Yan. Since this is the case, this old man will personally accompany little friend. Hearing this, Su Yan's heart trembled. He didn't think that the sect master would attach such importance to this matter and want to personally make a trip. However, this matter was very dangerous to begin with. No matter how important it was not excessive. Since the sect master was willing to personally make a trip, it couldn't be better. The sect master is very righteous. Si Ming, come with me. Also, tell Yi Liang to face the wall and reflect on his actions for half a year. This was the sect master's attitude. Just as Su Yan had guessed at the beginning, this matter was very important. After King Tai found out, he definitely wouldn't stand idly by. But he didn't think that the sect master would personally make a move. However, this was a good thing. This matter was related to Great Emperor Wuhui, so no matter how important it couldn't be excessive. If the sect master was willing to do this, then it couldn't be better. In just half an incense stick's worth of time, the sect master was ready. This time, Su Yan didn't step on his double-winged divine tiger because the sect master directly rushed into the sky after throwing out an object. This object turned into a cloud in the sky. Su Yan, the double-winged divine tiger, and elderly Si Ming all stood on it. The speed of the cloud's flight was really terrifying. Even the double-winged divine tiger's full speed couldn't compare. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the entrance of the dark abyss. At this time, the dark abyss was very quiet again. It was quiet inside, as if there was nothing. Su Yan frowned slightly. Logically speaking, shadow creatures were rampant here, so this place shouldn't be so quiet. But there seemed to be nothing in this place, which was very strange. At this time, the sect master spoke. There is indeed the aura of shadow creatures. Su Yan, can you still find Fang Wuhui? Su Yan's heart calmed down a little. After all, he didn't feel the aura of shadow creatures. If the sect master thought he was lying to make fun of him, it would be a big trouble for him. This junior will do his best. This place was inexplicably dark, and there was almost no direction. However, when Su Yan first came here, he had spent a lot of effort. Although he couldn't completely grasp the direction, he still had some memory. The speed of Su Yan and the others was extremely slow. After a long time, they finally found the tower. When he arrived, Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, the tower was densely packed with shadow creatures. No wonder he didn't see a single shadow creature at the entrance. It turned out that they all ran here. Now, these shadow creatures looked like countless bats. They were densely packed in the cracked tower. At this moment, they were absorbing the energy. Such a dense group of shadow creatures made one's scalp tingle. If one had trypophobia, they would have probably exploded. As expected, it's shadow creatures. Li Siming's voice was trembling. Shadow creatures were terrifying to begin with, and now, there was such a dense group of shadow creatures. This was simply terrifying. Indeed, and this is only a small part of it. Su Yan said. He wasn't exaggerating at all. After seeing the terrifying door that connected the world with one's own eyes, one would understand the despair. Sect Master, what are these shadow creatures doing? Li Siming asked. At this time, the sect master's expression was ugly. He said, if this old man is not mistaken, these shadow creatures are absorbing the energy. But this is only secondary. Did you notice that at the top of the tower, many shadow creatures are disappearing? Su Yan was shocked. He said, Sect Master, you mean these shadow creatures are being absorbed and devoured? I understand now. These things were lured here by Heavenly Emperor Wuhui, and his goal was to eat them. At this time, Su Yan felt his scalp tingle. Great Emperor Wu Hui wanted to eat all of these shadow creatures. How terrifying was that? If that was really the case, then Great Emperor Wu Hui's cultivation would increase in a short period of time. That is indeed the case. At this time, King Tai raised his head and said, it would have been fine if we didn't know, but now that we know, we can't tolerate this. Those who should be destroyed, disappear from this world. Great art of destruction. As soon as the headmaster made his move, a boundless and terrifying power enveloped the tower. The densely packed shadow creatures began to disappear one by one. After all, these shadow creatures weren't truly powerful existences. They were as weak as ants in front of the greater one sect master. However, Su Yan wouldn't be careless because he knew that ordinary people wouldn't fare much better against them. Chapter 776. Female Literature. Su Yan, this time my greater one sect is indebted to you. If it weren't for your warning and these shadow creatures all ran out of the shop, it would have been a great disaster for my sect. His words were calm, but there was some sincerity in them. The shadow creatures were all gathered on top of the tower, so it would have been easy for him to extinguish them. However, if the shadow creatures scattered, it would have been a huge problem. Even if he could kill all the shadow creatures in the end, the ordinary people in the vicinity would have suffered great damage. The casualties would have been disastrous. Senior, the biggest problem is still Fang Wuhui, Su Yan reminded softly. Although the shadow creatures were troublesome, they were only a problem. The true source of the disaster was Emperor Wu Hui, Fang Wuhui. Su Yan didn't know why the shadow creatures suddenly appeared in the ancestral land of the Netherworld race back then. However, just by listening to Emperor Wu Hui, he knew how much damage the shadow creatures had caused to the Netherworld realm back then. Originally, the door to the Dark Abyss was completely sealed. However, Emperor Wu Hui's appearance caused the ghostly creatures to reappear in this world. At that moment, Emperor Wu Hui's voice sounded, "This is King Tai's great illusion destruction art. Is it here so soon? Hehe, it's quite fast. It's really beyond my expectations." This was Fang Wuhui's voice. Judging from his voice alone, this heavenly Emperor Wuhui's condition had improved. His voice no longer trembled in the slightest. At that moment, he seemed to be filled with an indescribably terrifying aura. King Tai closed his eyes and finally said softly, "King Tai's current sect master, Guangxing, greets Senior." Back then, this person was a well-known powerhouse in the sect. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have become one of the sect's legends. However, an accident really did happen. The previous Fang Yulua had become the current Fang Wuhui. This unforeseen event really made people sigh endlessly. This sect master's self-restraint was already very high. If it was an ordinary person, then at this time, they would have directly spoken ill of him. King Tai's sect master? Hehe, so King Tai still exists in this world. This is really a happy and regretful thing. Then, sect leader King Tai, why did you come here today? Are you trying to kill me? He asked directly. At this moment, King Tai's sect master, Guangcheng, said softly, "If it's possible, we'll naturally kill Senior so that you won't be a scourge for another 1,000 years. If it's not possible, we'll do our best to seal you up." This sect master's words were not polite at all. They were full of gunpowder. At this moment, the sect master laughed. Interesting. Back then, even Tai Xuanzi couldn't do anything to me and was seriously injured by me. Do you think a junior like you can kill me? His words were contemptuous, but Su Yan knew that he was indeed qualified to speak like this. Back then, he was so powerful and domineering that he single-handedly broke into King Tai's sect. It was hard to imagine how tragic the battle was back then. How powerful a peak emperor master was not something Su Yan could imagine at all. That was a power of another level, which could then stir up space and cause incomparably terrifying and even severe injuries. At this time, King Tai's sect master, Guangcheng, smiled and said, "If Senior was still at his peak, let alone me, even if all the sect masters of the 10 great sects were here, they wouldn't be able to absolutely defeat Senior. However, Senior is not as good as you used to be." He raised his eyes slightly, and there was an incomparably solemn look in his eyes. "Su Yan has already told me a lot of things. Senior, you've just been reborn. Although you've recovered a lot of your strength in a short time, I believe that you've reached a bottleneck. It's not that easy to increase your strength. That's why you need to lure out shadow creatures to devour them so that you can obtain the energy you need. Am I right?" Great Emperor Wuhui did not deny it. He just nodded and said, "You're smart. You are indeed very smart. You are right. The current me naturally cannot be compared to the previous me. The difference between our realms is simply unimaginable. Therefore, if you want to kill me, it is appropriate to take advantage of this opportunity. However, although he said so, his spirit did not fluctuate at all. Everything was so stable that it was frightening. Then, he smiled and said, "But, Junior, do you really have the confidence to kill me?" Just as he was smiling strangely, the space suddenly changed. Shadows appeared one after another, surging strangely. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared. Of course, they were not real humans, but shadow creatures. Each shadow creature was extremely terrifying. Su Yan could not sense their true aura at all. In other words, their strength had exceeded Su Yan's expectations. Such existences were at least venerables, and they were all extremely powerful 5 essences venerables. 6 essences venerables were Dao venerables, but now, 3 5 essences venerables had appeared. This is the world under my control. I can sense your cultivation. The realm of Dao venerables is not bad. However, you should know that Dao venerables are just the beginning. Although these 3 shadow creatures are not Dao venerables yet, they are very close to winning in this world. In this place, their strength can be displayed to the extreme. Even Dao venerables would not be able to handle them, let alone 3 against 1. Little Guangxing, you still want to kill me now? You came a little too late. If you came earlier, I wouldn't have been able to control these shadowy creatures and it would have been very dangerous for me. But now it's too late. At this time, his gaze fell on Su Yan. You're not bad, kid. It's a pity that Feng Yueshan is going to be destroyed by me. This time, not only did you fail to save him, but you also sacrificed yourself. Ah, what a pity, what a pity. He said with a chuckle. At this time, Su Yan said directly, in other words, Feng Yueshan's soul has not been completely destroyed? Hearing Su Yan's question, he laughed. Interesting. His soul is naturally not completely destroyed because that coward Feng Yuluo is still guarding him. However, I don't mind telling you that he won't be able to hold on for long. In the end, they are still too weak in front of me. Even if they can hold on until now, what's the use? Damn it, they will still die. Su Yan did not speak. His gaze fell on the 3 shadow creatures. He knew that their existence must be very dangerous, but he believed that King Tai's sect Master Guangxing would solve this problem. Because at this moment, there was not even the slightest change in his expression. He said indifferently, no matter what, as long as he's alive, there's hope. Senior, you said that I came late, but in fact, I don't think it's too late. After all, you haven't completely controlled your body. Otherwise, what I need to face now is not these 3 shadow creatures, but your true body. After saying that, he took a step forward. At this time, Su Yan was shocked to find that this senior, who was clearly in front of him a moment ago, had suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the shadow creatures. This was space crossing. This was a true space divine ability, space crossing. Only a true powerhouse could do this. Otherwise, no one else would have such great ability. This was the exclusive skill of a venerable sovereign, controlling space. It was completely different from the Godslayer sword that he had previously used. He directly arrived in front of the 3 shadow creatures. The 3 shadow creatures immediately reacted. They began to attack Guangxing's sect master in an extremely strange way. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful sword chi suddenly appeared in this space. The moment this sword chi appeared, Su Yan's entire body shook. Such a powerful force simply shocked him to no end. His sword chi was already very sharp, but compared to this sword chi, it was still a far cry. Apart from the evil sword Cold Jade and the Godslayer sword chi, among all the people he had seen, only Zhang Zhe, the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, had such terrifying power when he used the Taihang divine sword. In this way, the long sword in his hand was ready to be drawn. It was a divine sword. There were 10 divine swords in the Jiuzhou continent, and one of them was King Tai's divine sword Taixin. It was no wonder that the sect master had made Su Yan wait for half an hour at the very beginning. King Tai's sect master was really farsighted. It turned out that he had already thought of what might happen here from the very beginning, so he directly asked for the help of the Taishan divine sword. As soon as this sword appeared, it swept up a boundless aura. The terrifying aura was simply terrifying. Under this sword aura, everything was directly destroyed. The 3 shadow creatures, which could almost kill a 5 essences venerable and even pose a threat to a Dao master, were directly obliterated at this moment. The power of this sword was so strong. It was no wonder that King Tai could still be ranked as one of the top 10 sects after all those years. The sect master of Guangxing pointed the Taishan divine sword diagonally forward. Killing intent gradually surged in his eyes, and then he said, "Senior, I've already said that I'm not too late." The divine sword diagonally pointed, and the killing intent was boundless. Chapter 777. Female Literature, It's Not Too Late. These were the words of the sect master of Guangxing, and he proved them with his actions. The Taishan Holy Sword had an unparalleled sword aura. If the Holy Sword did not appear, who could compete with it? When Su Yan saw the sect master of Guangxing display his invincible might, his heart was also stirred. There was no sword practitioner who did not want to reach such a level. At this time, Su Yan could feel a vibration coming from his body. This vibration came from the Godslayer sword. Su Yan immediately knew that this was the reaction of the Godslayer sword when it sensed a holy sword of the same level. At this time, Su Yan was really scared. He was afraid that the Godslayer sword would be agitated and directly explode. He was now only a scabbard, and a scabbard that was not strong enough. If the deity sword were to act strangely, there was nothing he could do. After all, the deity sword was sealed in the scarlet parting sword scabbard. The scarlet parting sword scabbard had been used by the seniors of the Stupa sect to put the deity sword into a deep sleep. However, the Godslayer sword was now in an awakened state. Fortunately, the Godslayer sword did not directly explode. Instead, it calmed down after experiencing a slight change. This made Su Yan relax a lot. His attention once again fell on the battle between the sect master of Guangxing and Great Emperor Wu. These 2 experts are definitely going to fight. I don't know which one is stronger, but judging from the current situation, the sect master of Guangxing has a higher chance of winning. After all, he even brought the holy sword. The power of the holy sword is terrifying. If the power of the holy sword can be maximized, it is possible to kill a holy venerable. The Godslayer sword is rumored to be a terrifying existence that has killed gods. At this time, Su Yan began to think. He was thinking about the odds of victory between the 2 sides, because at this time, he had not given up on one thing, and that was to save Fang Yueshan. From Fang Wuhui's words, it was easy for him to deduce that Fang Yueshan was still alive at this time. Even if it was like what Fang Wuhui said, and he could easily refine him, at least not yet. Although Su Yan couldn't figure out why Fang Yueshan was still alive, since he was still alive, there was still hope. Therefore, Su Yan's current idea was to save Fang Yueshan. Admittedly, this idea was a little crazy, but this was his honest thought. The sect master of Guangxing stepped forward again. This time, he was not far from Great Emperor Wuhui. He said, "Senior, you are indeed very powerful, but you are not the Great Emperor Wuhui of the past. Now, I still have a chance to kill you." He walked forward step by step, his powerful aura surging forward. The Taishan sword? Haha, I didn't expect King Tai to still be able to refine this divine sword. That's really impressive. No wonder King Tai is still alive. A semicircular light arc appeared in front of the 2 of them. This was the constant confrontation between the 2 of them. However, as King Tai moved forward, the light arc between the 2 of them became more and more intense. The confrontation between the 2 of them was simply the most terrifying place in the world. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. These were all trivial matters. During this confrontation of power, spatial cracks even appeared one after another. As these cracks appeared, a powerful suction force was constantly emitted. Li Siming retreated immediately. At the same time, he reached out his hand and protected Su Yan behind him. Little friend Su Yan, these inconspicuous cracks are all spatial power. Once you are sucked in, it is very likely that you will be killed directly. Li Siming was a good person. He didn't want Su Yan to die just like that, so he protected Su Yan. Previously, he had used the mirror image mystic ability to appear before Su Yan and use an extremely powerful aura to stop the double-winged sky tiger's attack. Of course, this didn't mean that he had directly suppressed the double-winged sky tiger. However, this aura was enough to make the double-winged sky tiger feel apprehensive. At the time, Su Yan hadn't been able to determine his cultivation base. However, now that he had made a move, Su Yan immediately sensed his cultivation base. 5 Origin Realm. This kind of strength was already extremely terrifying. Now that he had made a move to protect him, Su Yan no longer felt any fear in his heart. At the moment, his gaze was fixed on the place where the two of them were clashing. This kind of battle was truly unrivaled. How could such an intense and terrifying battle be seen anywhere else? Although the two of them hadn't really made a move and were only competing in terms of aura, this was already a battle of the absolute pinnacle. The strength of the two people fighting was naturally at the pinnacle of the current era. At the moment, King Tai's sect Master Guangcheng was advancing step by step. Su Yan could clearly see that Guangcheng's current strength seemed to be above his opponent's. Therefore, at this moment, he was simply invading Fang Wuhui's domain. Although Fang Wuhui was smiling calmly at this moment, it was very obvious that at this moment he was constantly being compressed. This was the result of the two of them not making a move. It was obvious that if the two of them really made a move, the one who would suffer would definitely be him. However, Su Yan really admired him. Under the circumstances, he was actually still so calm. Other things aside, just his calmness alone was enough to make Su Yan admire him. Although he could also remain calm in the face of danger, the situation that the two of them were facing was obviously different. At the moment, he spoke again. Not bad, not bad. You're really impressive. The fact that King Tai's younger generation is led by someone like you actually means that there's hope for its revival. I just hope that you can really defeat me. You have to know that I'm not Fang Yul. I don't have any feelings for King Tai. On the contrary, what I have is a strong killing intent. He chuckled as he spoke. It was as if the one who had taken the initiative wasn't King Tai, but him. Moreover, Su Yan also discovered that the Greater One Sect's headmaster's face was very solemn at this time. He was clearly the one who had taken the initiative, but at this moment, his expression was so solemn. I've already said it, Senior. Since I'm here this time, I have to achieve something. Even if I can't kill you directly, I definitely have to hurt you badly. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he slowly raised the Taishan Divine Sword in his hand. As the Taishan Divine Sword swayed, the balance of power between the two of them seemed to be broken again. Everything in the world started to shake. At that moment, it was as if a rainbow had appeared between heaven and earth. It was so breathtaking, yet so lonely. At the moment, the shattering of space was even more severe. All the rocks under Emperor Wu Hui's body were directly shattered. Su Yan could easily shatter the boulder if he wanted to. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the boulder had to be under Fang Wu Hui's body. Anything under him would naturally be protected by him. Under normal circumstances, the area around a powerhouse would be covered by his aura. It would definitely be very difficult to destroy it. However, with a gentle wave of the Taishan Divine Sword, all these things were shattered. This meant that Fang Wuhui had reached a critical moment. And this was only with a wave of the Divine Sword. At that moment, Li Siming said, "Senior brother's cultivation is really admirable. Back then, he wasn't a swordsman. Now, he can actually unleash the power of this sword to such an extent." If Li Siming hadn't mentioned it, Su Yan would never have thought that this expert wasn't a swordsman back then. He had just changed his path halfway through. An expert who had left home halfway through his life actually had such a sharp sword will at this moment. It was important to know that a swordsman wasn't just a matter of swinging the sword. A true swordsman could rely on the sword in his hand to condense his own will. Just like Su Yan, no matter what, his sword was his life. Of course, the sword referred to here wasn't the sword in his hand, but the sword in his heart. It was the sword will condensed from his own body, the sword's soul. Strictly speaking, The Taishang sword soul that existed in his sea of consciousness and suppressed everything wasn't his true sword soul. Swordsmen were almost always faithful to one thing. This was because once they cultivated other powers and switched to swordsmanship, it would be very difficult for their thoughts to be clear. If they couldn't let go of the past, how could they cultivate swordsmanship? Senior, does this mean that Great Emperor Wu Hui will die here today? This was the question that Su Yan was currently concerned about. Would he be able to kill Great Emperor Wu Hui today? If Fang Wu Hui was killed, then Fang Yueshan's body would naturally be destroyed as well. If that was the case, Su Yan would feel very regretful. However, if he couldn't kill Fang Wu Hui, then it would be a huge disaster for the Jiuzhou continent, or even the entire Great World. He was a madman and an extremely powerful madman. If such a person could live calmly in this world, then it would definitely be the beginning of a disaster for this world. Li Siming was silent for a while before he sighed and said, "To be honest, I really hope that the sect master can kill him with his own hands today. However, he is Great Emperor Wu Hui after all. Back then, he didn't die even when King Tai sent out all the powerhouses. I don't think that he will die here today." Li Siming's mind was actually unprecedentedly alert as he spoke. Su Yan didn't know that Li Siming was firmly ranked in the top 3 of King Tai. The sect master naturally had his reasons for bringing him here. If the battle between the sect master and Fang Wu Hui reached its most critical point, then the final outcome of this battle would probably be decided by Elder Li Siming. At this moment, the battle changed again. The sect master's sword finally slashed down. Chapter 778. Female Literature. This sword will suddenly fell. At this moment, everything was cut apart at this moment. Fang Wu Hui's powerful force field defense was shattered at this moment. This sword will was domineering and fierce. It explained the way of the sword to the extreme, but it had an extremely violent power. The boundless light kept flashing at this moment, and in the end, everything was swept away. Such power. At this moment, the entire space of the tower began to shake directly. The terrifying aura of the waves kept rolling, and everything turned into the last light at this moment. At this moment, Li Siming pulled Su Yan again and retreated directly. This was because he had already sensed that this power was too terrifying, as if it was going to directly cut off everything here. If he did not leave with Su Yan, both he and Su Yan would be affected by this power. This kind of battle between experts was the most taboo. This was because if one was not careful, one would be directly affected by this terrifying power. Naturally, the consequences of being affected by the shockwaves were obvious. It was a dead end. At this moment, countless blue lights suddenly fell, and each blue light turned into a ray of sword qi. The 180 rays of sword qi finally condensed into the Taishan divine sword that had been enlarged countless times. "Senior, please die." This was the voice of the Guangxing sect leader. "For the peace of heaven and earth, please die." This was his will. Under such a strong will, the sword intent naturally became incomparably powerful. At this moment, Fang Wu Hui suddenly let out a maniacal laugh. "Tai Xian is truly fortunate to have you. Unfortunately, it's impossible for you to kill me today." At this moment, a halo of light appeared between his palms. Su Yan recognized this halo. He knew that it was the light emitted by the Taishan bead. The Taishan bead was King Tai's sect treasure, and the Taishan divine sword in your hand was later refined by King Tai. Both of them are divine objects. I want to see whether your Taishan divine sword is sharper or my Taishan bead is stronger. As soon as the Taishan bead appeared, there were signs of ghostly wailing and howling. The space also began to tremble violently. At this moment, Elder Li Siming exclaimed, "Impossible! The Taishan bead is King Tai's treasure. How can it be so evil?" Back then, King Tai was the leader of the sect, the leader of the orthodox path. Such an existence naturally could not be so ghostly. However, the truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. It was truly hard for him to imagine that this supreme profound bead would actually reach such a level. "Old demon, how dare you defile the Taishan bead? You deserve to die." At this moment, Guangxing's expression became extremely serious. The Taishin bead was a divine object lost by King Tai, and it had an extraordinary meaning to King Tai. For more than 10 years, King Tai had never given up on searching for it. However, when he finally saw the Taishin bead, he realized that it was no longer the same as before, when it had great power. Instead, it had become a bead condensed by terrifying evil energy. Deserve to die? Ha, what a joke. The one who deserves to die is not me, but you, King Tai. The sins were all planted by you. Back then, you should have been mentally prepared. You can kill people and hang their corpses, but can't you allow me to take revenge? His expression became extremely ferocious. The previous amiability between the two of them disappeared at this moment. At this moment, the auras of the two of them were raised to the limit. But it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you idiots who provoked Fang Yuluo's spirit, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come to this world. Ah, Taishin bead, destroy for me. The two of them loved to collide at this moment, and extremely terrifying energy constantly tore at each other. At this moment, the two of them were in a deadlock. At this moment, Li Siming's eyes flickered, and he finally made up his mind. He directly said to Su Yan, "My friend, Su Yan, you must be careful. I'm going to help the sect leader." He was a 5-origin supremacy. However, whether compared to the sect leader, Guangqing or Fang Wuhui, he was not strong enough. At this point, the difference of a single realm was extremely fatal. The current Su Yan could kill people above his realm at Dragon Realm level 6. Even experts at the 9-Dragon Realm were not his match. Even if his opponent was a 1-origin supremacy, he could still kill them. However, the difference between a 5-origin supremacy and a 6-origin supremacy was extremely huge. It was even more difficult for Su Yan to kill someone at Dragon Realm level 6. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Li Siming had no right to interfere in the battle between the two of them. But now, the situation was different. The two of them were in a deadlock. For Yi Shiwen, this was the best opportunity. His strength was not enough to decide everything, but even the slightest influence would be good. Of course, before he made his move, he already knew that even if he could affect the battle slightly, it was very likely that he would lose his life because of it. However, for the sake of his senior brother, for the sake of King Tai, his life was no longer as important. He took a step forward, and his entire body appeared not far away from the two of them. At this moment, Elder Li Siming had already touched upon the power of space. Although he could not control it, he had seen the path. As long as he could directly control it, he could take this step and become a Dao sovereign. If he could become a Dao sovereign, he would have a greater chance of winning today's battle. However, it was a pity that he had yet to take this step. Things in this world were often not so perfect. They would follow one's will. He no longer hesitated and directly struck out with his palm. Boundless heaven-shattering palm. This palm strike had almost condensed all of his life's cultivation into it. The violent power constantly tore at him, wanting to break through all of his defenses. The arrival of his power caused Emperor Wu Hui's expression to change. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Li Siming's attack was the worst thing that could happen to him. Damn it, King Tai, I will definitely turn you into ashes in the future. At this moment, the power of Sect Master Guangcheng's divine sword skyrocketed once again. His entire body was suppressed. At this moment he no longer spoke. Instead, he used his actions to prove his will. Little thing, you are indeed powerful with a divine sword, but your junior brother doesn't have the same ability as you. Soul Catcher. At this moment he suddenly roared angrily. Then, a ray of evil light burst out from his eyes. This ray of light directly enveloped Li Siming. Li Siming's expression changed. He immediately realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. The ray of evil light directly enveloped him. He only felt that the world he was in began to blur. Not good, junior brother. This is soul suppression. Quickly stabilize your soul and leave this place. Guangcheng obviously didn't want his junior brother to die here. But Li Siming was now enveloped by this ray of light. There was no way to wake him up. At this moment, he wanted to directly attack and force Li Siming away from their battle. But how could Fang Wuhui let him do as he wished? Since he has already entered the battle, why not wait for the battle to end before leaving? Now you want to give up halfway, isn't this a bit too much of a pity? He sneered, and immediately, a dark power emerged from within the supreme profound pearl. The appearance of this power immediately restrained Guangcheng's power. At this moment, it was very difficult for Guangcheng to save his junior brother. Old demon, you deserve to die. He was so angry that his aura directly rose to the limit. He wanted to directly break through the Taishin bead's power. This was because this old demon's soul catcher's power was too terrifying. As time passed, this old demon's power would become more and more terrifying, and his junior brother would become more and more dangerous. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Senior Guangcheng, please stabilize a space for me. I will save elderly Si Ming. This was Su Yan's voice. At this moment, he felt that it was a little ridiculous. He knew that Su Yan's strength was indeed not bad. However, that was only among the younger generation. Not to mention himself, the difference between him and Li Siming was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, he actually said that he wanted to save Li Siming. His first reaction was to not believe it, but Su Yan's words were full of confidence. Moreover, this was a matter of life and death for his junior brother. Okay. His decision was very decisive. For the sake of his junior brother, he decided to fight for Su Yan. At this moment, he shook the Taishin divine sword, and a ray of power immediately appeared. However, this power was not aimed at Fang Wuhui. Instead, it was used to stabilize the surrounding space power for Su Yan. The surrounding space power was too violent. If it was Su Yan who attacked, unless the Godslayer sword was willing to lend him its power again, he would die. However, with the help of the Tai sect leader, he immediately had more confidence. Almost in an instant his body flashed, and then he rushed toward Fang Wuhui. When Fang Wuhui saw Su Yan coming, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. You're courting death. Even a 5 essences supremacy could only die in front of him. What could a mere Su Yan do? However, at this moment, his body suddenly froze. This was because he felt a power invading him. It was a spiritual power. At this moment, Su Yan arrived in front of him and directly used the Tai Sword Soul. Taishang Sword Soul, merge with my divine will and invade. At this moment, Li Siming's soul was controlled by his powerful divine will. That was why he could not move and even die. Li Siming was already very dangerous, but in other words, this guy had to use most of his divine will to suppress Li Siming. Therefore, his own divine will was probably insufficient. Chapter 779. Female Literature. This was Su Yan's own conjecture. Although it was just a conjecture, Su Yan was somewhat confident. That was why he was willing to take this risk. Su Yan had always been a gambler, and this was still the case. At this moment, he was making a gamble. It had to be said that Su Yan was very greedy. He was not only thinking about saving Li Siming, but also another person. That person was Fang Yueshan. The revered sword soul directly pierced into Fang Wuhui's sea of consciousness. Fang Wuhui's sea of consciousness should have been extremely powerful, but this special situation gave Su Yan an opportunity. At this moment, Fang Wuhui was incomparably enraged. He shouted, "Brat, get the hell out here." However, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. The revered sword soul entered his sea of consciousness along with his consciousness. At this moment, Su Yan immediately realized how terrifying this sea of consciousness was. In this sea of consciousness, he actually saw countless shadows crying and roaring constantly. He immediately recognized that these were all shadow creatures. Fang Wuhui had actually absorbed so many shadow creatures into his sea of consciousness. Even with Su Yan's knowledge, he did not know what this guy's purpose was. At this moment, Su Yan activated his Eye of Truth. At the same time, his consciousness spread out in this world. What he needed to do now was to investigate. He wanted to see what exactly existed in this place. Of course, he also wanted to find Fang Yueshan's consciousness. I hope your consciousness hasn't been destroyed yet. Otherwise, I really can't do anything. Su Yan prayed softly in his heart. It seemed that his prayer was really taken care of. Not long after, he found a faint golden light flickering in a corner of his sea of consciousness. He also found that the shadow creatures in this sea of consciousness were being driven towards that place. At this moment, Su Yan immediately speculated, could it be that the reason these shadow creatures exist is because of Fang Yueshan? He had heard Fang Wuhui mention that Fang Yueshan's consciousness would soon be destroyed by him. It turned out that he used this method. Not only did he devour these shadow creatures, but he also absorbed them into his sea of consciousness to destroy Fang Yueshan's soul. After understanding some things, Su Yan did not dare to stay any longer. The revered sword soul's powerful sword qi immediately turned around and a powerful force immediately spread out. Now, Su Yan had to end the battle quickly. After all, this was Fang Wuhui's sea of consciousness. Now that Fang Wuhui's consciousness wanted to kill Li Siming, the two of them could be said to be restraining each other before Li Siming died. Therefore, Su Yan could almost run amok here, but he knew that Li Siming would not be able to hold on for long. If this continued, Li Siming would be killed by Fang Wuhui and his consciousness would immediately return. This was not good news for Su Yan. Therefore, he had to do things quickly. The revered sword qi swept out and extinguished all the shadow creatures in the vicinity. He didn't stay any longer as he flew forward at top speed. Fang Yueshan, I'm coming to save you. The revered sword soul was filled with a sacred aura. These shadow creatures were simply unable to withstand a single blow from the revered sword soul. In a short period of time, countless shadow creatures had died under the revered sword soul. At this moment, the curled-up soul suddenly opened its eyes. Su Yan immediately sensed that it was Fang Yueshan's soul. Compared to Fang Wuhui, his soul was clearly weak. However, at this moment, his soul was completely fine. In front of him, there was a faint golden figure standing there. When he saw Su Yan arrive, he suddenly said, "You really came. It seems that Fang Yueshan has a good eye for friends." When he saw him, Su Yan's heart thumped wildly. However, he finally calmed himself down and asked directly, "Are you Fang Yulua?" At this moment, Fang Wuhui's soul was entangled with Li Siming, so he had an opportunity to take advantage of it. The person in front of him should be Fang Yulua. At this moment, Fang Yulua looked straight at Su Yan and said, "Yes, I'm Fang Yulua. Of course, I'm also Fang Wuhui. However, the one you see now is no longer the real me." His voice was so calm, as if everything was just a trivial matter. Su Yan had no choice but to be on guard. Although he knew that Fang Wuhui and Fang Yulua were actually two completely different people, he also understood that whether it was Fang Yulua or Fang Wuhui, they were both colossal existences to him. Such people were very terrifying and powerful. Even if it was just as he said now, that he was only left with a remnant soul. "Are you protecting him?" Su Yan asked. The flashing golden figure said, "You're right, I'm indeed protecting him. However, strictly speaking, I'm waiting for your arrival." His words stunned Su Yan. He was waiting for his arrival. How did he know that he would definitely come in to save him? If one were to say that he could predict the future, that would be a little too exaggerated. Before Su Yan could speak, he had already said, "Actually, this is not my guess. It's Fang Yueshan's insistence. Since he's so insistent, I'm willing to believe him." This was Fang Yueshan's insistence. Su Yan didn't expect that this person who had just met him would value him so much. However, since he believed in him so much, he would come. "Senior, now is not the time to talk. Please tell me how I can save Fang Yueshan." This was the most important question, and also the reason why Su Yan came here. He came here to try to save Fang Yueshan. This was Su Yan. Once he made a promise, then he would definitely do his best to find a way to fulfill it. No matter how difficult it was, he would not hesitate to do it. Fang Yulua said, "You're right, this is indeed not the right time to talk. My will is already very weak. It's already not easy for me to hold on until you come here. So at this time, I won't waste any more time. I've observed that your sword spirit is already strong enough, and it's majestic. How about this? I'll directly throw myself into your sword spirit. Although my soul can't be compared to Fang Wuhui's, but I can still give your sword spirit a little more spirituality. This will be your reward." He spoke very calmly, But at this time, Su Yan was very shocked. One had to know that the consequences of doing this were very terrible, and that was to completely erase his traces in this world. Su Yan found it hard to imagine that this senior would actually say such words, but Su Yan directly said, "Senior, Su Yan didn't come here for a reward. This is because this is my promise to Fang Yueshan, so senior doesn't need to give me a reward." Fang Yulua said, "You're really a magnanimous gentleman, but it's your business if you want to keep your promise, but it's my business if I want to give you a reward. Moreover, at this time, I have indeed reached the end. Back then, I was filled with evil thoughts, and in the end, I let Fang Wuhui commit a sin. Now, I just want to do my part and hope to make up for some things. Well, this matter is decided." Before Su Yan could reply again, his body suddenly released a golden light. His body seemed to be burning, and in just a moment, his body directly leaned towards Su Yan. At this time, Li Siming was bitterly holding on. In his sea of consciousness, Fang Wuhui's divine sense was simply too violent. Although the current Fang Wuhui was no longer at his strongest state, this strand of divine sense of Fang Wuhui was still incomparably terrifying. With his realm, he didn't even have the strength to resist. He could only rely on his advantage in his sea of consciousness to bitterly resist. However, even so, he was now in the most critical moment. He was afraid that after a while, he wouldn't be able to hold on. At that time, his life would come to an end. But he was absolutely unwilling to accept this. At this time, Fang Wuhui's divine sense suddenly stopped. "Damn brat, you're courting death." His divine sense became extremely angry. At this moment, he actually ignored everything and immediately retreated from Li Siming's sea of consciousness. Li Siming's sea of consciousness finally returned to normal. At this time, Li Siming was simply escaping from death. The terrifying power from before had already made him despair. However, he didn't expect that at such a critical moment, there would be a turn for the better. What's going on? He actually spared my life? Is it because he doesn't want to kill me? No, that's impossible. If that's the case, why would he go through so much trouble to directly charge into my sea of consciousness? Damn brat, this is Su Yan. Li Siming's divine sense gradually returned. At this time, his face was pale and he didn't have a single bit of strength left in his body. This kind of battle between divine senses was the most terrifying. Although he didn't use all his strength, the slightest carelessness could directly determine life and death. Just now, he had almost been killed. However, at this time, he was even more certain that it was Su Yan who had done something. However, he couldn't understand how Su Yan, a person in the dragon realm, could play such a role in this kind of battle. At this time, Su Yan had gradually merged with the golden power. Chapter 780. Female Literature. The Revered Sword Soul. The revered sword soul condensed from the revered sword scripture was the foundation of Su Yan. It was Su Yan's most important core. At that moment, Fang Yulua had actually burned her own soul to complete the revered sword soul, causing it to become even more powerful. This was a huge opportunity for Su Yan. It was really difficult to improve the revered sword soul. The revered sword scripture was the most profound and powerful. It was even more profound than the great heavenly demon lord and the others. Furthermore, it was something that had fused with Su Yan's soul. It was even more difficult to improve it. At that moment, Su Yan had only learned and comprehended the first 4 moves of the revered sword scripture. However, after Fang Yulua's soul burned, the revered sword soul actually showed signs of improving again. This person was indeed worthy of Su Yan's admiration. He had actually burned his own soul completely. At that moment, his soul consciousness had completely disappeared, leaving behind only the purest soul origin. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan's revered sword soul could improve. It was at this moment that endless waves suddenly appeared in the sea of consciousness. "Little thief, you are courting death. How dare you devour my soul origin? I'm going to kill you." Fang Wuhui's voice was transmitted directly. Fang Wuhui's words were not wrong. This was indeed his soul origin. After all, he and Fang Yulua were the same person. Back then, Fang Yulua had come to this place in order to suppress him. In order to kill Fang Yulua, Fang Wuhui had used the power of the Taixin bead and the shadow creature to separate the two of him. From then on, Fang Yulua was Fang Yulua, and Fang Wuhui was Fang Wuhui. However, after separating them, it did not mean that the two of them would go their separate ways. To the other party, the two of them were the most delicious food. This was especially true for Fang Wuhui. He was someone who wanted to become a god. It was very difficult for an incomplete soul to do so, so he needed to devour Fang Yulua's soul again. This was also why, after waking up this time, he once again let Fang Yulua's soul return to Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness. According to his original plan, he would slowly refine Fang Yulua's soul. But at this time, Su Yan's appearance immediately disrupted his plan. He would never have thought that his other self would actually make such a choice. He directly burned his own soul and then came to help Su Yan. How could he not be angry? At this time, his killing intent towards Su Yan had risen to the extreme. The power of his sea of consciousness directly condensed into a monstrous cyclone, which immediately rushed towards Su Yan's body. You dare to devour his soul? Then I will directly disperse your soul and make you completely disappear from this world, you damn brat. After all, this was the sea of consciousness. If he could directly refine Su Yan's soul at this time, then it was not too late to do anything. At this time, a voice directly transmitted, Fang Wuhui, this is my sea of consciousness. It was Fang Yueshan's voice. Just as Fang Yueshan said, this was his sea of consciousness, and he was the real master of this sea of consciousness. At this time, his thoughts directly moved, and immediately, a boundless wave began to rise. This terrifying aura directly appeared and directly suppressed Fang Wuhui's power. You have become so powerful. Good, very good. Fang Yulua is really good. He naturally understood that if it was only Fang Yueshan himself, it would be impossible for his soul to become so powerful in such a short time. Then, it could only be Fang Yu. This damned coward. He had been against him thousands of years ago, and now he was still the same. He deserved to die 1,000 deaths for his crimes. At this moment, his anger was simply soaring to the sky. However, at this time, he had to face a problem, and that was Fang Yueshan's obstruction. Fang Yueshan's sudden attack directly dispersed his attack. At this time, Fang Yueshan's divine thought directly floated over. At this time, he was much more powerful than before. He directly walked in front of Su Yan, and then said with a smile, my soul is, after all, weak. Even though it has become much stronger with the help of my ancestors, it has reached its limit and can't become stronger again. So, my hope is on you, Su Yan. He was truly grateful to Su Yan. Originally, he was a person who only knew how to eat and wait for death. He didn't have any real friends. However, Su Yan actually killed his way here for a simple verbal promise. He even directly entered a dangerous place like his sea of knowledge. Such a person was worth making friends with. Since Su Yan treated him so well, he naturally had to repay Su Yan. This was Fang Yueshan's principle. Moreover, at this time, he and Su Yan were already on the same front. If he could not buy time for Su Yan, he would still fail. Don't look at how awe-inspiring he was right now, able to directly block Fang Wuhui's attack. However, he was very clear that as time passed, he would definitely not be able to block Fang Wuhui's attack. Just as he had said earlier, his nature was too backward after all. And to a certain extent, the essence of the soul determined everything. Fang Wuhui was really angry. He was willing to give up on killing Li Siming and directly return to his sea of consciousness to fight for his other self, which was Fang Yulua's soul origin. However, the current situation was much worse than he imagined. At this time, Fang Yueshan actually had the strength to fight with him. His other self really knew how to create trouble for him. However, it did not matter. He would definitely be the final victor. He was Emperor Wu Hui, a peak earthly venerable powerhouse. Even in the long river of history, he was an absolute powerhouse. Therefore, he would definitely be the final victor. Fang Yueshan, I am your ancestor. Are you going to stop me? He asked directly. With this question, he integrated his spiritual pressure into it. The powerful pressure directly pounced on Fang Yueshan. He was indeed Fang Yueshan's ancestor. In addition, he integrated his spiritual pressure into this question. A simple question was a huge pressure for Fang Yueshan. However, Fang Yueshan shook his head and said directly, "You're wrong. You're not my ancestor at all. My ancestor is Fang Yulua, not Fang Wuhui. You're just a devil. Therefore, I want to kill you." His voice was calm, but there was incomparable determination in this calmness. "I want to kill you." These 4 words were so crisp and clear, so powerful and resonant. At this time, Fang Wuhui laughed. "Haha, you want to kill me? That's the best joke I've ever heard. But what are you going to use to kill me? With your pitiful strength?" His spirit moved forward again and directly pressed on Fang Yueshan. At this time, Fang Yueshan did not give in at all. He looked straight at the other party and said, "I know that my current strength naturally can't contend against you, and I've never thought of killing you with my own hands because I've seen myself very clearly. How can a person like me, who's just waiting to die, kill a super demon like you?" He continued, "It's just that I can't do it, but someone can. That's Su Yan. I believe that he can definitely kill you. Since he can kill you, I naturally have to help him. Moreover, I've already promised to be loyal to him, so I naturally have to do something for him." It had to be said that Fang Yueshan's mentality was really good. At this time, he spoke so calmly as if everything had been thrown to the back of his mind. Everything had nothing to do with him anymore. His gaze seemed to be calmer. However, this also meant that his beliefs were becoming more and more firm. This caused Fang Wuhui to be extremely unhappy. He directly said, "Fang Yulua is so weak, and you are the same as well. You have truly disappointed me. Forget it, I don't want to waste words with you. Originally, on account of the fact that you are my descendant, I would have spared your life. But unfortunately, you chose to give up. Since that's the case, I shall kill you." Another surge of energy flowed through his body. This power turned into 2 black snakes and directly entangled Fang Wuhui. This was Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness, so if he wanted to kill Su Yan and take back his origin power, he naturally had to kill Fang Yueshan first. With his strength, it was not difficult to kill Fang Yueshan. The 2 snake shadows directly appeared and then suddenly bit Fang Yueshan's divine soul. At this time, Fang Yueshan shouted angrily, "Tai immeasurable heavenly light." King Tai's supreme secret technique could only be cultivated by true core disciples. In this era, no one in King Tai could master this supreme technique. It was taught to him by Fang Yul. At this time, he directly used it and immediately clashed with the 2 snake shadows. This was a confrontation between divine souls. Confrontation between divine souls had always been extremely dangerous. Sometimes, just an insignificant injury could be enough to determine victory or defeat, or even life and death. At this time, he desperately circulated his power, and the terrifying radiance was constantly condensing and being annihilated. The radiance of the thunderbolt was so dazzling at this time. This was the divine soul world, which was also the sea of consciousness. Within the sea of consciousness, there were endless possibilities. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's divine soul was continuously retreating. Now, he was trying his best to hold on, but the gap in strength could not be so easily made up. If this continued, he would definitely lose. At this time, the golden radiance in Su Yan's body became even more dazzling. The sudden rise of the golden radiance made Fang Yueshan pleasantly surprised. He knew that as long as he held on for a while, Su Yan would succeed. Chapter 781. Female Literature. Fang Yulua was disgusted. He had said that Su Yan was a terrifying person. His potential was enormous. As long as Su Yan was given time, he would definitely surpass him. In other words, Fang Yulua concluded that as long as Su Yan did not die, he could surpass the Venerable Emperor. Above the Venerable Emperor and below the gods was the Holy Venerable. History was long, but how many people had successfully become a Holy Venerable? Su Yan actually had the chance to become a Holy Venerable. This was a very high evaluation. Moreover, the person who gave this evaluation was not an ordinary person, but his ancestor, Fang Yulua. Fang Yulua had told Fang Yueshan to follow Su Yan in the end. If there was one person who could solve the situation today and let Fang Yueshan survive, it would definitely not be King Tai, sect Master Guangqing, nor would it be Elder Li Siming. It just had to be Su Yan, who had a low cultivation level. At this moment, seeing Su Yan's body shining brightly, Fang Wuhui was immediately filled with endless anger. This should have been his power, but at this time, Su Yan had already refined this power into his body. He could not forgive him. He had to kill Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan did not care about him at this time. This time, Fang Yulua had really given him a huge opportunity. Originally, he had worked hard to cultivate, but no matter what, his power was still limited. It was extremely difficult for him to go further with the regal sword soul. However, this time, with such pure and powerful soul power as a medium for communication, the connection between the regal sword soul and Su Yan had become even closer. Su Yan's power directly increased. Not only that, he even began to comprehend new sword moves. It was at this time that his spirit suddenly became even more divine. "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly moved and came directly in front of Fang Yueshan. He could see that Fang Yueshan was already at the end of his rope. After all, he had not obtained this power for long, so he was still unable to completely control it. If Fang Yueshan continued to fight, it would instead cause damage to his foundation. At that time, the losses would outweigh the gains. Moreover, he had rested for so long, so it was time for him to make a move. He gently raised his palm and a sword chi directly appeared at this moment. The moment the sword chi appeared, clouds appeared in his sea of consciousness. If this was in Su Yan's own sea of consciousness, it would be fine. After all, he could control sea of his own. However, this place was his Fang Yueshan. But at this time, he actually directly used such a method. This was a very extraordinary thing. The method of creating something out of nothing was simply terrifying. At this moment, even Fang Wuhui's eyes had an extremely dignified look. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that Su Yan did indeed have the strength to threaten him at this moment. The power of this attack indeed made him feel extremely shocked. At this moment, the regal sword soul directly flashed and the clouds that were born began to condense directly at this moment. In the end, it turned into a long sword. At this moment, Fang Wuhui looked at Su Yan and was suddenly shocked. "Destiny's child. You must be the legendary Destiny's child. I feel that there are many destiny entanglements on your body. No wonder you are so strange. I see. At this moment, he suddenly said some words that Su Yan had never heard before. For example, Destiny's child was something that Su Yan had never heard of before. "I don't know what Destiny's child is. I only know that I want to kill you today, not for anything else, but because I want to kill you." At this moment, his sword intent directly rose. The violent power immediately rose to the extreme at this moment. The aura on the regal sword soul's body rose to the peak directly. This kind of power, this kind of valiant strength, was simply too terrifying. At this moment, Fang Wuhui's soul began to retreat continuously. Previously, he had already overestimated Su Yan's attack, but he still did not expect that this attack would actually be terrifying to such an extent. Even he had no choice but to retreat continuously at this time in order to avoid the sharp edge. At this moment, Su Yan directly said, "Are you afraid?" Of course he was afraid. If not, why would he retreat? Su Yan's regal sword soul had become sacred and inviolable at this moment. First sword, Dance of the Fish Dragon. In the dark sea of consciousness, an endless golden glow was immediately born, and within the golden glow, a fish dragon suddenly appeared. This fish dragon was different from the ones in the past. In the past, the fish dragon was also condensed by sword aura, and it even seemed to have some spiritual energy. However, this fish dragon was condensed by endless golden light, and it even seemed to have given birth to its own intelligence. The fish dragon rolled, and then directly charged toward Su Yan. Damn it! At this moment, Fang Wuhui directly cursed. He immediately pushed out a palm. A dark palm print appeared out of nowhere and blocked the fish dragon directly. "Damn brat, If it weren't for the fact that I had just been reborn and my power was too low, if it weren't for the fact that I was restrained by the Taishan sword of that junior from Guangqing, causing me to be unable to use most of my spiritual power, if it weren't for the fact that you received the gift of Fang Yuluo's power, how could someone like you be my opponent? He directly shouted. Su Yan sneered, and then said, the winner takes all, and the loser takes all. You talk too much nonsense. No matter what, I won, and that's enough. Why do you care so much? At this moment, his regal sword's soul moved again. First sword, settle the universe. The second sword, settle the universe. It was clearly in the sea of consciousness, but Fang Wuhui's body had been directly fixed. At this moment, he couldn't even struggle even if he wanted to. Although the first sword, settle the universe, was powerful, it could only restrict the opponent's movements in a small area. How could it be so terrifying that it could directly freeze him? At this moment, Su Yan's sword momentum rose again, and the third sword suddenly fell. The third sword, regal sun-shattering slash. Light appeared, and a scorching sun appeared in the sky. The terrifying light shone, and the blazing light turned into a cage at this moment, directly locking Fang Wuhui in. Then, the scorching sun began to die out. The appearance of the scorching sun in this sword was already extremely powerful and terrifying, but the truly terrifying move of the scorching sun's death was the move. That was a terrifying and majestic light that was like the destruction of heaven and earth. Under such a sword, even a powerful person like him couldn't withstand it. At this moment, his body began to tremble, and he even began to spit out blood from his mouth. Damn it, really damn it. I can't believe I was bullied to this extent by such a brat. Damn it. He directly roared. Then he continued to say, Su Yan, if you use such terrifying power, you will directly consume the power that Fang Yuluo gave you. What a pity. Today, you and I will stop here. What do you think? I will let you leave safely. At this moment, Fang Wuhui actually said such words. In the past, everyone knew that Fang Wuhui was absolutely domineering, and he didn't know how to negotiate or compromise with others. However, at this moment he actually began to say such words. It could be seen that he had really reached an extremely dangerous point. Or rather, at this moment he already had to pay the price. However, this price was already beyond what he could bear, so he had to ask for peace. Unfortunately, although he said so, Su Yan didn't care at all. He just smiled coldly, then said, Are you asking for peace now? It's too late. Moreover, for me, power is meant to be used. If I get power but don't use it like a miser, then what's the point? He continued, Fang Wuhui, I know that for a character like you, you absolutely wouldn't give up so easily. There's no need to hide anymore. What other methods do you have? Just directly display them. I, Su Wenian, will receive them. If not, don't blame me when you die. Su Yan sneered, then the scorching sun shattered, and the supreme sun-shattering slash was directly released. Fang Wuhui was furious. Su Yan, well done. Since you are so shameless, this old man will let you know how to write the word regret. In an instant, his palm turned over, and a ray of light directly appeared at this time. At this moment, a powerful force condensed and turned into an extremely evil light. The appearance of this light directly suppressed the power of the supreme sun-shattering slash. If you are right, this old man does have other powers, but this old man didn't want to use them at first. However, you just had to force my hand. In that case, go to hell. Descend of the evil demon. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a round ball. Su Yan immediately recognized it. It was the Taishan bead. At this time, the Taishan bead actually appeared. However, it was clearly using the Taishan bead to fight against the Taishan divine sword of King Tai's sect Master Guangqing. However, Su Yan quickly recognized it. No, this is not the real Taishan bead, but just a projection. Fang Wuhui directly said, Yes, this is indeed not the real Taishan bead. However, even if it is just a projection, it is enough to deal with you. The Taishan bead was able to suppress the entire Jiuzhou continent in the past. His power is not something you can imagine. The Taishan divine sword is nothing. It is just a divine sword that was refined. How can it be compared to the Taishan bead? If I hadn't used so much of its power to resist the great path of the samsara of life and death, the Taishan divine sword would have been broken. Chapter 782. Female Literature. This sentence allowed Su Yan to understand a lot of things. For example, the acquired heaven sword, and the Taishan bead's resistance to the samsara of life and death. These things were not things that he could come into contact with. At this time, the projection of the Taishan bead began to erupt with a terrifying power. At this time, Fang Yueshan said directly, "Su Yan, be careful." The ancestor once said that the Taishan bead uses an extremely terrifying power, and this power has no attribute. If it is refined with the power of the righteous path, it will be the power of the righteous path. If it is refined with the power of the evil path, it will be endless evil. The Taishan bead has been contaminated by Fang Wuhui's endless evil and has become extremely terrifying. Therefore, even if it is just a projection, you can't be careless, because once you are implicated by this projection, you will definitely pay a huge price. This was what Fang Yuluo told him at the last moment. The Taishan bead was an extremely powerful treasure. Back then, King Tai was able to use it to suppress the universe, which showed how powerful this treasure was. When Su Yan saw the Taishan bead, he felt very strange. Logically speaking, since the Taishan bead was King Tai's treasure, it should have an extremely powerful side. However, it was a treasure of the righteous path after all, so it should not be so terrifying. However, when Su Yan saw it, he felt that this treasure had an extremely terrifying aura. It was an awe-inspiring demonic aura. Such a terrifying aura was constantly roaring, and it was simply the most terrifying thing in the world. In the core of the Taishan bead, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying thing hidden. That kind of evil was something that even the evil sword Cold Jade could not compare to. Of course, Su Yan did not know what was inside. At this time, since Fang Yueshan said so, he must know something, but he did not say it at this time. However, at this time, he had no choice but to release the arrow. All the light had gathered at this point. The scorching sun had already shattered, which meant that dawn was coming. His daybreak sword had already reached its peak. No matter how strong the Taishan bead is, it's just an afterimage right now. If that's the case, then I'll just have to destroy it. Su Yan was at his strongest right now. At this moment, he was fearless. Since you want to fight, then I will fight with you. These were his thoughts at the moment. Great Emperor Wuhui? Today I will make you sink into this place forever. At this time, his sword intent had already risen high into the sky, and the shadow of a scorching sun had already slid down to this place. Under the illumination of the light, Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness began to tremble. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was simply too strong. It was so powerful that he was at a loss for what to do. If he did not have the Taishan bead in his hands, he might not have dared to fight at this time. However, he had now guided the power of the Taishan bead into this place. Even if it was just an afterimage, its power was still incomparably terrifying. After all, it was the Taishan bead. Back then, he stole the Taishan bead from King Tai and killed many of King Tai's experts. In the end, the King Tai's sect master was so furious that he led the sect's experts to this place to kill him. Back then, he was also vicious and merciless. He directly used the terrifying existence of the shadow world to kill the current sect master. At that time, he was also heavily rewarded by Fang Yul. Fang Yuluo seized the opportunity to regain control of his body and then sealed herself. At this time, Fang Yuluo also did something else, which was to seal the terrifying existence in the shadow world. It was precisely because of this that the power of the Taishan bead was so terrifying and dangerous. At this time, although it was just a shadow, its powerful and evil power was still frightening. At this time, he directly summoned this afterimage and directly suppressed Su Yan's daybreak sword in one fell swoop. The supreme sword chi of the daybreak sword had already become extremely broken at this time. The powerful and terrifying power was even more frightening. Previously, Su Yan's aura was so strong that he had almost occupied everything. However, at this moment, Su Yan was like a lone boat in the middle of the ocean. He was being battered by this powerful and terrifying force, and was swaying unsteadily. Boy, today I'll let you know that you must be in awe when facing the strong. You think you can overturn the heavens just because you obtained a little power from Fang Yulua? So what if you're the child of destiny? In my eyes, you're nothing. Now, I'll kill you directly. I'll let you know that I'm the master of this world. At this time, he walked like a dragon and a tiger, and his divine consciousness suddenly expanded at this moment. He seemed to have begun to merge with the mysterious existence in the shadow of the Taishan bead. At this moment, his aura began to rise directly. The huge power seemed to be able to crush the entire world. His consciousness swept down directly. This was clearly Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness, but at this moment, he had become the master. At this time, Fang Yueshan was the most miserable person in his heart. Originally, he firmly believed that Su Yan could directly defeat his opponent after obtaining the inheritance and gift of his ancestor, Fang Yule. However, at this time, he was already somewhat shaken. Of course, he had no intention of blaming Su Yan. He was just beginning to feel a little desperate. Now, he was already regretting why he had been so mediocre in the past. If he could become stronger, perhaps he would not have been directly captured by Rosen back then. Of course, he also knew that at this time, there was no point in saying these things. At this time, he had to think of a way. Su Yan, I'm very grateful that you've come to save me. However, there are many things that can't be violated. I'll send you out of my sea of consciousness now, and then quickly escape. After a moment of silence, he directly transmitted his consciousness to Su Yan. With his current strength, there was no way he could resist Fang Wuhui. The only thing he could do was to send out Su Yan's consciousness. This was the last thing he could do. However, at this time, Su Yan directly interrupted his thoughts. It's not over yet. In the face of such a desperate situation, Su Yan was still so calm at this time. His consciousness was like a fallen leaf in a storm, but he did not give up. The Supreme Sword Soul, heaven is Tai, and life is above. Heaven's will, subdue demons. Fang Wuhui, you are now a demon. In that case, I'll subdue you. Take this sword, Supreme Demon Subduing Sword. At this moment, Su Yan's voice was like thunder. At this time, his body directly erupted with endless brilliance. The powerful force directly surged, and everything was reversed at this time. His eyes flickered with an incomparably intense brilliance. At this time, his aura was actually not inferior to Fang Wuhui's. This change was really sudden. Fang Wuhui did not expect that Su Yan would actually have such a change at this moment. Previously, he had clearly suppressed Su Yan, but at this time, Su Yan was still able to erupt with such terrifying power. His soul was trembling violently, and his consciousness was constantly rising in his eyes. He did not understand how Su Yan could have such a terrifying aura, but he knew that if he did not stop Su Yan at this time, then he would definitely be very passive in the future. The previous Daybreaker sword had already made him extremely wary, so he had no choice but to use the power of the Taishan bead to suppress Su Yan. The effect of this was naturally immediate. Su Yan, who was very arrogant before, was directly suppressed at this moment. However, this was actually a very risky thing to do. This was because he knew very well that King Tai's sect Master Guangxing would definitely directly increase his power and ruthlessly suppress him at this time. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. However, in his calculations, since the power of the Taishan bead had been brought in, killing Su Yan would be just a matter of raising his hand. It would not take too long at all. This was why he dared to do this. However, he did not expect that at this moment, Su Yan would be so tenacious. Not only was he not directly killed by the power of the Taishan bead, but he also directly launched a counterattack. The Taishang Demon Slayer Slash. This sword was so terrifying that it was as if its power was born to deal with demons. He deeply understood that if this continued, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand such an attack at all. The sky as the Taishang, the life as the Taishang, and the position as the Taishang. He had never seen such a sword before. This terrifying sword aura seemed to be born to restrain him. In front of Su Yan, the shadow of the Taishan bead began to waver. Originally, he had already paid some attention to Su Yan, but now he realized that he was still too careless. Damn it, I already knew that he was the child of fate, born by many fates, a chess piece of fate in the hands of many big shots, but I still underestimated him. Damn it, damn it. He was now regretting it, but it was now too late. Su Yan's sword aura had already fiercely slashed down. When this sword was unleashed, heaven and earth would slay demons. There was no longer any hope for anything else. No, I can't fight against this sword. Otherwise, my divine consciousness will be directly destroyed, and it will also affect the power of the Taishin bead. Fang Wuhui's mind was spinning with thoughts. In the end, he decided to give up. This was because if he was hit by this sword at this time, not only his spiritual soul, but also the foundation of the Taishin bead would be shaken. If that happened, the price he had to pay would be too great. Originally, he wanted to directly seize the body of his descendant and resurrect himself. After all, Fang Yueshan had his bloodline. In this world, no one was more compatible with him than Fang Yueshan. Once he succeeded and solved the problem of Fang Yulua, he would be able to return to the peak in a short time. As long as his cultivation reached the peak, he would like to see who else in this world could compete with him. Back then, he was at the peak of the sovereign realm. This time, after his resurrection, he must enter the saint realm, or even the divine realm. Unfortunately, he was about to die before he could even take over this body. He was forced to such a state by Su Yan before he could completely take over this body. At this time, he was so angry with Su Yan. If it weren't for Su Yan, everything would not have happened. It was Su Yan who meddled in other people's business and called King Tai's sect master. It was also Su Yan who directly rushed into Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness, causing him to be in such a state. Su Yan, I, Fang Wuhui, will remember you. Very good. Today, I will consider you to have won once. However, you have to remember this. The next time I appear, I will definitely crush you directly. You worm, even if you are the child of destiny, I will kill you. He transmitted his thoughts with incomparable resentment. At this time, he was only left with endless unwillingness and anger. He kept swearing that he would tear Su Yan into pieces. Su Yan, who had used the Imperial Devil Slayer slash, was now in a strong momentum. He held the Imperial Sword Soul in his hand, and there was a terrifying aura of transcendence around him. He said directly, Fang Wuhui, are you running away? I can make you run away in a sorry state this time. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. At this time, Fang Wuhui's soul had begun to withdraw from Fang Yueshan's sea of consciousness. After all, this was not his sea of consciousness. Therefore, Su Yan had no other choice but to let him go. However, since Su Yan had defeated him this time, he had full confidence in himself. Su Yan, had never feared his enemies. No matter who it was, the worst that could happen was to die in battle. At this time, Guang Cheng's sword became heavier. The Taishin bead began to hum softly. It seemed to be trembling. King Tai's leader, Guang Cheng, raised his eyebrows. He did not know why the Taishin bead was acting like this. However, he could feel that Su Yan seemed to have an effect on Fang Wuhui. This was because at that moment, the power of the Taishin bead weakened a little. This kind of power was nothing to him, but it was enough to kill a person in the dragon realm. In other words, Fang Wuhui actually needed to use the power of the Taishin bead. Although it was a battle of divine minds, Su Yan was able to force Fang Wuhui to this point. This was already beyond his expectations. Therefore, he pushed his power to the extreme. What he needed to do was to help Su Yan share the burden. At this time, the body in front of him trembled continuously. Then, a thick black shadow appeared from the body. He immediately knew that this was Fang Wuhui's soul. Die, old demon. Fang Wuhui's soul actually seeped out from his body. In that case, this little friend Su Yan actually had the advantage, causing the old devil to have no choice but to compromise. He was very surprised that Su Yan could do this. However, the most important thing now was to directly kill the old demon's soul. However, at this moment, the Taishin bead trembled again. It seemed that an extremely terrifying demon had appeared. It was a shadow creature. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful existence among the shadow creatures. When the shadow creature looked at Guang Cheng's heart was shaken. At this time, Fang Wuhui directly transmitted his thoughts. Guang Cheng, you little brat, King Tai's leader died in his hands. Kiki, just you wait. Soon your soul will become his food. Let's call it a day. Chapter 783. Female Literature. At this moment, Fang Wuhui rushed into the Taixin bead. Then, the Taixin bead broke free from the power of the Taixin divine sword and turned into a long rainbow to leave. Li Siming wanted to stop the power of the Taixin bead, but Guang Cheng's voice rang out. Siming, leave. Guang Cheng could clearly sense the power of the Taixin bead. Although Li Siming's realm was not bad, he was not a Dao master. After all, he was still far from it. If he tried to stop the Taixin bead from leaving, he would only end up dead. Guang Cheng immediately flew up on his sword. You want to escape? Dream on. He would never let Fang Wuhui leave just like that. No matter what, he had to kill Fang Wuhui. Therefore, he also flew up into the sky, turned into a long rainbow, and chased after the Taixin bead. At this moment, his eyes were filled with an incomparably determined light. The Taixin bead was flying very fast, but Guang Cheng was even faster. The distance between the two was constantly closing. At this moment, Guang Cheng suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Almost at the same time, a huge door that was 100 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of him. The appearance of this door immediately made the heart of the sect leader tremble. This is... Obviously, he had recognized this thing. However, at this moment, Fang Wuhui's voice rang out again. Ah, little brat Guang Cheng, it seems like you also recognize this shadow door. Humph, just you wait and see. Although I've retreated today, I've come back to life after all. This time, our debt will not be settled so easily. While he was speaking, the Taixin bead trembled, and unexpectedly, it charged straight into the door. If you have the ability, come in and kill me. Haha. Guang Cheng watched as the Taixin bead disappeared behind the shadow door. However, he still stopped in the end. This legendary shadow door actually existed. It was a taboo. Even someone as powerful as him would not dare to challenge such a taboo. At this moment, he fell into silence. Finally, he exhaled. Then he said, "What should come will come." Is the prophecy of fate finally beginning to come true? This is no longer a matter of King Tai's family. Guang Cheng sighed and returned directly. When he saw this door, he deeply understood that this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. It was the shadow door, a door that connected the shadow world and this world. Of course, he wanted to destroy it directly, but he couldn't do it. That door wasn't built by a human. It was a projection of a world. How could his power have reached such a level? In the face of disaster, even a Dao master was insignificant and powerless. However, the fortunate thing was that Fang Wuhui still managed to escape in a sorry state this time. Although he had left, he did not know how long it would take for him to make a comeback. Moreover, he was forced to enter the shadow world, so it would not be so easy for him to come to this world again. If he could directly merge with the body of his descendant, it would be absolutely different. Perhaps it would only take half a year, no, even a month or two, for him to lead a large number of shadow creatures to kill everywhere and then directly begin to recover. When that time came, disaster would befall. And all of this was thanks to Su Yan. When the sect leader returned, Su Yan's spirit had also returned to his body. In the end, he had succeeded in taking this risk. Moreover, even though the power given to him by Fang Yulua's spirit had been completely consumed in the confrontation with Fang Wuhui, he had still obtained great benefits. The most obvious one was his communication with the regal sword soul. That was his foundation. Now, his communication with the regal sword soul had become closer, so he had the capital to challenge a more powerful realm. Moreover, he had also comprehended a new sword move, which was the regal demon slaying slash. The power of that sword was still fresh in his memory. However, that sword move was performed in his spirit. Now that he had returned to his body, he might not be able to use it at will. However, since he had already performed it once, it would not be difficult for him to perform it again. At this moment, Fang Yueshan also opened his eyes. This time, in terms of gains, no one could compare to Fang Yueshan. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Although he had narrowly escaped death, at this moment he had already reached the venerable realm. He was a true venerable realm. Whether it was his physical strength or his spirit, they had both reached this level. Back then, his cultivation was too far away from Su Yan's, but now he had already left Su Yan in the dust. Moreover, the Taishan bead had already left his body. The Taishan bead was directly passed on to their bodies by Fang Yuluo using a secret technique. The Taishan bead was a precious treasure of the time, but to them, it was a curse. But now, the curse had been broken. From now on, he did not need to worry about that anymore. To him, that was the biggest gain. Seeing that Guangxing had returned, Su Yan and Fang Yueshan quickly bowed. This time, Fang Yueshan could be saved because of Su Yan's desperate efforts, but more importantly, Guangxing had restrained too much of Fang Wuhui's power. Otherwise, with Su Yan and Fang Yueshan's abilities, they would have been crushed to death by Fang Wuhui. Fang Yueshan thanks the sect master for saving our lives, Fang Yueshan said respectfully. However, the sect master shook his head and said, Fang Yueshan, you don't have to be so polite. I won't hide it from you. According to my original plan, I would have killed you and Fang Wuhui together. Therefore, if you want to thank someone, you should thank Su Yan. Guangxing knew that the real key person in this battle was Su Yan. Su Yan, who was clearly so weak in front of him, actually decided the outcome of this battle. He did not know how Su Yan did it. However, since he could make Fang Wuhui retreat directly, and he himself was not injured in the slightest, then he naturally had his own ability. However, this was Su Yan's own business, so he would not pry into it. He said to Su Yan, Su Yan, thank you for telling me about Fang Wuhui. Otherwise, not only would this old demon have harmed Fang Yueshan, but he would also make a comeback and be a huge threat to me, King Tai. Moreover, you saved Si Ming's life. I, Guangxing, will remember this kindness. This is my Tai primordial token. Take this token and your status is equivalent to that of an elder of my sect. Guangxing threw an extremely exquisite token to Su Yan. When Guangxing took out the token, Li Siming's eyes were filled with disbelief. Obviously, it was because this token was a very precious item. However, he was also very happy. After all, Su Yan had saved him. Now he knew that when the old demon was about to kill him, it was because of Su Yan that he was forced to retreat from his sea of consciousness. In the end, he was scared but not in danger. Brother Su Yan, you've saved my life this time. I don't have anything good right now, but I'll remember this favor. From today onwards, you're my brother. Li Siming said in a serious tone. Su Yan immediately said, Big brother, you're too polite. This time, Big brother is very lucky. Then, the four of them talked again. Of course, the key was still Fang Wuhui. Fang Yueshan told King Tai's sect master, Guangxing, about Fang Yuluo's words. After all, Fang Yuluo was from King Tai. Back then, although he had fallen out with the Greater One sect to this point, he still couldn't let it go. At this time, Guangxing said, Senior Yuluo is a senior of the sect. Fang Yueshan, you are his descendant. Then, are you willing to return to King Tai? A sect master directly invited Fang Yueshan. This should be a great honor. However, at this time, Fang Yueshan directly refused. He directly said, Ancestor and King Tai's entanglement is too deep. However, Ancestor has passed away and I don't want to be involved. Moreover, I have already told Su Yan that I will follow him in the future. Since this is the case, I can't change sides. Su Yan was surprised. At that time, Fang Yueshan had no choice but to say that he would follow Su Yan. He didn't expect that Fang Yueshan would still have such an attitude. One had to know that he was now a venerable. The status of a venerable was definitely a top figure in the Jiuzhou continent. No matter where he went, he would definitely be respected. Su Yan knew that Guangxing threw an olive branch to him because of Fang Yuluo's karma. However, more importantly, it was because of his identity as a venerable. After all, the appearance of a venerable could directly improve the strength of a sect. Fang Yueshan, you were just threatened by me back then. You don't have to take what I said back then to heart. I think it's better for you to stay in King Tai. Although Fang Wuhui has retreated, I'm worried that one day he will come back. Now that Senior Fang Yulua has disappeared from this world, there is karma between you and him. If he comes back, he will definitely come to you. Su Yan's meaning was very obvious. If Fang Yueshan stayed in Qingtai, then with the existence of this sect master, even if Fang Wuhui returned, he would at least have a guarantee. However, Fang Yueshan followed him. Now, his strength was not as strong as Fang Yueshan's. Not to mention, before Fang Wuhui left, he had displayed an incomparable hatred for him. He knew that when Fang Wuhui returned, the first person he would look for would not be Fang Yueshan, who was related to him by blood, but him. Chapter 784. Female Literature. However, at this time, Fang Yueshan shook his head. Well, Brother Su Yan, this time you dared to take the risk to save me. I have already recognized you as a brother. Unless you really dislike me, I will be at your beck and call in the future. A venerable being at his beck and call, becoming his younger brother, Su Yan felt helpless in his heart. However, since this was his own choice, Su Yan naturally would not force him, so he said, "Since you think so highly of me, I will not refuse." He said to King Tai's leader, "Leader, please take care of the shadow creatures here. Now that the gate has been opened, I am afraid this place will not be a safe place." They chatted for a while, then Su Yan and Fang Yueshan finally left directly. At this time, Li Siming looked at Su Yan who was leaving and said directly, "Su Yan is really a dragon among men." He said this from the bottom of his heart. King Tai was one of the top 10 sections. Although their ranking was not good due to some reasons, there were still a lot of talents in the sect, and geniuses came out in large numbers. However, when Li Siming thought about it carefully, there was not a single person in the entire sect who could be compared to Su Yan. After all, Su Yan defeated a dragon realm expert with 9 dragons. Guang Cheng nodded and said, "He is indeed a real top figure, but it's a pity. It's a pity that he carries too much fate. I only hope that he can survive." The gate to the shadow world has appeared, and the child of destiny has also appeared. Is the prophecy of chaos really going to come true? These last words were hidden in his heart and did not say out loud. When in Fang Yueshan's Sea of Consciousness, Fang Wuhui said that Su Yan was the child of destiny, and this leader actually had the same understanding. However, Su Yan had already left. While the double-winged divine tiger was grieving, Su Yan's body continued to move forward. At this moment, his heart was somewhat heavy. Although he had managed to escape death this time, his strength had increased once again. But at this time, he also learned some things. Most importantly, the child of destiny was entangled by many different destinies, becoming a chess piece in the game of many experts. Before today, he had already vaguely had this feeling in his heart. However, it wasn't until now that Fang Wuhui had pointed it out that he finally understood the situation. Indeed, it was as if he was just a chess piece. He had obtained the heart of the great demonic dragon, the phalanx of the great heavenly demon lord, and the inheritance of the Buddha sect. In addition, he also had a demon god's heart. Was everything just a coincidence? No, it shouldn't be a coincidence. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? In that case, it was very likely that all of this was arranged by someone behind the scenes. It was just that he didn't know who the person behind this was. Destiny was something too mysterious for Su Yan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly asked, "What are you thinking about?" He could tell that Su Yan had a lot on his mind at this moment, so he asked directly. At this moment, Su Yan sighed and said, "I'm thinking about destiny." Destiny? He looked at Su Yan with a puzzled expression. Su Yan said, "Yes, fate. I'm thinking, why did I come to this world, and why did I walk step by step to where I am today? Is this the arrangement of the heavens, or the arrangement of others?" The original him had died of a heart attack in the original world. Everything about him should have come to an end with his death. However, destiny wasn't like that. He was resurrected and returned to this world. However, he really couldn't understand why this was the case. Of course, Fang Yueshan didn't understand what he was saying, but he chuckled and said, "What's the point of thinking about destiny? You can't figure it out no matter how hard you try. You're just looking for trouble. How could anyone know why they were born in this world? If you wanted to ask, perhaps you should ask the creator. But did such a thing really exist in this world? How did this fish get to where it is today? That's even more ridiculous. Look at me, I'm walking back and forth, step by step, because I'm bored. I want to take a walk, that's all. According to what you're saying, the so-called paragon is bored and wants to see me take a few steps, so he arranged this? At this moment, Fang Yueshan's thought of living a bad life was better than dying a good death was displayed to the extreme. That's why it's important to live a good life. When it's time to die, it's better to be quick. What's the point of thinking so much? The reason you're here today is because you want to leave. Think about it, the world is so big, and there are so many people. If the creator really wants to arrange things one by one, whether they're going to walk left or right, whether they're going to drown or burn to death, then wouldn't he be a pain in the ass? Su Yan looked at Fang Yeshan, although this guy's words were very rough. However, Su Yan had no choice but to admit that these words were very reasonable. He shook his head, then said, "What you're saying is nonsense, but I have to admit it makes a lot of sense." Fang Yueshan immediately said, "Of course, I used to be a great captain, leading a group of brothers on the sea. Forget it, it's all in the past, I'll be your little brother from now on." Su Yan couldn't help but admire his mental fortitude. This guy seems to be on par with a godlike existence like Meng Yang. The double-winged celestial tiger flew very quickly, and in 10 days they crossed several continents and returned to Singapore. Singapore was the base of the Taihang sword faction. For Su Yan, the entire Kyushu continent was a foreign land, but this was the first place he set foot in, and he felt a little bit of a sense of belonging to the Taihang sword faction. "Where are we going now, boss?" The double-winged celestial tiger had already left, and the two of them walked. Fang Yueshan had now begun to call Su Yan boss. Su Yan was very uncomfortable with this kind of gangster-like title, but Fang Yueshan liked it very much, so Su Yan couldn't do anything about it. After all, his little brother was a venerable, and if the two of them fought, Su Yan was probably not his match. But there was one advantage to being with this guy, and that was that he could forget a lot of troubles. Su Yan finally arrived at the mountain gate of the Taihang sword faction. This is the Taihang sword faction. Next, we'll need to stay in the Taihang sword faction for a while, and then I'll go on a long trip. Now that he had understood these things, Su Yan had to get busy with his own matters. The demonic sect's plan to capture the demon's son was getting closer and closer, and now there was only about a month left. There was also the trip to the star-shifting sea, and he had to find Chu Linger. These two things were things that he could never forget. However, the most important thing right now was still the demon's plan. This damned limitless demon sect actually wanted to sacrifice Lu Lan to the demon. This was something he couldn't allow no matter what. Since they dared to treat Lu Lan like that, Su Yan would definitely take revenge. This time, it was just the beginning. In this battle, the limitless demon sect had suffered heavy losses. 6 venerables had died, and among them were 4 origin venerables. Even the vice sect master had been directly dealt with. However, the vice sect master was powerful, and he had left unscathed in the end. At the same time, Su Yan's name had spread throughout the demonic sect. Su Yan had now entered the demonic sect's wanted list. However, Su Yan didn't care about this. Right now, he didn't care about anyone below the venerable realm. He was even confident that he could kill a 9-dragon realm expert. Even if a venerable realm expert came, he had enough methods to deal with them. If the opponent wasn't too strong, he could even kill them directly. Su Yan had just arrived at the mountain entrance when someone immediately recognized him. After all, Su Yan had fought Wang Baichuan to a draw. Back then, Sect Master Zhang Zhe had personally stopped the battle between the two of them. Furthermore, Su Yan's name had become very extraordinary recently. This caused him to have many admirers in the sect. Senior brother Su Yan is back. Today, someone from the Xue family was on duty. The Xue family was very proud of Su Yan. After all, Su Yan had admitted that he was a part of the Xue family. This was the decision of the Xue family ancestor. Senior brother Su Yan, I'm Xue Jiao from the Xue family. It's great that you're back safely. The family head said that when you came back, you should go see him immediately. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. The current family head of the Shui family was naturally Shui Xingchuan. He didn't expect Shui Xingchuan to have made arrangements in advance. However, it was good. The battle at sea last time allowed him to see Shui Xingchuan's terrifying strength. Even the Dao Master Vice Sect Master couldn't gain an advantage in front of him. After this guy was released from the restraints of the evil sword Cold Jade, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. It was terrifying. It just so happened that Su Yan had a lot of questions to ask him. After all, only someone like him could answer his questions. Su Yan quickly stepped into the Shui family's ancestral hall. The current family head of the Shui family was cultivating in the ancestral hall. There was nothing special about his cultivation. He just sat there quietly. It was like an old monk in meditation. As soon as Su Yan stepped into the hall, he felt a sense of peace in his heart. At this moment, Fang Yueshan was waiting outside. After all, this was the Shui family's ancestral hall. Without permission, even the sect leader, Zhang Zhe, would not easily enter. Chapter 785. Female Literature. Su Yan saw that the memorial tablet of the Shui family's ancestor had been added to the memorial hall of the Shui family's ancestral shrine. After all, this ancestor had taken good care of him, so Su Yan directly burned an incense stick. Shui Xingchuan did not speak during the entire process. It was only when Su Yan put away the incense stick that he said, "Last time, I was in a hurry and didn't realize that you had already begun to search for your true self." Not bad at all. Searching for one's true self was a path that every expert would definitely walk on. But generally speaking, this would only begin when one's cultivation reached a certain level. And every person who could find their true self would go very far if they did not die prematurely. And at this time, Su Yan had already taken this step at such a young age, so Shui Xingchuan was naturally very surprised. One had to know that many people only started to take this step after reaching the Venerable Realm. And some extremely special geniuses were only at the 9 Dragons Realm. Shui Xingchuan was so talented, but he only started to search for his true self when he was at the 8 Dragons Realm. But now, Su Yan had already stepped on this path. Su Yan was even more outstanding than he was back then. And among the younger generation of the current generation, neither Feng Yuhai nor Wang Baichuan had been able to take this step. When Su Yan first came to the Taihang Sword faction, he was actually behind Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan. But now, he had caught up and walked directly in front of them. At your level, there are very few people among the younger generation of the 9 provinces who can match you. Perhaps the 2 sons of demons of the limitless demon sect can fight you. Shui Xingchuan continued. Sons of demons? Su Yan had come into contact with sons of demons before. Back in the secret realm, Hua Yunfei was one of the 3 sons of demons of the demon sect. At that time, he directly conspired to obtain the demon god's body, which could be said to be extremely bold. But in the end, he still fell, but Su Yan had to admit that he was strong. In every generation of the devil sect, there will be 3 sons of devils. Then, these 3 sons of devils will directly compete for the position of crown prince. I know you've seen Hua Yunfei, and even his death is more or less related to you. However, you have to know that he really is the weakest of the 3 demon sons. Shui Xingchuan had already stood up. As far as I know, this generation's son of demon, Hua Yunfei, Shangguan Sheng, and Murong Wudi are all extremely powerful people. However, comparatively speaking, Hua Yunfei is slightly weaker. It is also because of this that he took the risk to devour the demon god's body. Su Yan's expression did not change, but at this time, he thought of a person in his mind. That was Shangguan Sheng. Back then, this guy stepped into the Su family in the 5 counties and took away his sister, Su Tian. After Su Yan came to the 9 regions, he naturally went to inquire about his whereabouts. However, this person was too mysterious, and he did not know where to find any news about him. However, back then, Shangguan Sheng and Su Yan said that they would wait for him during the Devil Sex plan. Then, perhaps in a month, they would be able to meet. At that time, he and Shangguan Sheng had fought, and the 2 of them were tied. However, now that he thought about it, Shangguan Sheng did not seem to have done much. If there was a life and death battle at that time, the one who would die would definitely be him. As for Murong Wudi, he had never heard of him. However, from Xue Xingchuan's tone, this person was clearly ranked above Shang Guansheng. Senior, why did you let people wait for me at the mountain gate this time? Su Yan asked. Xue Xingchuan smiled bitterly and then said, Su Yan, I am very grateful that you took care of my son back then, but now, my Xue family needs you to do something. Su Yan was somewhat confused. Xue Xingchuan's change of topic was too unnatural. He should not be a person with such a temperament. At this time, a loud voice was heard, Su Yan, it's big brother Xue Cheng. This loud voice was naturally none other than Xue Cheng. Back then, it was Xue Cheng who brought him into the Taihang sword faction, so his friendship with Xue Cheng was not shallow. Good, you brat really did not die. This is very good. It could be seen that this big brother was very excited at this time. However, Xue Cheng's enthusiasm made Su Yan a little scared. He didn't know why Xue Cheng was looking for him. At this time, Xue Cheng said directly, Su Yan, it's good that you are here. Otherwise, my daughter would have been married off. His daughter was Xue Xinyue. Su Yan was inexplicably confused. His mind was suddenly a little confused. At this time, Xue Cheng had already pulled him out of the ancestral hall. There's no time. Listen to me as we walk. Xue Cheng had always been so impetuous, but this made Su Yan feel a little helpless. At this time, Xue Xingchuan said, Su Yan, you don't know, but the sect master has already agreed. In a few days he will let you marry Wuya. *CK his grandmother, this is my daughter, and he actually agreed to it directly. Xue Cheng's temper had already risen. At this time, Su Yan more or less understood what was going on. He still remembered that back then, the Xue family's ancestor had already promised sword-casting peaks Hai Chuan to betroth Xue Xinyue to Wuya. The Xue family's ancestor had also said that if Su Yan could gain something from the ruins, the Xue family's ancestor would consider canceling the engagement. Otherwise, he would have to borrow Hai Chuan's help to forge a sword for him, and then comprehend a new realm. After a series of events back then, Su Yan had somewhat forgotten about this matter, because at that time, the Xue family's ancestor had died in the world of extreme ice. This matter shouldn't have been brought up. However, not long ago, Hai Chuan had brought up this matter again to Zhang Zhe, and he had the marriage contract that the Xue family's ancestor had promised. In the end, Zhang Zhe had still agreed to this matter. Even if Xue Xingchuan wanted to object, he didn't seem to have a good reason. After all, Hai Chuan's status was completely different. In the Taihang sword faction, other than the three great clans and Zhang Zhe, his status was aloof. From a certain perspective, even the rulers of the three great clans might not be as important as him. This was because he was a swordsmith, and an ultimate swordsmith who had the potential to forge a divine sword. To the Taihang sword faction, this kind of person was simply a clown. Now that he had the marriage contract in hand, and the Xue family's ancestor had unexpectedly died, Zhang Zhe could only make the decision for him. Xue Xingchuan had almost fought with Hai Chuan back then, but because of Zhang Zhe's intervention, they didn't fight. In the end, Xue Cheng directly said that the Xue family's ancestor had already betrothed Xue Xinyue to Su Yan. This matter wasn't without reason. After all, the Xue family's ancestor had indeed made such a decision in order to win over Su Yan. Thus, this matter was related to Su Yan. Zhang Zhe directly said that if Su Yan didn't return within 10 days, then Xue Xinyue would have to marry Wuya. If Su Yan returned within 10 days, then he would have to fight with Wuya, and the winner would marry Xue Xinyue. Although this matter was a little serious, it was still the faction leader's decision. Thus, in these few days, the Xue family had been frantically searching for Su Yan. It was also because of this that when the Xue family's disciple saw Su Yan, he was so affectionate, as if he had seen his own father. After all, Xue Cheng had given a huge reward to anyone who could provide him with Su Yan's whereabouts. At this moment, Su Yan was speechless. He didn't think that he would end up in such a situation. Originally, he wanted to rest in the Taihang sword faction for a few days before setting off for Panzhou. However, this matter was related to Xue Xinyue's lifelong happiness. No matter what, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. Brother Xue, don't worry, I won't stand by and do nothing. Su Yan pulled Xuecheng back. If he didn't stop Xuecheng, he felt that this old thing might directly drag him to Sword Forging Peak to fight with Wuya. Xuecheng said, "Nonsense, my daughter has her heart set on you. If you dare not fight with that bastard Wuya, this old man will fight it out with you first." Boss, this old man is clearly determined to stick to you, huh? At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly laughed, and he laughed very loudly. Xuecheng immediately glared at him. F***ck, this old man is talking to Su Yan, and as a little brother, you actually dare to interrupt. This is outrageous. He was a hot-tempered person. If he could solve things with his hands, he definitely wouldn't want to use his mouth. Although this was Su Yan's little brother, he still decided to let him know his dignity. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't beat Su Yan, but couldn't he teach a lesson to a little brother? After all, after Xue Xingchuan returned, he had given him many peaks. His current strength had increased by a lot. However, at this moment, the aura of a venerable one flashed in Fang Yueshan's body. Before Xuecheng could make a move, he took a few steps back. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at Fang Yueshan in disbelief. Su Yan shook his head helplessly, then said, "Brother Xue, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Fang Yueshan. He's now a venerable one." Su Yan understood Xue Xingchuan's temper. Of course, he didn't have any ill intentions, but he shouldn't think about showing off. Otherwise, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Chapter 786. Female Literature. Supremacy. A supremacy actually addressed Su Yan as boss. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan only felt that his brain was not enough to process the situation. What exactly was going on? He looked at Su Yan as if he had seen a ghost. "All right, big brother Xue, help me settle down Fang Yueshan first. As for me, I'll go and see Xinyue now." Su Yan knew that since this had happened, Xue Xinyue would definitely be in the worst mood right now. It would have been fine if he had not returned, but since he had returned, he should go and see her. She was also very helpless towards Xue Xinyue. Su Yan naturally knew of her feelings towards him. However, Su Yan did not want to shoulder too much anymore. He had not even repaid all the love debts he had. If he added Xue Xinyue to the list, it would be too much of a sin. Therefore, Su Yan did not want to get involved in these matters at this moment. However, there were many times when things were out of one's control. Just like now. At this moment he would definitely not sit by and do nothing. He did indeed hope that Xue Xinyue could find a good home, but this Gui Su was definitely not boundless. This person was too extreme. Of course, the most important thing was that Xue Xinyue seemed to dislike him very much. Moreover, no matter what, Xue Xinyue should be willing. This method of forcing a marriage was really too much. Ever since she had returned from Divine Devil Island, Xue Xinyue had been cultivating in seclusion. If there was no need, she would not walk around outside. For example, this time, even if the matter concerned her lifelong happiness, she was still so calm and indifferent. This was the main reason why Xuecheng was so anxious. His dear daughter did not seem to be in the right situation. However, among so many people, there was one person who was closer to Xue Xinyue. Even now, when Xue Xinyue was practically in seclusion, she would still visit her frequently. This person was Feng Yueyu. In the past, Feng Yueyu disliked Xue Xinyue very much. Although the two of them couldn't be described as mortal enemies, there wasn't much difference between them. But since then, the relationship between the two of them had become very good, as if they were real sisters. This made everyone feel surprised. However, there was a saying that girls were fickle. It was a matter between girls to be close to each other, so it wasn't a big deal. After a few days, everyone had gotten used to this. Su Yan arrived in front of Xue Xinyue's courtyard. As soon as he stepped into her courtyard, he felt a sense of relief. Another year's spring had arrived. Those beautiful flowers were in full bloom, full of vitality. Su Yan suddenly realized that he had been in too much of a hurry recently. Unknowingly, he had overlooked so many things. He called out softly, "Junior sister Xinyue, I'm Su Yan. Are you there?" Of course, she was inside. If Su Yan released his divine will, he would be able to find her in a short time. However, this was a girl's courtyard. It wasn't good for him to do so. After he called out, the courtyard was silent. There was no movement. Xianxia, I'm Su Yan. I'm coming in, Su Yan said again. Come in then. Why are you so loud? Are you afraid that others won't know? At this moment, an extremely beautiful voice was heard. The person who could speak like this naturally wasn't Xianxia, but Feng Yueyu. Su Yan smiled bitterly. Senior sister Feng, why are you here? Ever since Feng Yueyu's attitude towards him changed on Divine Devil Island, Su Yan was speechless. After all, Feng Yueyu was much bolder than Xianxia. She dared to say anything. Her desire to attack was too strong. What made him even more speechless was that this woman seemed to have teamed up with Xianxia. It was said that 3 women made a show. However, 2 women were already very impressive. At this moment, Feng Yueyu had already walked in front of him. Then, she smiled and said to him, Junior brother Su Yan, we haven't seen each other for so many days. Senior sister misses you very much. Don't you have anything to say to me? At this moment, she had already leaned forward like a little bird. At this moment, Su Yan naturally couldn't say anything. Other than smiling bitterly, he could only lean back gently. His every move naturally couldn't escape Feng Yueyu's eyes. Feng Yueyu said directly, you heartless thing. Forget it, Sis Xianxia is waiting for you inside. You have to comfort her properly. She thought that you didn't want to come. Then she's going to get married. Su Yan immediately broke out in cold sweat. He really couldn't stand Feng Yueyu. At this moment, Su Yan directly entered Xianxia's room. At this moment, Xianxia had just finished her cultivation. She was waiting for Su Yan's arrival. If it wasn't for Feng Yueyu stopping her, she would have come out. Many times, forgetting was the most powerless word. The more she wanted to forget, the more she missed him. She suppressed her emotions with great difficulty. Then, she looked at Su Yan and said, Big brother Su Yan, you're here. She actually needed to muster up the courage to say these few words. She really missed Su Yan too much. Feng Yueyu told her to be as calm as possible and not express her thoughts. She had already tried her best. But when she spoke, her voice couldn't help but tremble. Her eyes were still filled with endless gentleness. This was a woman as gentle as water. Su Yan sighed in his heart. Yes, I'm here. Xianxia, I heard that you've been working hard in seclusion recently. Su Yan didn't know how to start the conversation. Finally, he found a topic to talk about. Xianxia said, I could only be a burden the last time on the Demon Island. I don't want to be a burden to you in the future. Naturally, I have to work harder in my cultivation. Su Yan said, It's not a problem to work hard in your cultivation. After all, this world isn't peaceful. Even in the Taihang sword faction, there are still waves. Your own strength is the foundation of everything. But don't force yourself too much. After saying this, Su Yan went silent for a moment. Then he said again, Xianxia, don't worry. If you don't like it, then no one can force you. Don't worry. Since you're not happy to marry Wuya, then I won't let anyone force you. At this moment, Xianxia said, Big brother Su Yan, actually, you should know that I don't want to marry Wuya. But you won't marry me either. Since that's the case, let me handle some things myself. Her tone was so firm and calm. This calm sentence actually made Su Yan's heart waver. At this moment, he really didn't know how to face this woman. Finally, he sighed and said, Don't let your imagination run wild. Don't worry, I won't let anyone force you. I'll go out first. He and Xianxia would only be more awkward if they stayed together. Therefore, he didn't dare to stay any longer and could only leave. At this moment, a ray of light descended from the sky. This light was so intoxicating that it made people's hearts yearn for it. Su Yan's eyes had a trace of helplessness and melancholy. He could kill his enemies without hesitation, but in the face of this kind of love, he could only feel melancholy. One had to know that in this world, the hardest thing to let down was the grace of a beauty. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beauty. However, since Xianxia was fine, he felt much more at ease. Now, he should go and do some things. Just as he said earlier, if Xianxia wasn't willing, then he wouldn't allow this to happen. According to Xuecheng, There were still a few days before the date set by sect leader Zhang Zhe. However, Su Yan wasn't prepared to wait any longer. After all, he still had a big battle in the near future. It was a battle that he didn't know if he could survive. Since that was the case, he would bring this matter forward. After leaving Xue Xinyue's room, he saw Feng Yueyu looking at him with a smile. She walked in front of Su Yan and said to Su Yan, "You're really a heartless man. Sister Xinyue is hanging on to you like this. Even I feel the same way. You're just going to leave like this?" Su Yan said, "Senior Sister Feng, you shouldn't joke with me like this. With Senior Sister Feng's qualifications, who knows how many young geniuses would flock to you like a flock of ducks? Why do you need to do this?" In Su Yan's impression, Feng Yueyu was a shrewish and somewhat mischievous woman. Therefore, at this time, he didn't think that Feng Yueyu was serious. Feng Yueyu only smiled and didn't explain. Then, she asked directly, "Then, what are you going to do next? How are you going to deal with Sister Xinyue's matter?" Su Yan said, "Now, I'm going to Sword Forging Peak." At this moment, Feng Yueyu's eyes flashed with brilliance. She was a woman who liked excitement, and she also understood the meaning in Su Yan's words. Therefore, she was even more interested at this time. "Ah, Su Yan, do you know what I like about you the most? I like that you're so responsible. You're not like some cowardly guy who can only ask the seniors of the sect for help." Su Yan felt helpless again. At this moment, Feng Yueyu suddenly thought of something, so she said, Actually, I'm usually very gentle." Su Yan was sweating in his heart. "You're already calling yourself an old lady. Where did the gentleness come from?" However, Su Yan deeply understood a principle, which was to not reason with a woman, even if you were really reasonable. Although this sentence was very awkward, it was very reasonable. After leaving Xue Xinyue's courtyard, Feng Yueyu rushed in. Xue Xinyue was feeling melancholy when she saw Feng Yueyu rushing in. Chapter 787. Female Literature. Senior Sister Feng, has Big Brother Su Yan left? Feng Yueyu said, "Yes, of course he has left." She looked at Xue Xinyue with a smile. She could see that Xue Xinyue's eyes were filled with disappointment. Then she said, "You little girl, you're really hopeless. Su Yan has gone to Sword Forging Peak now." Hearing this, Xue Xinyue raised her head and said, "Why is Big Brother Su Yan going to Sword Forging Peak?" Feng Yueyu said, "What else can he do? Of course he's going to be jealous. No, he's going there for your engagement." At this moment, Xue Xinyue's eyes were filled with joy, but then she revealed a look of worry. Sword Forging Peak was the key point of the sect, and there were many experts on it. She knew that Su Yan was very powerful, but no matter how powerful he was, could he be compared to Great Elder Hai Chuan of Sword Forging Peak? Great Elder Hai Chuan's cultivation was extremely terrifying and unfathomable. If he really angered that person and he directly attacked, Su Yan's life would be in danger. "No, I have to go and take a look." She was naturally happy that Su Yan had stood up for her, but she definitely could not let Su Yan take the risk for her. Why couldn't Big Brother Su Yan wait a few more days? Su Yan was very fast. He had been to Sword Forging Peak once, so he was very familiar with this place. When he arrived at Sword Forging Peak, he saw that the other people on Sword Forging Peak were constantly busy. Sword forging required the ability to penetrate a stone with dripping water. A true sword forging master usually did not care about other things and would definitely not be affected by any distracting thoughts. The further one went into Sword Forging Peak, the hotter and more terrifying the temperature of the flames became. Su Yan didn't know how this other environment was formed. When he first stepped into this place, he was filled with curiosity. Su Yan's footsteps finally landed. At this time, someone from Sword Forging Peak came down. "Which elder's disciple are you? Don't you know that Sword Forging Peak has been closed for the past few days? Hurry up and leave." Sword Forging Peak had a very special status within the Taihang sword faction. The disciples here did not need to be wary of other disciples. Even the disciples of the three great clans did not dare to offend them, because if the disciples of the three great clans wanted a good sword, they would have to come here. The people of Sword Forging Peak were usually very united. If you offended one of them, you would offend everyone. Of course, The people of Sword Forging Peak would not easily provoke others. However, Sword Forging Peak had been sealed off for the past few days. Ordinary people did not dare to barge in. Unless the big shots in the sect came, they wouldn't buy it at all. At this time, the two disciples had already recognized Su Yan. However, they were doing this on purpose. They wanted to disgust Su Yan. This was because they knew very well that their eldest senior brother had an unpleasant relationship with Su Yan. To Sword Forging Peak, Wuya was their idol. This was because their eldest senior brother could forge famous swords by himself. The divine sword was the most powerful existence in this world. In the entire Jiuzhou continent, only the 10 great divine swords were known. Even their peak master, Grand Elder Hai Chuan, could not forge a divine sword. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to forge a divine sword. As for the divine sword, it was already the most powerful blade below the divine sword. Back then, Peak Master Hai Chuan had directly forged a divine sword from a piece of meteorite metal brought back by Xue Cheng. This sword had ended up in Xue Xinyue's hands. In the entire Sword Forging Peak, no one except Hai Chuan could forge a divine sword. Under such circumstances, the divine sword was the sharpest weapon. It was already extremely difficult to forge a divine sword. In the entire Sword Forging Peak, the number of people who could forge a divine sword was definitely not more than 10. Moreover, the divine sword forged by eldest senior brother Wu Ye was the pinnacle of divine swords. All the disciples of Sword Forging Peak regarded eldest senior brother as their goal. For a sword forging master, the most honorable thing was not how profound his cultivation was, but how powerful the sword he forged was. Wu Ye was their idol. However, Su Yan and their eldest senior brother had a conflict. Especially recently, the sect master had made the decision to let Su Yan and Wu Ye directly duel. This made them hate Su Yan even more. At this time, Su Yan's appearance was definitely not the right time. They looked at Su Yan with malice in their eyes. Su Yan looked at these two disciples. He could naturally see the malice in their eyes. Of course, he did not point it out. He only said very politely, "Junior brothers, I'm here to see senior brother Wu Ye. Please help me pass on the message." Su Yan's words were definitely very polite. No matter what, he was at least one of the 10 Taixing swords. Moreover, he was the head of the swords. Even if he was the head of the swords, he was still the head of the swords. This was personally sown by Zhang Zhe. In the Taihang Swords faction, the 10 Taixing swords had an extremely special status. Even ordinary elders could not compare to them. Therefore, since Su Yan was here, these disciples should not stop him. However, the people of Sword Forging Peak had always been arrogant. Moreover, Su Yan was their enemy. A disciple at the front said, "You can leave. Senior brother Wu Ye won't see you. He's currently in seclusion forging a sword. If you want to beg senior brother Wu Ye for mercy, then I think you should forget about it." This disciple's words were already very overboard. However, Su Yan did not expect the other disciple to speak even more overboard. He said directly, "Su Yan, so what if you are the head of the 10 Taixing swords? I'm not afraid to tell you that senior brother's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. A few days ago, even Wang Baichuan was defeated by senior brother's sword. If you are really afraid, I think senior brother will allow you to beg for mercy. However, I'm afraid you will have to kneel all the way from Sword Forging Peak." This disciple was laughing proudly. However, before he could finish speaking, he was kicked out by Su Yan. Su Yan said directly, I also know that I am the head of the 10 Taixing swords. Then, you should know the consequences of insulting the head of the 10 Taixing swords. Even if I kill you, what can Sword Forging Peak do?" This kind of small fry was nothing in front of Su Yan. If it was under normal circumstances, Su Yan would not even bother to make a move. However, Su Yan knew that sometimes, these wild dogs were the most annoying. If you did not give them a good beating, then they would take a mile after taking an inch. They might even think that you were easy to bully and bite you every time they saw you. Su Yan did not have the heart to waste time on these things. Therefore, he immediately made a move. Su Yan's power directly suppressed the bodies of these two disciples. At this moment, they could not even move or speak. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about these things. He directly said, I am Su Yan. I am waiting for you at the foot of Sword Forging Peak. If you have the guts, then come out. Of course, if you don't, then I will directly kill these two people who dared to offend the head of the 10 Taxing Swords. At this moment, Su Yan was actually so impolite. His aura was so strong that it was as if there were 2 words written on his forehead, domineering. This time, he did not have the slightest intention of restraining himself. At this moment, his voice directly spread. In just a moment, almost the entire Taihang sword faction could hear Su Yan's voice. In the distance, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were walking towards this place. When they heard this voice, Xue Xinyue's expression immediately changed. Oh no, why did Big Brother Su Yan do this? He is definitely going to become enemies with Supreme Elder Hai Chuan. After all, she was not as brave as Feng Yueyu. Her first reaction was to worry for Su Yan. However, Feng Yueyu said, "Silly sister, Su Yan always has his own plans. Since he is willing to stand out and compete with Sword Forging Peak for your matter, you should be happy. I feel that this kind of Su Yan is the one I like." Xue Xinyue suddenly said, "But senior sister, have you ever thought that Big Brother Su Yan is not doing this because he likes me?" She felt bitter in her heart. At that time, Su Yan had clearly told Xue Xinyue his thoughts. He treated her as his younger sister. Su Yan was only doing this for his younger sister, not to compete with Wuya for her. Feng Yueyu said, "Little Yu, do you know why I hated you so much in the past and always went against you?" Xue Xinyue didn't expect Feng Yueyu to suddenly bring this up. But then again, she really wanted to know because when they were young, they were very close. However, as they slowly grew up, Feng Yueyu actually started to go against her. This was something she would never have thought of. At this moment, Feng Yueyu said, "It's because I don't like your personality. You are too weak and sentimental. I feel that why do people have to put shackles on their thoughts when they live in this world? If you like something, then do it. If you want something, then fight for it. Isn't this a very simple matter? Moreover, haven't you heard that there is no such thing as a pure friendship between a man and a woman in this world? Sibling love is just a lie. Listen to me, follow me. We will go and pick him up together." Feng Yueyu was truly a bold and fierce person. She could actually say such words. If it was Xue Xinyue, she would never say such words. Chapter 788. Female Literature. However, for the sake of Su Yan, her thoughts were being influenced by Feng Yueyu. At this moment, she was slowly accepting Feng Yueyu's methods. Finally, she nodded resolutely and said, "Senior sister, I understand. I won't be afraid anymore." At this moment, her gaze became resolute. Thus, the 2 women continued onward. At this moment, Su Yan stood at the foot of the mountain, waiting for Wu Ya's arrival. He had interacted with Wu Ya before and naturally knew his personality. He was very extreme and impulsive. Perhaps he was a very good swordsmith, but in many aspects, he was lacking. Su Yan was certain that after his provocation, Wu Ya would definitely come down. Time passed quietly. In just a short while, many people had appeared around Su Yan. Most of the people here were from Sword Forging Peak and immediately rushed over when they heard the news. After all, the people from Sword Forging Peak were very united, so when they saw Su Yan, they were abnormally angry. This was because their 2 senior brothers were wailing on the ground below Su Yan's feet. Under such circumstances, they naturally could not tolerate it. As a result, more and more people were wailing below Su Yan's feet. In the end, no one dared to go up and ask for a rebuff. Then, the people from the other factions also directly arrived. They were all here to watch the show. After hearing Su Yan's voice, they naturally could not sit still and all rushed over. After all, it was human nature to watch a show, no matter which world it was in. Elsewhere, Feng Yuhai sheathed his sword once more. He had heard Su Yan's voice. At this moment, he could only bitterly smile because he could hear that Su Yan's realm had increased by a lot again. It was really hard for him to imagine that Su Yan was like a monster. Every time, his strength would be able to obtain a huge increase. Back then, his realm and strength were actually above Su Yan's. However, at that time, neither he nor Wang Baichuan had displayed their true realm. This was because he and Wang Baichuan had started a special kind of cultivation at the same time. Even if Wang Baichuan directly used the eerie state, he could not use the sealed part of his power. However, as time passed, his and Wang Baichuan's cultivation gradually came to an end. His strength had become more and more powerful, but even under such circumstances, Su Yan's strength still caught up with him. By the time of the last battle on the sea, Su Yan had already left them behind. In particular, the appearance of ghost-faced Su Yan made them feel even more terrified. After returning, Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai did not tell anyone about this matter. However, they suddenly realized that Su Yan had already left a shadow in their hearts. Su Yan in ghost-face state was too terrifying. He had killed 2 venerables in a row. How terrifying was that? Those were venerables. Every venerables had been tempered by laws and were fundamentally different from powerhouses in the dragon realm. However, at that time, Su Yan had directly killed him in front of the 2 of them. Such a person was really terrifying. Therefore, after returning from the battle on the sea, he and Wang Baichuan began to cultivate in seclusion at almost the same time. Today, their strength had increased again, and their realms had also made new breakthroughs. However, at this time, they realized that Su Yan's strength had increased again. At this time, Feng Yuhai continued, since Su Yan has returned, it is only natural for him to challenge Wuya. He was very interested in this matter. After all, he knew some of the entanglements in this matter. What was more interesting was that Wuya's strength had also increased greatly. Previously, he had directly challenged Wang Baichuan and defeated Wang Baichuan. That was a real defeat. Although it was a very difficult victory, he had still won in the end. Wuya's talent was not bad. It could even be said that he was extremely talented. In the Taihang sword faction, he was definitely a top figure. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the Taihang 10 swords. However, before that day, no one would have believed that he had defeated Wang Baichuan. However, it had happened just like that. Wuya had directly defeated Wang Baichuan in front of so many people. At that moment, his name had spread throughout the entire Taihang sword faction. Of course, Feng Yuhai had never fought with him before. After all, he was only the eternal number 2. For ordinary people, if they defeated the number 1, they naturally did not need to pay attention to the number 2. Feng Yuhai did not know whether this was a good thing or not. Although he had never fought with Wuya before, he could see that Wuya was really very powerful at this time based on his fight with Wang Baichuan. Although he couldn't imagine how Wuya did it, this time, he was really powerful to an inconceivable extent. He was so powerful that even Wang Baichuan had been defeated by him. Feng Yuhai did not have absolute confidence in defeating him. Feng Yuhai did not know how Wuya had done it, but he had directly reached this level at this time. However, at this time, Su Yan appeared. Moreover, he directly challenged Wuya in such a manner. Naturally, Feng Yuhai was very interested. I just don't know if Wang Baichuan will go and watch this battle. After saying that, he directly left the Feng family and went to Sword Forging Peak. Shui Baichuan was still cultivating in the ancestral land. His battle prowess was already very terrifying. In the last battle, he had directly suppressed Yen Xiao, one of the vice sect leaders of the Limitless Demon sect. Although Yen Xiao was able to escape in the end, his battle prowess was already evident. There was no doubt that Shui Xingchuan's strength had surpassed the great ancestor of the Shui family. His appearance had also eased the situation of the Shui family. After all, unlike the great ancestor of the Shui family, he was still very young and had great potential. After he took over the Shui family and became the head of the Shui family, neither the Wang family nor the Feng family dared to easily provoke the Shui family. At this time, he was still cultivating in seclusion in the ancestral land. Now, no one knew his current realm. Maybe he had already taken that step and become a Dao Lord, or maybe he had not yet. At this time, he also heard Su Yan's voice. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then he said, "Good boy. You really have a temper like mine. This is good. Let me see the strength of that old man Hai Chuan." Where there was the underworld, there would be conflicts. Now that he was in charge of the Shui family, He naturally had his own ideas. For so many years, sword forging peak's status had been extraordinary. Everyone thought that it was because of the special status of the swordsmith. However, he knew very well that the most fundamental reason for sword forging peak's extraordinary status was because of Great Elder Hai Chuan. Because of Great Elder Hai Chuan's existence, when others treated the disciples of sword forging peak, they were naturally restrained. This also made sword forging peak's status even more extraordinary. Perhaps many people thought that this was very normal, but the real higher-ups and the real experts all had their own ideas and plans. They could see that this old man seemed to be very restless. He had his own plans. If sword forging peak continued to develop like this, how different would it be from the three major families? As a group, their status was extraordinary, and no one dared to provoke them. They were the fourth most powerful faction in the Taihang sword faction. And because of sword forging, they would be even more special than the three major families. This old man's ambition was not small. However, whether it was Xue Xingchuan, the Wang family's patriarch, or the Feng family's patriarch, they were all unwilling to see such a scene. Although sword forging peak was very special now, they were still not independent. At the very least, sword forging peak was currently serving the entire Taihang sword faction. They were still forging swords for the three major families. However, once they truly became the fourth major family, there would probably be a reshuffle within the Taihang sword faction. At that time, whether they were willing or not, the current situation would be directly broken. Resources would be redistributed, and the territory of power would probably be directly distributed. This was something that they did not want to see no matter what. Of course, this was also something that sect leader Zhang Zhe did not want to see. For Zhang Zhe, in such a precarious time, the stability of the sect was the most important. The appearance of the fourth major family would definitely cause unrest in the Taihang sword faction. Even if it could be resolved peacefully in the end, it would definitely hurt their vitality. Therefore, the root of all this was Supreme Elder Hai Chuan. Headmaster Zhang Zhe had arranged the competition between Su Yan and Wuya. He most likely had his own intentions. Although he didn't know what exactly his intentions were, he didn't know. However, he had always been a scheming person. Xue Xingchuan was naturally not bad either. He also needed to know Hai Chuan's strength. As for whether or not he could really see Hai Chuan's strength, that would depend on Su Yan. At the foot of sword forging peak, Su Yan's figure stood straight. At this moment, no one dared to come within 100 meters of him. It was as if the place he was standing in was a forbidden area. Just as everyone began to feel anxious, an angry and deep voice was suddenly transmitted directly to them. "Su Yan, how dare you?" The voice sounded, and then directly rushed towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan raised his eyebrows. He knew that Wuya was here. At the peak of sword forging peak, a figure directly jumped down. His speed was extremely fast, and it was simply terrifying. At this moment, everyone could feel his anger. At this moment, Wuya's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Chapter 789. Female literature. Although they had already guessed that Wuya would be very angry, they didn't expect him to directly attack without even saying a word of nonsense. At this moment, Su Yan smiled coldly. He looked at Wuya and said, "Wuya, you actually attacked directly? Why, you don't even want the lives of your junior brothers." If he attacked like this, with such power, even the aftermath would be enough to take the lives of these junior brothers. Previously, they did not realize it, but when Su Yan said this, they immediately realized this point. However, at this moment, Wuya was completely unrestrained. Not only did his aura not weaken, but it became even stronger. Su Yan die. This was his will at this moment. Su Yan smiled again. Then, he leaped lightly and rushed directly into the sky. Then, he flew out with a whip kick, and the powerful force exploded at this moment. The powerful force exploded and immediately collided with Wu Ya's power. However, at this moment, he had already leaped into the sky. The collision of the two forces was in the air, so for those on the ground, the aftermath was naturally much lower. Although there were still a few people who were injured, their lives were not in danger. At this moment, many people had different thoughts. They were originally very dissatisfied with Su Yan's arrogance, especially the people from Sword Forging Peak. However, they never thought that their eldest senior brother would be so heartless. The battle between him and Su Yan this time was already very terrifying. Just by looking at how the aftermath of their confrontation in the sky could still injure people, one could see how terrifying this power was. Then what if this confrontation happened on the ground? Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? They respected and loved their eldest senior brother so much, but their eldest senior brother was actually so indifferent to their lives. Even Su Yan, who was a stranger, chose to drag the battle to the sky at the last moment. After the two of them clashed, they both retreated. Although Su Yan had heard from the disciples of the Sword Forging Peak that Wuya had defeated Wang Baichuan, he did not believe it because he had not seen it with his own eyes. However, at that moment he personally sensed that power. His expression immediately changed. That was because boundless power was really too strong. Even the current him felt a little numb after the first clash. He didn't know boundless very well, but he believed that if it was a normal cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for a person's strength to rise to such a level in such a short time. He steadied himself and turned his gaze to boundless. At this time, he activated his divine will as if he wanted to see through boundless. Looking at boundless, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. At this moment, Wuya spoke. "Su Yan, you actually dare to appear in front of me?" Wuya's voice was always low, and he didn't like to talk. However, at this time, his voice was more sinister than before. It was not low, but sinister. This was a completely different concept. Su Yan said, "Why wouldn't I dare to appear in front of you? Now that I'm here, what do you want? The sect leader arranged for us to fight, but I'm in a hurry, so I came early." Wuya said, "Su Yan, it's good that you're here. I'll definitely defeat you, definitely. Xianxia is mine. I'll prove to her that I, Wuya, am the most powerful person. Su Yan are nothing in front of me." His hatred was so strong. At this time, Su Yan was more and more certain that there was something strange about Wuya. Wuya was indeed an extreme person. Back then he confessed to Xue Xianxia, but was rejected by Xue Xianxia. And Xue Xianxia was so close to him, and her heart belonged to him, so he hated her because of love. This was easy to understand, but his current state was still too surprising. It seemed that Wuya's body had merged with a devil. At this time, Su Yan said, "Do you think I came here to compete with you for Xianxia? Do you think you can get Xianxia if you win, and I can get Xianxia if I win? Ha, you idiot, I came here today to beat you up, that's all." Su Yan's words were so arrogant, but everyone knew that not long ago, Wuya had defeated Wang Baichuan. Back then, Su Yan had barely fought Wang Baichuan to a draw. Those powerful people knew that Zhang Zhe had personally taken action back then because he didn't want Wang Baichuan to interrupt his cultivation. Su Yan had disappeared from the Taihang sword faction for too long, so except for a few people, their impression of Su Yan was still stuck at that grand competition. In their impression, Su Yan was indeed very strong, but it seemed too naive to think that he could defeat Wuya with such strength. Of course, there were also some real experts who had already noticed that something was wrong. The previous attack had already explained everything. Su Yan had actually taken on Wuya's angry attack, and he was still able to talk and laugh at the moment. At this moment, Feng Yuhai had already walked over. He had seen the previous scene directly. Then he sighed in his heart and said, "Wuya is really unlucky to have met Su Yan. They haven't even fought, and Su Yan has already shaken his position in the hearts of the disciples of Sword Forging Peak." Su Yan's previous words, which seemed to be mocking, were actually a nail in the hearts of many disciples of Sword Forging Peak. However, Wuya obviously didn't care about this. He didn't want to care at all, and he didn't care about it. At this moment, after hearing Su Yan's words, he became even more furious. He didn't speak anymore, and his entire body disappeared from the spot. Then he directly charged toward Su Yan. A thick light directly appeared. It was a pitch-black sledgehammer. This sledgehammer was definitely not ordinary. It contained an extremely terrifying aura. An ordinary famed sword, or even a top-notch famed sword, could not be compared to this sledgehammer. Even a sacred sword would find it difficult to block this sledgehammer's attack if it couldn't unleash the true power of the sacred sword. Moreover, at this moment, Wuxia's power was simply terrifying. Even Su Yan's freakish body trembled, so there was no need to say anything else. The combination of the two was simply flawless. It was no wonder that even Wang Baichuan was defeated by him. Such a person was simply a freak. Go to hell! Above his hammer, a terrifying light shadow appeared. This light shadow suddenly bombarded, and the violent power directly went berserk, as if it was going to sweep everything away. The spectators were already a little far away from them, but at this moment, they still felt the almost oppressive power. At this moment, Su Yan's expression became solemn. What a terrifying power! His heart skipped a beat, and then he channeled his spiritual qi. The spiritual qi of the Regal Sword Codex was directly activated, and then merged with every muscle in his body. He did not take out the scorching sun sword. At this moment, he actually wanted to rely on his strength to directly receive this sledgehammer. Feng Yuhai's face directly twitched, and then he subconsciously said, "How exactly does this Wuxia cultivate? Although I know that this guy has been forging iron and swords every day, and his power must be extraordinary, this kind of power is too beyond common sense. Moreover, this power seems to be even stronger than when he fought with Wang Baichuan back then." However, Su Yan actually wants to use the most direct confrontation. I'm really looking forward to it. Back then, Wang Baichuan had received Wuxia's sledgehammer head-on. At that time, Wang Baichuan paid a great price for his actions, and after that blow, he was directly injured. After that, although he tried to play to his advantage and fight in a cold state, he was eventually defeated after a bitter battle because he was already injured from the first blow. Wang Baichuan was naturally not someone who would underestimate his opponent. At the very beginning, since he chose to take this sledgehammer head-on, it meant that he had enough confidence. However, after the sledgehammer, he was directly injured, which meant that when the sledgehammer came into contact with Wang Baichuan, his power instantly increased. This sudden burst of power almost crushed Wang Baichuan. At this moment, Su Yan had made such a choice. So, what would this battle be like? Feng Yuhai was looking forward to it. Would Su Yan repeat Wang Baichuan's tragedy? Or, under everyone's expectant eyes and gloating eyes, Su Yan's fist finally directly bombarded Wuxia's sledgehammer. At the place where the two collided, a layer of shock wave directly appeared. The shock wave directly rolled up a cloud of dust and then spread to the surroundings with an extremely terrifying momentum. He caught it. At this moment, they were all surprised. Su Yan actually took advantage of this blow. He was not sent flying, but he caught the blow. Back then, Wang Baichuan could not block this blow, but Su Yan actually blocked it with his bare hands. It was not until this moment that they finally realized a problem. It seemed that they had not seen Su Yan for a while. During this period of time, Su Yan's strength had directly increased to such a level. However, was this period of time really that long? It did not seem to be. However, this guy had actually reached such a level. Was he still human? He was a freak. At this moment, everyone's hearts were trembling.